thing, the Europa League final takes place on Wednesday, the 21st of May, in Bilbao. Now, Tottenham and Manchester United, and I hope I'm not tempting fate here, in pole position to be in it. Certainly United are. I don't know if Tottenham are quaking in their shoes a wee bit after that 3-1 as opposed to 3-0 result against Bodo Glimt. The Manchester United are away at Chelsea on Friday the 16th of May, and that gives them 5 days to prepare for what would be an all-English final if that comes about, while Spurs travel to Villa Park on Sunday the 18th of May, giving them 3 days to prepare. So, should the Premier League be in the business of making the prospective all-English Europa League final a level playing field and move that Tottenham date back as well? Tottenham have requested that, indeed. So maybe the Premier League will bow to that pressure. TalkSport's chief football correspondent Alex Crook joins us live. Alex, how likely is it, mate? I know that they're talking about it. Are we almost expecting an announcement from the Premier League on this?
Good morning. Yeah, I think we are. We're expecting an announcement probably as early as today that the Premier League have bowed to Tottenham's request to get their game originally scheduled for Sunday, the 18th of May. There are no Premier League games on the Saturday that weekend, so that the FA Cup can be the FA Cup final can be a standalone fixture. Originally, Villa against Spurs scheduled for the Sunday. We know that Manchester United will travel to Chelsea on the Friday night. That game has been selected to be shown live on TV. And Spurs made a request to the Premier League to have their game move forward. Originally, I believe, to the Thursday, actually, before that Friday night game when United go to Stamford Bridge. Aston Villa immediately pushed back after Tottenham released a statement informing their supporters that discussions are underway with the Premier League about a fixture amendment. I think Villa feel that they weren't given any preferential treatment when they were in European action in the Champions League. So I think there's a big part of them that think, well, why should Tottenham be treated any differently? It's also Villa's final home game of the season. That usually means a lap of honour from the players on the pitch. They would bring their families to the game, and obviously if it is moved to a Friday night kick-off, logistically that could cause some issues. And I think they're thinking about their own fans as well, because we're very close to the date now, aren't we? Less than 2 weeks away, so it is very late in the day to start moving fixtures around, and this would be unprecedented. I was doing some research this morning. I don't think we've ever had it in the history of the Premier League that they've moved a fixture at the bequest of a club because they want to prioritise Europe. I do remember being at Fratton Park once. Arsenal were just about to play Villarreal in a Champions League semi-final, I think it was, and there'd been a lot of rain in the area. There was a pitch inspection. Arsene Wenger, I watched it from the press box, basically stood on the shoulder of the referee as he was inspecting the pitch and was almost imploring him to call off that Premier League game. Right. He did so. Obviously, that's a different scenario, but I could understand why Aston Villa are feeling aggrieved. Equally, I understand why Tottenham feel if it is an all-English final, Manchester United would be an advantage if they had an extra 48 days recovery.
Simon, would that be a good or a bad precedent to set, if indeed it is set, that a couple of Premier League games are changed in terms of date to accommodate Europe, to prioritise Europe?
Well, I have mixed emotions to it. I mean, I can't speak to whether Aston Villa felt aggrieved about whether their fixtures were not challenged, because perhaps they didn't challenge them. If they didn't ask, they didn't get. I don't know whether Aston Villa applied to the Premier League, so they can't visit something they didn't do on Man United and Tottenham. I think most European countries facilitate a solution to those participating in Europe. And so we are often considered to be outliers. We take the VAR in a different way at a different time. We do most things differently. In this instance, it's not a bad example to follow if it produces some success, because we know that the benefits of European successes has a filter down effect, because there's revenues that are attributed to the other Premier League clubs and then go down into the pyramid as a result of teams participating in Europe. Or, winning in Europe, we have an opportunity to dominate in Europe. It's becoming less of an opportunity because of the challenges that Arsenal now have got. But wouldn't it have been nice to have won the Champions League and the Europa League? I think we've done this before as a nation. So I think with the greatest respect in the world,
should the Premier League do more of this?
So I think they're possibly
to prioritise.
Well, I mean, I'm not disappearing into the player welfare.
To prioritise European fixture.
Well, I think the balance is, what does it achieve? Do we want our teams to be successful in Europe? And if the opposition, in this instance, is two British clubs, so it has a slightly different dynamic about it. But if the opposition were German or French or Italian, and they were giving their clubs some ability to be able to have fixture scheduling which gave them preferential outcomes, why would we want to be disadvantaging ours, in terms of European competition? And the other argument would of course would be, well, why would we want to prejudice the domestic league in favour of a European league?
Well, that's it. That is indeed the argument.
Well, there's no right or wrong in this. I'm very keen to see Man United and Tottenham get to this final and to have a British winner. And if we are talking simply about the principle of whether the players can bring their families to a game on a Friday evening, I think it's
movable. It's going to get moved, Alex, isn't it? We fully expect this announcement to come.
Yeah, we do. As I say, it could come as early as today. Kick-off time has been suggested as being at a 7:30 kick-off. It'll be interesting to see what time Manchester United and their trip to Chelsea go ahead, because again, maybe United will argue, well, they've got an extra hour. We're dealing into semantics now, aren't we? But there is a subplot, Jim and Simon, actually, and it's something we spoke about in the Sunday session at the weekend. Liverpool made 6 changes for their trip to Chelsea. They're entitled to do so. They've wrapped up the title. They wanted to give some squad players minutes. Chelsea go on and pick up a victory, which is going to help their cause for a top 5 finish. Aston Villa played both Spurs and Manchester United. Tottenham at home, as we've been talking about. Manchester United away on the last day of the season, sandwiched either side of a potential Europa League final between the two. If it is an all-English final, I'd imagine we're going to see second-string sides from both Spurs and Manchester United. And I wonder how your pal Evangelos Marinakis at Nottingham Forest, for example, will feel about the integrity of the Premier League and his side trying to get in the Champions League if you've got two teams doing Tottenham a favour, doing Villa a favour by naming weakened sides.
I see where Alex has gone with that.
But I mean, the argument is it's not Liverpool's job in terms of putting a weakened side out against Chelsea on the weekend, or anyone else's job to manage anything other than their football club. So it's not their job. We constantly talk about the rotation of players. We constantly discuss the fact that younger players have got to be given opportunities. And if Liverpool wanted to rotate, for example, Liverpool-Chelsea, I know that's an example that's being utilised recently because of the outcomes yesterday, that leaves Nottingham Forest and other sides in a disadvantaged position. Well, tough. Liverpool can rotate their playing squad if they want. Most teams at the end of the season, I mean, I remember religiously saying to my manager, if we weren't playing at the end of the season, chuck the kids in so we can see an opportunity to see how they play, and because obviously we're trying to build a team for next season. So I don't think it goes to the integrity of the league. You've got a playing squad. You should be able to rotate that playing squad as you see fit for the well-being of solely of your football club.
Alex, very briefly, Arsene Wenger's been speaking to Be In Sport. We know that UEFA changed its rules in 2014 to allow the winners of the Europa League to qualify automatically for the Champions League. So, I mean, if it's a Manchester United-Tottenham final, whoever wins that is in the Champions League next season, which is almost laughable considering they're anything but champions domestically. But here's the thing, on Be In Sport, Wenger claimed it was wrong for United and Tottenham 15th and 16th in the league domestically to qualify for the Champions League via this Europa League back door. This was Arsene.
They should qualify automatically for the Europa League again.
That's right.
Not necessarily for the Champions League, especially when you are in a league where you have already so many teams, 5 teams who qualify. So it will be looked at it, maybe something to think about to review that. But on the other hand, they will say that people will tell you that to keep the Europa League focused and interesting and motivated, you
need
give
to
them that
prize.
prize.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? To keep everybody motivated in terms of what it means to win the Europa League, you've got to dangle that Champions League carrot in front of them as well, Alex, have you not?
Yeah, I think you have, and everybody knows the rules at the start of the season. I think it's, in its infancy, was treated as a bit of a second-class citizen to the Champions League, and I think the carrot of the Champions League places has definitely improved that competition. I've been an advocate for some time of one of the Champions League places that currently is allotted to the Premier League to be given to the FA Cup winners, because again, we've seen a lot of teams maybe not take that competition as serious as they should in recent years. Has the FA Cup lost its prestige? The Premier League would never agree to it, but if you gave the FA Cup winners a passport to the Champions League, I think again you would enhance that competition.
I think so. I mean, I agree with what Alex said.
Depends if you want to use the FA Cup as a sprat to catch a mackerel. I think the FA Cup should stand on its own rights and not necessarily as a caveat to being qualifying for the Champions League. Champions League is a joke. It's made up of everybody that's not a champion. So it should be considered to be under the Trade Descriptions Act. And the irony of it is that the Europa League, Champions League people that get knocked out in the qualifying stages get to drop into the Europa League. Well, it's utter nonsense. You qualify for one tournament, you get a fallback position of going to another. They've removed that this season.
Yeah. At
the same time as they, ultimately, the Europa League clubs qualify. I think the Europa League is a decent tournament. It's in its essence, it's probably the old Cup Winners' Cup. People valued that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the old UEFA Cup trophy itself, isn't it?
Yeah.
What they win. But I mean, it's this carrot that's dangled in front of them about Champions League football. That's why somebody wants to win the Europa League, Simon.
Well,
it's simple.
Well, if you wait for
the money that goes with the Champions League.
If you wait for us so concerned about the Champions League and the Europa League being less of, well, we reconfigure the distributions then. Give a bit more money to the Europa League and see how confused they are.
Good point. 11 o'clock, Jim White, Simon Jordan, live on Talk Sport with Selkirk's Where the Trade Goes.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
What's he on about?
I don't know.
What is he on about?
Well, he's saying that Donnarumma was man of the match, both games.
Donnarumma made some good saves. There's no question about that.
He made some great saves.
Made some great saves. There's no question about that. Arsenal had chances.
Whooping. PSG made good chances as well.
What's he on about? They're sounding a bit deluded about that. I need to hear that again. Can we hear that one more time so I can?
Is he absolutely deluded?
He's absolutely deluded. Can we just? Yeah, can we play the whole thing again? Do you mind? I just want to hear what he said again, mate.
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulate PSG for being in the final. Talking about merits, I think we deserve much more. When you analyze both games, who's been their best player, their MVP, has been the same player, the goalkeeper. And the Champions League is decided in the boxes, and he's won the game for them, because obviously today, after 20 minutes, and what happened in London as well, the result should have been very different. So I can take a lot of positives, and I'm very proud of the team. You have to arrive in the competition at this stage with your full squad, full available, in best condition. We haven't got that. So let's put that aside. It's still the team that I've seen today against probably one of the best, or not the best team in Europe. It gives me so much pride. But at the same time, I'm so upset, so annoyed that we didn't manage to do it. And two things that are on us, probably not together. And other things that obviously the opponent at this level has the quality to deliver, like Donnarumma is on today again.
So he said he deserved much more of both games.
Yeah.
Right? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You got what you deserved. You were second best. The best side over the two legs won. Say an MVP, right? Most valuable player, right?
Yeah.
They could have been 3-up at the end of the game, by the way, in London last week. Mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean,
2 1-on-1s.
2 1-1s they missed.
Yeah.
Right? And then he's talking about what you do in both boxes. That's football. That is football. It's what you do in both boxes, how you defend and how you attack.
Yeah.
That generally, that's what it falls down to.
Yeah.
What do you do your job in both boxes better than the opposition? The chances are you're probably going to win more than you lose. London should have been very different. They could have been 3-up. Honestly, Arsenal going into the tie tonight were lucky that they're not out of it. Right? Yeah, they had chances. Yeah, Donnarumma made some good saves. And Arsenal, first 15, 20 minutes of that first leg, was second best. They grew into it. I thought they ended the first half very well. But the reality is, they could have been out of that tie before they left London. And he's talking about a full squad. He's leaning on the injuries. That's. I don't think managers should go there when you get knocked out of a cup. I don't think, because they proved. You didn't mention full squad when they knocked out Real Madrid, did he?
No.
Didn't hear that?
No.
There was no mention of we've done this without a full squad. Don't know. There's something about in there that I think Arsenal fans will be disappointed some of the guffies come out there. I think that's pretty poor from him. Okay. Genuinely.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to Jordan, an Arsenal fan. All right, Jordan.
Hello, boys.
How are you? I mean, look, you've just heard your manager talk there. Cuddy said he's full of guff.
A little bit of it is, yeah. But let's frame it another way. If David Raya was in goal for Paris Saint-Germain, would Arsenal have gone through tonight?
What are you on about? Honestly, you're doing exactly the same thing as him. What kind of a question is that? If Dembele was up top for you, where do you want to go with this?
It's a fact. Donnarumma has made 5 saves in that tie that's kept him in it, let's be honest.
So
he's not wrong then, is he?
No, but you're saying you deserved more.
Well, we probably deserve more tonight, yes.
No, over 2 legs. You said you deserve more over 2 legs.
Probably not. No, we probably deserve to go out.
You were beaten by the better side tonight as well, by the way. Can I just say that?
We would have better side tonight, 100%.
Who was?
Arsenal would have better side tonight, 100%. Last week, not. This week, yes.
You got
100%.
beat 2-1 and they missed a penalty as well.
Oh, yeah, but let's have a word about that penalty.
It's a penalty, by the way. I don't care what you say.
No.
Yeah, it's a penalty. It's a penalty. No. You're lucky. You're lucky the score wasn't more embarrassing. And then he's talking about the most valuable player. Why are you talking about their goalkeeper when you've been knocked out over 2 legs? Not 1, 2 legs. You're as bad as him, by the way.
Everyone's talking about a centre forward. It's not about a centre forward. They just had an unbelievable goalkeeper in goal.
Well, do better in front of goal then.
I mean, you get to the latter stages of any Champions League game, you're going to have an elite goalkeeper.
Didn't you hear him talking about their goalkeeper when you beat him? Oh, you lot were coming on saying, don't worry, PSG, we beat them 2-0 early. He was in goal for that game, by the way.
He was in goal, but they're a different team.
Same player.
He played a massive part in them going through. Let's agree on that.
So did Dembele.
I haven't said he didn't.
So did Vitinha. So did João Neves. So did Hakimi.
I didn't say he didn't, but you're saying was Arteta's talking drum. He's not. He's talking. That's factual.
Yeah, but you can't say you're the better team and deserve more when you got beat by the better team.
Over the course of the tie, yes, but tonight we played better than PSG tonight.
And you weren't better. You started well. You faded.
What
are you talking about? You're taking long throw-ins, mate. You had the first 10 minutes. You was all right. You put them under pressure, and you made a really good save with Odegaard. Had Thomas Partey like Rory Delacquis. Yeah. It's a Champions League semi-final.
Well, what I was going to say is no matter what happens, next summer Arsenal will be getting a new manager. Because
next summer,
if the summer goes well, you get the centre forward like everyone says, and he wins it, the journey's complete for him.
Right.
If he doesn't, he's got to go, really, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Well, that will divide goodness. I suppose if you do very well in the final next year, but the goalkeeper's a Storm, he'll come out and say something similar. Deserve to win the cup. Honestly, they deserve much more. I don't think Arsenal did deserve much more. Actually, I don't think they did.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. In the first leg, I know, look, Donnarumma made some good saves. It's elite level. You're going to have a good keeper in goal. Do you know what I mean?
Did David Raya make 1 or 2 good saves?
I mean, David Raya made some great saves, and they missed massive chances, PSG, in the first leg.
Well, then maybe get a better goalkeeper, Arsenal, if that's what it is.
You know, as what Roy King would say, done his job.
That's his job.
His job is to keep the ball out the back of the net. You know, he's an elite level goalkeeper. Put it in the top corner then, Odegaard.
But Arteta is coming across very bitter there. He congratulated PSG, right?
Yeah.
Got that out of the way, so that's right.
Yeah. But then
he goes on, we deserve much more. He's basically saying the best side lost. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
We deserve much more over 2 legs. Well,
he said,
I'm afraid you didn't.
Arteta's quotes, I've got them in front of me. I don't think there's been a better team in the competition from what I've seen.
He's talking absolute rubbish. He's talking rubbish. Sorry. Arsenal fans can come and have that argument with me, but he's talking rubbish. The best side over 2 legs won.
Okay, let's go to Teo. He's an Arsenal fan. Teo?
Yeah, hi there. How you doing?
How are you, mate? You all right?
Must be embarrassed of your manager.
Yeah, do you know what? For watching my team lose, I'm actually in quite good spirits, to be fair. So, not too bad.
Go on. Why? Why are you in good spirits?
Yeah, well, I believe they put their all into the game tonight. Like you guys just said a minute ago, it's whatever happens in the box that actually makes the games. I reckon Donnarumma had an absolutely outstanding game. If Arsenal ended up scoring in the first 5-10 minutes, it would have been a completely different game. Obviously, PSG in the first leg, they got a goal within the first 5 minutes, and that completely sort of rocked the Emirates, made it quiet. If we would have done the same thing to them, I reckon it would have been a different result tonight. But I can see that all the players put in their all tonight.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's doubting that. No one's questioned the commitment, the desire and the effort. No one's questioned that. But when Arteta comes out and says he doesn't think there's been a better side in the competition, you can't defend that. You can't.
I can't really defend that too much, but I believe that we did actually have some of our... Like, for example, when Aston Villa played PSG, they were able to bring on subs that can change the game. We had no one that we can actually bring on that can change the game.
What are you talking about? You had Trossard on the bench. You had Ranieri.
Yeah, but they're not. Trossard, here and there, he blows hot and cold. Everyone knows that he blows hot and cold. He might score a couple of goals here or there.
What do you mean? He scored 3 and 2 goals 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so he blows hot and cold. So that was 2 weeks ago. Then now he won't score for next 3 or 4
Don't say you ain't got no one on the bench who can come on and change a game when you've got one of the brightest young talents in England in one area, and you've got Trossard who you paid really good money for. He's a good player. Don't say you ain't got the players, because you have.
No, well, if we had our full team, it'd be something completely different. These players are not playing. Tell me when Trossard last came on and completely changed the game, or when Jerry come on as a substitute and completely changed the game. We haven't got those game changes on the bench.
Why not? Why not?
Because we've got most of our players out. We've got most of our players out injured. For
well,
what?
I mean, you know,
come on, mate. We can't.
You can't be. You can't.
I do get that. And what one say to you guys as well is, you guys are talking about Manchester United and Tottenham can have a better season than Arsenal. But if the Champions League format wasn't how it was this season, I don't think that Tottenham or Manchester United will be even in the semi-finals, let the quarterfinals, let the semi-finals or the finals.
Okay, well it is. So tough luck. They're the rules.
Yeah.
So deal with it. You're out. Spurs, Man United have got a chance to win a European trophy, and if they do, they've had a better season than Arsenal.
I don't agree with that. I've said that's nonsense.
I don't
agree with that.
Let's put it this way, right? In the Champions League group stage, you had literally Real Madrid went straight through. Then you had in the playoffs, you had Manchester City,
right.
And you also had PSG, who literally just straight through. If they drop down into the Europa League, you reckon that?
Okay, but they don't. The rules change. Right, it's a new format. So who cares? That's the rule. Deal with it. You're out. You got beat. You're out. Spurs, Man United still in the European trophy, and tomorrow they got the chance to go and win it.
Got a chance, but
okay.
So what?
All right, we'll deal with it. We're gonna if we win a trophy, you're going to be the laughing stock of the league.
Don't forget Chelsea.
No, losing 20 games in the league, that's the last.
Right, well, if we win a trophy and get Champions League football, we've had a better season than Arsenal.
Don't forget Chelsea.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know what? If you
fact.
You can get Champions League football next season, I guarantee you won't make it to group stages.
Chelsea in it as well.
Deal with it, mate. Deal with it. Deal with it. You got beat. You got a manager who's coming out of absolute guff. Mate.
Yeah, I can't quite believe what some of the things that Arteta's come out there. I know, man. You know, but if he genuinely feels that there's not been a better side in the tournament than Arsenal, then he is absolutely deluded. He is. He is. He's beaten by the better side over 2 legs.
Yeah, I know.
The Arsenal fans can't come on even defend that, can they?
Well, they try.
Can they?
Well,
they can't. Surely they deserve much more. You got what you deserved. I'm sorry.
The Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Arsenal are out of the Champions League. They crash out in the semi-final to PSG. Lost over both legs. You can have yours on it. Terrible night for Mikel Arteta. What went wrong? 03 717 22 33 44. Let's go to Ben. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Ben?
Benny boy.
Hello, how you doing? You all right?
Oh, Benny boy.
Benny, what's happened? What's happened?
I'm fuming. I'm gutted, but fair play to Donnarumma, man. Like, he made some absolute world-class saves. If it weren't for Donnarumma, we was through. We were absolutely through.
Yeah, but that's his job. He's just done his job. That's his, you know.
But yeah.
If Saka scores and
but the thing is, like, all the fans are going after Arteta. He brought us to the semi-final of Champions League, like, and challenging for the Prem. You can't.
He didn't challenge for the Prem this season.
Yeah, but the last two seasons, right, we're challenging.
Second.
It's challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to, give you their point of view.
Like, the thing is, he can't.
Can't swear. You can't swear,
Ben, you can't
That's
swear.
That's radio, mate.
He's gone.
Not in front of your mum now.
No, he's going to have to go. Can't trust him.
God, yeah.
Let's go to Josh. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Josh?
Josh,
hello, boys. How's it going? You all right?
I'm all right, Josh. How are you?
Joshy boy.
Yeah, not too bad.
How you feeling?
Bet you're over the moon, aren't you?
Well, you know, it's a good night to come into work.
Now you happen to ask. I'm a very happy boy.
Yeah, well, that's it, boys. Listen, that's all I want to say is I'm honoured to be talking to the Tin Pot Worthington Cup winner in Jamie O'Hara.
Yeah,
right?
big trophy. Big trophy.
Now listen to me, all right? Now listen to me. I'm very proud of my team, okay? We're the last English team left in Europe, okay, in a really, really poor Premier League season, let's be honest. Southampton broke the record for the worst record to be relegated with, okay? Arsenal, we finished second. Unfortunately, it is what it is, okay? Champions League has happened. I believe Inter Milan will win the league, the Champions League, and that will be that. You know, PSG are a very, very brilliant team. They're as good as Barcelona. Barcelona, with all their problems and whatnot, they managed to get back to the semi-final, but there's nobody else left other than us. Man City, I don't believe they will challenge next season.
What are you talking about next season, mate? Stop, just worry about your own club. Why are you worrying about Man City?
I'm not. Listen, Man City are my challengers. They're at my table, okay?
No, sorry. I'm gonna have to stop you there. You're not at Man City's table.
We're not at Man City's table, but we finished behind them.
No, they're dining on their own at the top table with Liverpool.
Two seasons in a row we finished behind them. Mikel Arteta has done a phenomenal job. All right,
you're on the kids' table.
Big Ange, I hope Big Ange wins that second cup that he always does in his second season. All right, I really hope it happens. Okay,
why?
I really does.
Just who we are, mate.
Because that's who you are, isn't it? You're Tottenham.
Just who we are.
You would rather finish for Europa League than let us win the title, and that's understandable.
That's just who we are, mate.
If we win the Europa League, though, mate, we've had a better season here.
What do you mean by that? How do you think the optic is of this, right? If Ange wins a trophy in his second season, okay, a major honour, Slot has won a trophy in his first season, right? And Arteta's been there 5 years and he's only won an FA Cup in his first half a season.
Listen,
I just wonder how you think that looks.
Anybody could have won it during. You boys had the chance to win the FA Cup. How many times? You blew it. All right, we won it. You didn't.
No, but I'm talking about this season. I'm talking about this season now.
You had a chance against Liverpool. You had a chance against us. You blew it. Chelsea could have won so many cups.
Yeah, we have. I wouldn't worry about us.
It's not two Champions Leagues, mate.
What it is.
I'm talking about you.
It is what it is.
Josh.
We don't just go and get.
How's it going to look if Ange wins a trophy and Arteta doesn't in his second season, and Slot wins a trophy in his first season, and Arteta doesn't?
Arteta is going to win the league at some point.
What league?
Whether it's next season or the season after that, we will win the league. We're champions in waiting. We came very close to Europe.
Josh, this is the sort of guff. This is the sort of guff that does people's head in. This is why Arsenal are hated. It is the sort of guff, mate. You're talking out the back of your head.
What are you on about, mate?
Josh.
What are you on about? Eric Ten Hag won more trophies than Mikel Arteta. He got sacked.
Eric Ten Hag is the worst manager for Man United.
Got 1-2 trophies, mate. 1-2 trophies.
Ruben Amorim is lucky he didn't get Man United relegated this season.
What if Amorim wins a trophy in his first half of season? He wins a major European honour. How's that looking?
Ruben Amorim is a league winner, all right? He's a league winner, proven winner. Mikel Arteta is in his first
You gooners.
Honestly, mate.
Ever job as a manager.
Bottled it. Let's be honest, Josh. You bottled it.
Gooners.
We don't come out and say we've won the league in September like others.
Yes, you do. It's exactly what you do. That's exactly what. Honestly, you are the.
Pop out online with a clan march saying, you know what, we're going to win the league.
Josh.
We're going to win the league.
Josh.
We don't do that. We're a club of class.
No, Josh.
You're a club of class?
Josh.
Are you joking?
Josh, what about the humble thing?
The old lady was covered in marble, all right?
Yeah.
Marble.
Honestly, mate,
Josh,
I've never heard so much garbage in my life.
You are just
absolute garbage.
This is exactly
How many statues are outside of Chelsea legends? How many statues are outside of Tottenham legends?
You don't get a trophy for that.
None.
You get a trophy for that.
What do you mean?
That's all I'm going to say, all right, boys? Have a good show.
You don't get a trophy. That's why, right? That there. absolutely deluded.
Oh, Arsenal fans. Deluded.
I mean, you talk about it's a weird class, right? That's the humble thing, right?
Yeah.
Anyone that's on Arsenal sees it. Yeah. They can't see it.
You know what? All them things that they did, the Man City, the Lewis Skelly celebration, the plan, the Be Humble music, it's all come to bite them back in the backside.
Yeah, it has.
Big time.
And then Josh comes out and
finish the season, zilch. 0 trophies.
Champions in waiting. I mean.
0 again. Class. Come on, lads. Come on. Let's go to Chris. He's an Arsenal fan. All right, Chris.
All right, Chris.
Hello, boys. You good?
Oh, Chrissy.
All right, is this negative Chris?
Yeah, I think you should change my name to Realistic Chris now, because it's realistic. Listen, when is the cut-off point for this board to say, right, you've been here 5 years, Arteta, we've given you the money, we have, and you cannot get us over the line. I've said it all season to you lot. Oh, here comes the baby noises. Honestly, and tonight, listen, fair play in the first, 15 minutes?
Done well.
Really well. Donnarumma made an unbelievable save from Martin Odegaard, because after that he was shocking. So was Martinelli. I don't know where we go. I don't know where we go from this. Obviously, I don't want him there no more, because I don't think he'd get us over the winning line. But I've got to accept that he will be there next season. So all I'm saying is, if it ain't an 8/9 out of 10 summer window, then there's no point. Seriously, there's no point. Shocking. I don't know where we go from here. 5 years.
Arteta out or not?
You know my thoughts on it, Jay. I've saying it all season. You know my thoughts.
I know.
He has been consistent, though.
He has been consistent.
Last caller, what was he talking about, by the way? Seriously, man.
I don't know.
Come on, boys, man.
Champions in waiting.
Some managers don't even get 2 years. He's had 5. And you said it just now, Jamie, as well. Eric Ten Hag won 2 trophies and he sacked him. Roberto Di Matteo won the Champions League with Chelsea. Season after, they sacked him. When's the cut-off point?
Yeah, I mean, FA Cups and League Cups, they don't keep you in big jobs, do they? They might keep the wall from the door, but you want the Premier League or the Champions League. They're the ones that the big clubs crave and have to have.
The Premier League was a disgrace. The Premier League race was a disgrace. It wasn't even a race. We put no pressure on Liverpool, and the one time Man City fall off, because they ain't falling off next season, I'll tell you that.
Listen, now. I'll be honest though, right? But as much as I like Arsenal's pain, you can't get rid of Mikel Arteta.
Why though? Please tell me why. Give me a perfect good reason why we can't.
Because I look at the team and I look at the future of Arsenal, and I think it looked good with him. What that looks like in terms of how many trophies you're going to win, I don't know, but. Listen, I remember when you were fighting out for 6th or 7th with Tottenham every season. You were garbage. Arteta's, he has, now whether you like it or not, took you to a Champions League semi-final. You got beat by the better team. You're not ready to win it. You need a striker.
Avram Grant took Chelsea to the semi-final. Took Chelsea to the final.
Yeah, I know, but that's one season, mate. Look.
No, I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, but you know, and we can sit here and dig out Arteta, and Arsenal fans are going to come on and dig him out. I'll be honest. I think it'd be a mistake to get rid of him. He's a brilliant manager. He's young. And he's going to take that football club somewhere.
Let me ask you both a question, yeah? If I'm calling you up same time next season, right, and we're having the same conversation, what excuse are you going to make then?
What do you mean?
If he gets a striker in the summer, he gets a left winger, he gets a centre midfielder, he gets the players he wants.
I do think that's fair.
We win nothing next season. What excuse are you going to make then?
Chris, do you know what? I think that's probably the reason that I agree with Jay, that to get rid of him right now, you do need to have a number 1, number 9. What Chris is saying is, if we're having the same conversation this time next year, and he gets a number 9, he gets an extra midfielder. He gets cover.
Okay, if they have the same season next year, Jace, right, they sign, I know, Isak, right? They get him. Yeah. And they get knocked out in the Champions League next season by Barcelona.
Yeah.
And they finish second to Man City in the Premier League. Yeah. You're going to sack Arteta? I think
it's a fair argument to say, if he's been given all the tools, I think that's the moment you go, right, you've done well, you've taken us, we're on the brink.
I know, mate. And I get it. Arsenal, they've won the Premier League a lot. They're a big football club. Mate, I remember when they were fighting out for 6 or 7 trying to get in Europa League with Tottenham.
Yeah, but there does come a point, though, doesn't there, in every managerial cycle where has he done the best he can with what he's got right now? And I'm not saying he's done a bad job. No one said he's done a bad job. I think what Chris is saying is that he feels as though that where we are now, there's a ceiling under Arteta. And next season, if he is given, let's say they spend 250 million, whatever, 200 million, they do go and get that number 1, number 9. That is that predator that gets them over the line, that gets 15 to 20 goals in the league. And they don't win the title and they don't progress in the Champions. I think there has to come a point where you go, he's done brilliant, but just at the moment can't quite get us there. Now we need the next level. I think that's a conversation in 12 months' time.
All right.
The Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Another season, another empty trophy cabinet for the Arsenal.
Ball watching, he's lost it, Hakimi, 2-0, and that, I'm afraid, is going to be bonsoir au revoir.
No trophy for Arteta again, and Arsenal not good enough again.
I think we deserve much more.
No, you didn't. You got what you deserved. You were second best.
Something's clearly missing. That last little piece, every single person in the country knew that Arsenal needed a centre forward, and it's cost Arsenal again tonight.
And there will now be questions asked about Mikel Arteta and whether he is the right man to see that job through to those major trophies.
We need a new manager, mate. Yeah, if you think we're going to win anything for that manager, one word, deluded.
Do you think the best team lost this time?
I think so, yeah. Especially for 160 minutes.
He's talking rubbish.
I don't know what he's on about.
He's embarrassing himself.
When you analyse both games, who's been their best player, the MVP, the goalkeeper, and he's won the game for them.
Why are you talking about their goalkeeper when you've been knocked out over 2 legs? Not 1, 2 legs.
The Parc des Princes was a cauldron tonight. It helped the home side to victory, and this was no Parc de Triomphe for Arsenal this evening.
It's interesting what Jason said there. I really like Jason and the chump, of course. We have a bit of fun. But I think he's entitled to mention, Arsenal had 3 glorious chances.
Of course.
The keeper was brilliant. It could have been different.
First leg as well. Trossard's chance, Martinelli.
It could have been different.
Offside Moreno in the first leg, of course.
So listen, Arteta's got to say that. He's got to stand up for his team, and he's got to say their keeper was brilliant, and he was.
Yes, but you can't say you were the better team for 160 minutes.
I'm just talking about the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
He's got every right to say that.
Of course, that he has, but you shouldn't be saying that Arsenal are the best team in Europe and they were the better team. They wasn't.
Okay, they definitely had the chances to make it a different outcome, though. The Gunners had 19 shots to PSG's 11. Donnarumma making, incredible saves. And the best way to judge a match, of course, by, here we go, XG. No. Who is writing this? I don't want to do this. I hate all this XG.
I couldn't care less about XG. We've got our eyes watching the game.
Well, let me tell them, because a lot of youngsters listen. So the way to judge a match, of course, is by XG. Arsenal racked up 3.14 yesterday, but only took 1 of them.
But you see that though? Is it your expected goals if you had an average keeper in goal?
Yeah.
What's your expected goals if you've got a 6'6" top keeper in goal? I don't get it.
Is the problem just a lack of striker? Mikel says no.
I'm very proud to coach the players that we have, and within that we create chances and put situations that normally any other day are goals. But again, sometimes you have to applaud the opposition. What the keeper is done, not in this time, in both times, they won the game for them, and you need that to win a competition. You need that in one of the 2 boxes. Somebody has to do something special to win it for you and make it happen, and that was the difference.
At the same time, their goal, PSG goal, was a cracker, wasn't it? Great strike.
Yeah, Martinelli, he gets back, but doesn't read it, chests it down, and he deflects as well to go in. Maybe the keeper saves it without a deflection. But what's Hakimi doing up there for the second goal? Hakimi scores the second goal, and great finish, by the way. Side netting. I think it's over the 2 legs, Alan. The best team went through for me.
Okay, 03717 223344. Let's speak to Vinny, an Arsenal fan. Does he still have faith with Arteta and the Arsenal? Good morning, Vinny. Hi.
Good morning, Vinny.
Welcome.
How are we, lads? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
mate.
Go on, Vinny.
How are we? Well, I'll start from the back, shall I? That William Saliba, we call him Rolls Royce, mate. I'll tell you, schoolboy error. I've seen it for the last 6. He's been terrible. He's dropped off completely, all right? I want a new centre-back. All right, let's go into the midfield. Our captain, if he stops bothering about his blimmin' haircut and starts playing football again, he's got injured, he's come back. He's not the same player anymore, lads, all right? It's heartbreaking. All right, we'll move forward. Martinelli, I don't know where he got his Brazilian passport from. All right, same move eBay. That blimmin' pixie market in Essex, I'll tell you what, he's awful. All right, we're going to go to Arteta. All right, that Arteta is so... Stop blaming footballs and work on your bloody tactics. Oh, I can't... you can hear the aggression, can't you, lads? I mean...
Frustration, innit? You're frustrated, mate. I know you are.
I don't understand it. I don't understand. And him saying we're the best team in the competition. Use your eyes, mate. Use your eyes.
What did you think of, Vinny, quickly, what did you think of the throw-ins last night? I was a bit baffled on the long throws.
Thought of what, my friend?
The long throws last night, the Rory Delap throw-ins.
It's always... Well... Same situation sort of thing. It's all we've done all season is play it to the wingers and cross it into no one. We ain't got an attacker there. We haven't got a threat in front of goal. So then these old long throws, who's attacking it? Blooming Trossard, Martinelli, Shaq, like, come on.
Declan's the only one that can really get ahead on it, isn't he?
He's a good lad, Declan. If I'm honest, I think he was the best of the lot last night. I think Saka's okay, but I don't think he's world class. I'm just here to sort of speak for some Arsenal fans that aren't deluded. I do watch it. I know what we are, you know. We're a lot of hype over nothing. We haven't won a major trophy for over 20 years now. Come on.
Vinny, nice one, mate. Thank you. Don't let it spoil your weekend, mate. Interesting. Was Odegaard that bad?
I thought last night he was better, especially the first 20-25 minutes. He was pressing, he was getting on the ball, but he faded again. And I just feel like you've got to offer a bit more.
I didn't see the second half because I went to bed, right? But I watched the first half. And I thought he was fine, you know, he was getting the ball, all was available.
He was better than the first leg, but second half he sort of dropped off again.
I'm with Vinny a little bit with Martinelli, right? I've seen Martinelli have some great games, but he's got to be more consistent for me.
You see,
you know, Saka I've no problem with, right? Because Saka, all right, he's a little bit predictable. He can go down, he can use his right foot, and I'd like to see him do it more and more and more, but Martinelli, listen, you know, he can be electric, but you look at Yamal, right, and you look at on the other side,
Rafinha.
Yeah, you know, there's something, they're young and there's something special about them too.
And you look at last night, Doué, Barcola, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, they're all better than Martinelli. Martinelli is a very good player, but he should be maybe an impact player. So like a bench player for Arsenal that plays in the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup and comes on in games. Can they get someone at a better level than Martinelli to play on that left-hand side?
Okay, let me take another quick one. Clive's an Arsenal fan. Clive, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Clive.
Morning, Japs. How are you doing, all right?
Yeah,
very well, mate.
Good. I think Vinny must have been a Tottenham fan. Still can see some rubber socks. No, listen, it's one of those things. Football's like that. I mean, Donnarumma had a great game, saved three goals, but there's no way that Arteta should be under any sort of pressure at all. He's done a great job. He was probably let down a bit in the summer and Christmas with the shenanigans with Edu going, and no one sort of didn't buy anybody, which, you know, you're right about Martinelli. He could be a great impact player. He's due an upgrade. I think Odegaard had a really good game in the first half yesterday. He was much better than he's been for the last few months in the season, but I still think he's carrying a bit of an injury. I've heard rumours that he's having surgery in the summer, so I think that's probably why he's not been at his best, which is a shame because he's a quality footballer.
Clive, can I ask you though, Clive, say if Arsenal give Arteta money in the summer to bring in a striker and a couple more players, and we're here next season at the same point and Arsenal haven't won a trophy, does it come to this stage there where you change your mind a bit about Arteta?
Well, you'd have to have a reset and think about it, but I don't think we'd be in that situation. If he gets the right players in the summer, I don't see there being an issue next season. I think we could easily win something and possibly
easily
win something.
Wow.
And one thing, Gabby, have you heard the rumours about Morgan Rogers coming to Arsenal?
No, mate. I don't think you got the funds.
It was on Twitter yesterday. I picked that up.
You can have Leon Bailey though if you want.
Yeah,
50 mil.
We'll perhaps give a miss on that one.
Okay.
We'll take Rodgers and Watkins for 60 mil.
Clive, nice one, thank you. The one thing, a still chestnut, but when the likes of, if Martinelli is on song and Saka, if they get half a yard and put balls in the box, apart from Declan, there's no one in there.
Imagine how many goals they would have scored this season with a striker in there.
But surely, is we don't know the ins and outs. Is Arteta banging on director's door? Is he saying, or is he looking at Pep thinking, all right, Pep's got the top man now up front, but
before he didn't.
He had a false nine before. Maybe he likes that. Maybe Arteta's learned from Pep saying, we don't need us. The game's changed.
I just think like the way Saka cuts back on his left foot off that right hand side and whips crosses in. If they had a proper striker in there, the goals he will score.
And I was watching last night saying, someone's got to make an near post run.
Yes.
Even if they're not going to get the
Martinelli
ball.
was on his heels.
Make the near post run, and you drag a defender with you, so if it goes over your head, there's space that defender's coming out of for somebody to run into.
Totally agree.
They don't do that. I know it's old school, but someone, or if he scuffs the ball, you've got a chance of helping it on.
Yes.
They don't do it, do they?
But when does it come to the stage, Al, of Arsenal as a club and even as a fan base, when are we going to win the Premier League next? When are we going to win the Champions League? We haven't won a European Cup. You can't just keep a manager spending money every season. He spent nearly £700 million in 5 years.
City are going to improve next year,
exactly.
That's for sure.
Man City will, Liverpool will.
Yeah,
Chelsea will be stronger.
Chelsea, exactly. You can't ignore Chelsea next season.
Newcastle will be stronger. Villa will be stronger.
Talksport Breakfast with Alan Brazil. Thursday and Friday morning, 6 till 10. On AM, on DAB, via the Talksport app and on your smart speaker. Talksport.
Professionalism. We are going to bring you the odds for the final now that we know it is
already,
Inter and PSG. PSG are favourites going into the final. It sounds like they're favourites for Robbo as well with what he's just said to me. Is that right, Robbo?
Yes, I think PSG are the better side. Inter, they've got 4 players over the age of 35. So when the game becomes expansive and the game becomes quick and it might go into extra time, that's when 1 or 2 of their players start to look a little bit leggy. I'm not sure about the fitness of Dumfries. In both games he had to come off when he was playing very well. I'm not sure about the fitness of Martinez. Yes, they've got 3 weeks to try and recover. But I just feel that PSG at the moment are playing with great confidence. They've got more attacking ability in those front areas. They've got more pace going forward, and I think they'll control midfield. And it'll be they'll have to play very well on the counter-attack Inter if they're to win this game. So I'm going with PSG, I think.
Okay, I agree with everything, absolutely everything that Stewie just said. Inter are really dangerous, though. They're a dangerous team. And look, we have seen this tournament time and time again. These teams that barely survive, that have to do something special, that it seems like they're out and somehow they advance. They are dangerous once they get into a final. PSG should be the favorites. They should be, for all the reasons that Stewie just mentioned. But to overlook Inter would be a huge, huge mistake.
You're not going to overlook Inter, are you, Jurgen?
I don't agree. Because if you look at, I look at PSG as a wonderful story and how, they fix things and without the superstars and they build, and Luis Enrique, as we said, doing this marvelous job of bringing this partly very, very young team so far. It's fantastic. They're playing good football. They deserve to be in the final. And especially, as Frank said in the beginning, who they beat on the way to the final is highly, highly impressive. When you talk about Inter, you talk about a team and a club that is extremely hungry. Extremely hungry. And that hunger, that grit that they showed yesterday, especially when they were outplayed in the second half, and Barcelona looked like for sure the winner. They found a way, they figured it out, however they figured it out, to equalize that game in the last minute and then to turn things around in extra time where they were clearly the better team again. So this team, you can go now through every position of that team is positioned in a way that on every position they have 2 top-class players. So they can rotate now the next 3 weeks if they say, maybe the Scudetto, so the Serie A title, is not as important as the Champions League, then we rotate Lautaro Martinez a little bit, Marcus Thuram a little bit, Mkhitaryan or Çalhanoğlu. We can do whatever we want to in order to be fresh and to be ready for 120 minutes against Paris Saint-Germain in the final in Munich in 3 weeks from now. So, I mean, the odds are the odds, but I would say, 50-50 for sure. And I could really imagine that Inter gets the job done because of that piece of more experience and a piece also of extreme hunger that they're going to bring with to the final to Munich.
Inter legend, Jurgen Klinsmann, Inter legend.
He's right, Ali. You have to.
I know.
You have to give 50-50 because a final is a final. That's a complete different story. And in order to analyze or project what you're going to see in a final, you have to go to the history of each club. The good thing for Paris Saint-Germain is in order to win the Champions League, you have to lose one final before. It happened to Chelsea. It happened also to Marseille. It happened to many other clubs. Before winning one, you have to lose one. So Paris Saint-Germain should win that one because they lost a couple of years ago. But you are talking about an Italian team who won so many times, who exactly know what it is to win a final. I mean, if you think that it's going to be easy or you are the favorite, you already lost. Because you have to accept the fact that at the end, before, as Gary Lineker said, you play against Germany, but at the end, Germany win. That's the same in club-wise with Italy. They always manage to win. Remember that absolutely crazy final between AC Milan and Barcelona at the time, when my friend Marcelo Sarri scored the fourth goal, and they won 4-0 or 4-1. That's absolutely crazy. When you play against an Italian team in a final, you're in danger, real danger. So, head down, work hard for Paris Saint-Germain, and maybe you can do it.
I did say that to overlook Inter would be a huge mistake, right? I did say that. Here's the other thing. There's some holes in the argument by Frank.
Yeah.
Inter did lose a final to Manchester City. So if the reasoning for PSG winning the finals because they just lost one, Inter did as well, and more recently. So,
but also Inter beat Germans as well in a final. Just to go back to the point.
There are many holes, many holes in the reasoning.
Frank. Many holes there. Yeah, even Robert. I can tell Robert's got a critique of that. That's true.
Well, I was going to say that Italian teams always win the Champions League, don't they? Oh no, sorry, it's 2010 the last time anybody won it from Serie A. So it's a little time ago, only 15 years ago.
Oh well.
They're due, Stewie.
There you go.
They're due.
Despite Arsenal having a number of excellent chances last night, it was PSG keeper Donnarumma. Donnarumma was magnificent last night, who grabbed the headlines, great saves, just at the first leg in North London last week. Arteta highlighted the incredible performance of Donnarumma after the game last night as the reason why Arsenal just fell short.
Yeah, well, first of all, congratulate PSG for being in the final. Talking about merits, I think we deserve much more. When you analyze both games, who's been their best player, their MVP, has been the same player, the goalkeeper. And the Champions League is decided in the boxes, and he's won the game for them, because obviously today, after 20 minutes, and what happened in London as well, the result should have been very different. So I can take a lot of positives, and I'm very proud of the team. You have to arrive in the competition at this stage with your full squad, full available, in best condition. We haven't got that. So let's put that aside. Still, the team that I've seen today against probably one of the best, or not the best team in Europe, it gives me so much pride. But at the same time, I'm so upset, so annoyed that we didn't manage to do it. And two things that are on us, probably not together. And other things that obviously the opponent at this level has the quality to deliver, like Donnarumma is on today again.
I have no problem with what he's saying there. Honestly, I know he's getting a bit of stick. I have no problem with that.
It's only when he says that Arsenal were the better team over
two legs.
Two legs, which is not true.
So speaking of top-class goals, it's time to say a very good morning from our top man, goalkeeper, Arsenal, England ledge, David Seaman. David, good morning. David.
Good morning, Al. Morning, Gabby. You okay?
Oh, yeah, David, a lot of people are screaming Arteta's got to go, and that's once again a massive letdown. First 15 minutes, I thought Arsenal were all over them, and some of the saves this fella made were unbelievable.
You know, James as well. Even the home game, he made some fantastic saves. He's been doing it all the way through the campaign, by the way. But when I look at it, I just think, just a little bit more clinical in front of the box. You know, there's a couple of saves he made where it was, if we finish better, we score. You know, even when you look at like Declan's header really early on, and then I think
Martinelli
had one, like, you know, where Donnarumma saved it with his knee. You know, if you get a bit more clinical in that, then you score the goals, and that's exactly what PSV did.
Odegaard as well, that one will low down. How did he get down to that, David?
That was an incredible save, Al. You know, not only to get there, but to have such a strong wrist and hand at the end. I know it sounds weird, but at the end of his body, you know, when you're full stretch like that, you know, to have that strength to keep that out with the pace that was on it, it was an incredible save.
So as well, David, the one from Saka, I think it might be second half, he cuts in and he bends it, it's going in the top corner, and I'm thinking, how are you reaching that? How?
But that's the size of him, Gabby. Yeah. You know, not only is he like 6'6" or whatever he is, he's also agile. You know, and he can just show. You know, he can get up to those top corners. You look at the game at the Emirates; he was getting low down as well. We made a save from Gabriel low down to his left, which was just as good.
So, David, where do Arsenal go from here? Is it a case of clear 3 or 4 out if they can, and get some bigger names in? Especially, look, I don't want to go on about it. Everyone talks about centre forward, but I just feel with Martinelli left, Saka right, they can whip balls in if you've got an actual scorer in there, someone they know without even you know when you get the ball wide, sometimes you don't have to look up. You can just whip one in there knowing there's someone there. I think Arsenal, when they're wide, David, always have to have a look up who's in the box. It can't be Declan all the time.
No, exactly. You bang on, Al. You know, it's been a thing all season. You know, where we've needed a striker, and we didn't get that over the line in the January transfer. Hopefully, they get that sorted out in the summer, and then they'll kick on. You know, but what I can say about Arsenal is that we're now knocking on the door every time. You know, people saying, "Oh, yeah, but we keep failing," but we're knocking on the door, and sooner or later we're gonna walk through that. You know, even Mikel mentioned about a lot of the players have never played in the Champions League before, or not in the Champions League, in the Champions League semi-final before. You know, so that's a new pressure that they've dealt with. You know, and you can't say that Arsenal didn't play well over the two legs. You know, they played really well. They created some great chances. It was just that they came up against a goalkeeper in unbelievable form, and then a team in front of him that can hurt you at any time.
I think as well, like, there's nothing, like, no shame in losing to for me, the best team in Europe. PSG, look what they've done to Man City, Liverpool, Villa. Arsenal come up against a team who over two legs were better than them. But Arsenal didn't lose it shamefully, did they? They gave it a good go. They had big spells in both legs, 15, 20 minutes in both legs. And now they've got to go in the summer, David, get a striker in, a clinical one, maybe get a few players out, Gabriel Jesus maybe and some others, and go again next season.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they've got to get some strike. They've got to get a striker in, Gabby. You know what it's like. Yes. You know, when, like what you were saying early on, when Saka and Gabriel, they don't need to look up. They need to know that players are in there. You know, and even I was watching last night on TV, and they cut inside to play that cross in. There's nobody in there, so then they have to play it short.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, it's going to be a big summer, I'm sure. But you know, for me, you don't even think about getting rid of Mikel, because the improvement that he's making season in, season out now, you know, it's brilliant, and it's fine margins at this level now. Yep. We've been contending for the league for the last 2 or 3 seasons. We've now got to a Champions League semi-final. He's getting better and better, but it's slowly. Okay, there's no trophies there yet, but I'm sure that's going to come.
Maybe a bigger disappointment, David, would be Premier League. You'd have thought with City having that blip, Arsenal would be right up there, but Liverpool have ran away with it. That for me was disappointing.
It's disappointing, Al, you know, but then you come up against a team that are in the form of Liverpool, and it's so frustrating. You know, first of all, we had to deal with Man City on the form that they were in, and now you're thinking at the start of this season, you're thinking finish above Man City, you win the league. and then all of a sudden Liverpool come into the equation. But we're still there. We're still knocking on the door, Al. I think what's more important is that we finish this season off well now. We make sure that we finish second, because we've got a couple of tough games. I think we've got Liverpool next, we've got Newcastle, and then Southampton. We've got to make sure that we finish second.
He's
Otherwise,
got to be a bit ruthless, hasn't he, David, in the summer with players that haven't done it. Zinchenko, players like that, and Gabriel Jesus. Can they try and get them offers from Saudi Arabia, maybe more than you get from European teams, to get money in the bank to help with transfers as well?
Yeah, I don't know where they are in the situation with FFP. All those calculations. Whether they've got money to spend, but if you do have to get players, then you need to do that. You don't want to see a lot of players leaving, because the squad's not exactly rich of quality players. We're lucky that we've got players coming through the academy that are doing unbelievable stuff at first team level. So yeah, it's like, take stock, look at it, and I'm sure that there's a striker coming in, because almost every game it's like, if a striker was there, he'd have put that away. You guys know what it's like. You've done it at the top level. You get chances, and you get those chances in the 6-yard box or in and around the 6-yard box that's natural to you. We've got players that are coming into the 6-yard box that aren't natural finishers.
And David, of course, you'll be looking forward to Tottenham and Manchester United meeting in the final to go into the Champions League next year. You'll be looking forward to that.
Absolutely not.
David, have a great day, mate. Have a great weekend. See you, pal. Thank you.
You guys, thank you.
Oh, imagine that, Tottenham get in. They could do. There's every chance.
Talksport Breakfast with Alan Brazil. Thursday and Friday morning, 6 till 10. On AM, on DAB, via the Talksport app and on your smart speaker. Talksport.
Saka sticks that chance away and makes it. But you ultimately grasping at straws, right? It wasn't as close as, say, Inter Barcelona was, which was nip and tuck, last night. So yeah, with Arsenal, I think it was during the first half of the match, towards the end of the first half, our acquaintance, dare I say friend, he may not see it like that though, Miguel Delaney tweeted, I think Arsenal have generally been good, but it's basically the season in microcosm. Some clever approaches and ideas, missing that forward, missing key players, still missing that something, still not over, but it feels like they have too much to do with too little. And I, whether you think that's a touch harsh or not, it's ultimately kind of correct. Yeah, well, DJ, I'm not saying I agree. No, I clearly, that struck a chord with me, because with Arsenal, perhaps we'll look at the bigger picture of Arsenal in a little bit, but it did feel like that. But give them credit for what they've done in this competition and this game. But PSG, they are the side, I think, that a lot of people have really enjoyed in this competition, particularly the knockouts. They're so dangerous, as you say, Luke. They've got quality all over the pitch. They run their socks off, etc., etc. And that fan base as well. It's a tough place to go. When the penalty was missed, when David Raya brilliantly saves the penalty, he wasn't psyched out at all by Vitinha, the atmosphere in the ground didn't really change. It changed a little bit when Saka scored, where I think they thought, okay, let's just make sure, we're all right. But the fans have been in great voice the whole time. I think they've had their detractors, PSG, and we'd certainly find it amusing if they failed to win this competition because of the ownership and all that kind of stuff. But for the players, the fans, and the manager, there's great cohesion, there's great spirit among them. I mean, you said last night, have Inter got all the way to the final on vibe? Well, you'd say with PSG, a bit like Inter as well, on quality and vibe, they've marched their way to the final.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. I think on the Arsenal side, I agree broadly. I think it felt to me like the final ball was just missing and it wasn't quite clicking, and maybe if they had to go back to the point, if they'd scored early, just started, because they started well, maybe everyone relaxes a bit, says, look, we're back in the tie now, it's all square, we can reset and we can see what we can do and see if the pressure builds on PSG with that vociferous home support that, you know, if it starts to get twitchy, can go the other way. It can go the other way at any stadium because, you know, obviously fans don't like to see things going against them. But that didn't happen, and I think, you know, it depends which way you look at it. You know, Arsenal are going to probably come second in the league now, and they might not. They might finish third, perhaps. Either way, they'll be back in the Champions League next season, and it depends how you look at it, because it depends how satisfied you are with coming second in the league and getting to the semi-final of the Champions League, and being, really, as harsh as it sounds, a bridesmaid because you're not picking up trophies, right? And maybe you see it as part of a process under Arteta, and it will continue to improve, but you know, maybe it won't. So I think you'd have to be a pretty delusional Arsenal fan to, at the start of the season, not be happy with being in a Champions League semi-final right up until, like 20 minutes from the end of the second leg, when Hakimi scores that second goal and the game's basically over. Like, that's a pretty good return from what Arsenal would have been expecting at the start of the season. The league is probably going to be a bit of disappointment there, because City dropped off badly, and that's the only team that have been better than Arsenal in the last couple of seasons. But that's kind of a slightly separate point away from this game. On the PSG side, I do think they've improved massively in the second half of this Champions League campaign, and they've got weapons all over the pitch. They share the goals around. They don't get disheartened when they have 15, 20 minutes where they're not the best team. They seem to be able to kind of raise themselves, and they've always got someone who can pull something out the bag. They're really, ultimately, on the evidence of what we've seen, they're just a better team than Arsenal, and there's no shame in that. I don't think they're massively better, but they are better when taking into account things like Arsenal's, you know, lack of availability of certain key players, Arsenal's perhaps slight lack of quality off the bench, and maybe not having one or two players that could really make a massive difference to them in these huge games. But those players are hard to find. Those players cost a lot of money, and so, you know, it's not as easy as that sometimes. This PSG thing, if they win it this year, will be, what will it be? It'll be an accumulation of like a massive project that's had a lot of stop and starting, had a lot of missteps in their quest to win this Champions League, that may well have come together under Luis Enrique finally, because they've got that blend right, and they've got that work rate there, and they've got rid of kind of superstars who occasionally feel like they're bigger than the team. They've got a team that works really hard for themselves. This has been a PSG project that's gone for a long old time, you know, and it's been funded like in a massive way. So there's no shame in what Arsenal have achieved in Europe this season. I think they've done really well. But overall, it was a dollar short, and that's just how it goes sometimes. I do think they were particularly hard done by on the penalty, even though PSG missed it, chiefly because I think it was a decision that came from nowhere, and it kind of killed the momentum, and you can understand why that's the case. And what I mean by that is, you know, despite the fact that Vitinha has the penalty saved, and does, you know, the penalty run up of a fucking idiot, and it comes back to bite him, which I personally thought was quite funny. The penalty decision is a very strange one, because Hakimi doesn't appeal for it. It's fired at Miles Lewis-Skelly from about 3 yards away, who tries to take his hand out the way, who's got his back turned, and the referee takes it upon himself with the assistance of the VAR official to just, from nowhere, just award a penalty that no one even asked for. And to me, that's a poor use of the system that they've got to officiate the games at the moment, and I didn't like to see it. I'm a little bit relieved that they didn't score it, but I still think it hurt Arsenal. I mean, actually.
I agree. I wouldn't have given a penalty. I suppose some people would immediately say, well, it shouldn't be down to whether people appeal or not, or all that kind of thing. I suppose what you're saying is that
why are you giving it? You know.
Yeah. Look, we could go around in circles about this. We're talking about a decision which was given by the referee looking at the screen. I didn't think it was a penalty. I was glad it was saved, but ultimately it didn't really. Well, it didn't change anything at all, of course.
I think it philosophically, without getting too kind of broadsheet about it, without getting too kind of Henry Winter.
Leave Henry out.
I think it changed. I just said, without getting a bit too Henry Winter, I'm leaving Henry out of it. I'm leaving him right out of it. I'm not criticising Henry. I'm just saying that I feel like there is an element of deflation about it when you get a penalty like that awarded against you, even though it's not scored. I just do. I think the time of the game it came and when it happened is an absolutely crucial time in the game. And so I don't see how you can't say it hasn't had an effect. It's obviously not had anywhere near as big an effect that it would have done if PSG had scored it and the game would have effectively been over. But nonetheless, it is still frustrating.
Yeah, we'll all agreed. Were you more frustrated by that or when Saka missed that chance to make it 2-2 on the night?
Yeah, so he scores a goal. What was interesting is they bounced back straight away as soon as Hakimi scores, right? A couple of minutes later, Saka scores. And you think, okay, great.
It's showing a bit of character. Arsenal have been criticised for that.
Yeah, it was. And I would have loved to have seen, maybe he's just not quite able to do it on the night or whatever, but I would have loved to have seen Saka, really commit the fullback. I know the fullback ends up getting subbed off anyway, but I'd love to have seen him committing more, and I think he really did have his number. And I actually thought as well, by the way, just before I answer your point about the Saka second chance, if Arsenal had a genuine centre forward that could have occupied Marquinhos and Pacho, I think it would have been more interesting as well, because I think as soon as Marquinhos comes up against a bit of physicality in that moment when Saka scores, he defends in quite an embarrassing way. He defends in a way that a centre back should never defend. Like, you should, as far as I'm concerned, if you're a centre half, you've got a role to play, a very specific role, and you can never be in a situation where you go down easily and hoping the referee bails you out, particularly against someone who's not a massively strong bullying player. I thought he deserved everything he got, Marquinhos there. Marquinhos wears that goal that Arsenal scored, and so he should. I mean, it's not mattered in the grand scheme of things, but I thought that would have been more interesting. But on the Saka chance, yeah, look, it looks a bad one. It looks particularly bad from behind the goal in slow motion. But what I would say is, it comes at him quick. Donnarumma is gigantic, throws his whole body weight towards trying to get the ball. You've got to be pretty brave to not have that affect you in some kind of way. And I think he did quite well to get it as close to being on target as he could. I don't think it was as bad a miss as people have
I think.
I don't know what you thought about it.
Yeah, I'd say so. And even if it goes in, there's still a goal behind. I think you just want it to go in. I think because of this PSG side,
because of what you've enjoyed the night before.
Exactly, yeah. But also as well, I forgive me for stating this again. I want the English side to go through, and I really want.
I need to find time to take the piss out of you for that at some point. I don't know, probably won't be tonight, but at some point I want to.
Fine.
I'll put a pin in it for now.
Yeah, I look forward to when Southampton are in Europe, but that
I'll be like, oh, listen, mate, don't hold your breath for that.
It could be long gone before that happens.
The only chance they're getting to do that is if a few of them go on a Jet 2 package holiday, mate. That's the only chance they're getting to do it.
Bring back the Anglo-Italian Cup is all I would say.
That was Pompey's territory, and you know it.
Well, yeah. But with Saka's chance, I think you've summed it up well. I would say that, again, it's very easy to say when you're sat at home on your sofa. There was a couple of times where I thought, go on, Saka, take him on, do that. But then they exerted so much energy.
To commit people more.
Yeah, and actually the fullback, there were times that Saka did that. But perhaps maybe the reason why Saka didn't do that is because he felt that if he tries to play the ball across, which he did in the first half, actually, he did play some lovely balls across the face of the box. They didn't have the forward to put it in.
Totally, and that's an extension of the point I'm making about them.
Yeah, but this is the thing about Arsenal. You're in a Champions League semi-final. Your centre forward is a guy who hadn't played that position up until a handful of months earlier. I agree with you in that Arsenal have given PSG a bit of a game, a reasonable go, but they're out in the semi-final of the Champions League. Yes, they've had injuries, of course. I understand if Kai Havertz is in there and Gabriel Jesus, it's a bit of a different story. I mean, Mikel Arteta said that he wishes he could have brought Gabriel Jesus back to life after his injury earlier this season. And
said done at Easter.
Well, indeed. I don't know if Arteta is trying to do a pun there or not, but he's certainly gone in that kind of territory. But so I get that Arsenal have a few injuries, but I just grasping at straws. This is the thing. Like, with Arsenal, you know which areas they need to strengthen in, and yet the club never seem to be aware of the areas they need to strengthen in, and we've known this since about 2006. It's the same conversation with Arsenal. Oh, defensive midfielder. They need a defensive midfielder. Well, by the time they get the defensive midfielder, it's kind of like, oh, well done, but now you need to patch a big old hole up front. Or now you need to do that. It'll take them 5 or 10 years to do that. And then by the time they do that, they'll need the defensive midfielder again.
That's what I mean when I say, that's what I mean when I say it's a dollar short, right? And I think you can apply that to different parts of Arsenal as an operation. But I think, you're talking about Saka playing great balls across the box and looking lively and the rest of it. The first 15 or so minutes, Arsenal were the better side. They hit PSG early. They managed to deal with the atmosphere that PSG fans
generated. And we
generated.
give them credit for that.
But they couldn't make it happen, and part of the reason they couldn't make it happen is because of Donnarumma, and part of it is because of perhaps a slight lack of quality going forward in that goal scoring position. But then, having said that, Donnarumma makes saves that is bordering on saves that I've not seen a keeper make before. He's that good at saving shots. Yeah, and you don't know. I mean, for all we know, who cares whether it's Kai Havertz smashing it as hard as he can with a perfect technique or Martin Odegaard? Who cares whether it's Kai Havertz on the end of a header that goes just the wrong side of the post and Declan Rice rather than Declan Rice? I mean, it's a fine margin situation, right? And they've come up short, and there's probably quite a few reasons for that. But in the Champions League context, I don't think they can have too many regrets. I think the regrets they'll have, and maybe we'll discuss this in more detail at the end of the season itself, but really everything they're going for is gone now anyway, so you can just about do it now. The regrets they'll probably have are things like, losing at home to West Ham in the league in February at a key time, following that up with a draw against Nottingham Forest, not going to get past them, then following that up in the league by not winning against Man United. Those types of key moments where even when Liverpool slip up, Arsenal don't take advantage is probably the best summary of what you're talking about there. Yeah. But overall, in the Champions League, they gave a good account of themselves tonight. I didn't think they were bad by any means. I just thought it was a little bit short.
This week, the club and I, we have agreed that these 2 games are going to be my last 2 games as Bayer Leverkusen coach. We have been talking during this week that it's always about the momentum, and now is the right moment to announce it, because we have always had this good communication, this direct communication with the club, and now that we have clarity, it's emotional. I have talked this morning with the players, with the staff, with so many people that has helped me during this unbelievable, fantastic 3 years. And now it's the moment to share it as well with on Sunday, especially with the fans in this stadium. I think that we can be happy, we can be proud of what we have achieved during this time. Different moments, but always with a good feeling that we were taking the club in the right direction.
Dan's back with the boys now, and Dan, I'm sure this has gone down very quietly in Spain.
Well, yes, indeed. It's kind of the worst-kept secret, isn't it? Xabi Alonso taking over, of course, from Real Madrid, in theory, is the second part of this secret still to be announced. And it's good that we got Luis here, because you joined Liverpool with Xabi Alonso. You both came in under Rafa at the same time. What can you tell us about him and his character that maybe people don't know, given the job that he has ahead of him, if indeed he does take over at Real Madrid?
Well, I think the first thing is that I think he showed us to all of us how composed he is in every single situation. It doesn't matter if he's in the right moments or the wrong moments, or in the bad situation, the good situation. He managed to keep that consistency on confidence. I think he's done a great job. He did it when he got in Leverkusen, because he was told to maybe link. There was a lot of links to Real Madrid in the past, to Liverpool, and he has done the previous step the way that you have to do it. He got his experience. He went to Leverkusen. He grabbed the team when in a bad situation, bring it to the best situation, won a Bundesliga, and now he finally arrived to Real Madrid. He knows that he's gonna need a lot of changes. I think that they have to be on the table, but I think it's the right moment. I think the right opportunity for him to kind of change the direction of this Real Madrid and give it a soul, because I think that's what he's missing.
So he's ready for it? You think he's because it's a huge challenge.
It's very different going to Leverkusen, isn't it, when they're flirting with relegation, to go to Real Madrid, considering what's gone on this season.
Well, Ancelotti is one of the most decorated coaches managing in the game, and yet at times he goes to a press conference off the back of a couple of bad results, and they talk to him as if he's never coached before. How does Xabi Alonso cope with scenarios like that if they raise their head?
To be honest, I'm looking forward to see that. I expect him to manage well those kind of situations because he's got, again, that composure. It's true that at Leverkusen, everything has looked good because you arrive to a team, there is no expectation, you win the Bundesliga, and this year there were expectations were there. I think that he managed well to understand that it's Leverkusen, that if Bayern Munich wins the trophy, it's going to be okay. But how long are you going to wait for that to happen? Maybe if you don't jump right now in Real Madrid, you are not there anymore for the next 5 years. You don't know who's going to arrive, he's going to do well. So I think it's the right moment and the right opportunity. I'm expecting him to change things, to manage the way he has done it with all those steps. Give him time. We have to give him a little bit of time. But I expect Real Madrid to be a completely different team of what we've seen this year.
What's it going to be like going into that dressing room with so many big personalities? How is he going to handle that?
But he's been there. I think you've been there as a player. You know which one can give you. And to be honest, there is not that many. If you see what the Real Madrid dressing room looks like, it's not that many. There is a young talent that they are there. I think the players are going to be hungry. If this season they don't win in the league, there is no trophies. So next season is all about you have to win the trophy. So every player is going to be hungry to get back into the trophy. So I'm expecting him to manage well that because again, I know how he addresses the players. I know the feeling. I've seen the players reacting to the way that he managed the team, and I'm expecting him to do well.
It's a big ask, isn't it?
It is.
It's a big ask, but as Luis says, you say, no, I'm not quite ready, I'm going to turn it down. It might never come around again. It might never come around again, and then you sit back regretting. You don't want the regrets. You go in there, give it your best, see what you can do. Hopefully the players respond to you. Hopefully they'll listen. Hopefully their performances are better, and see where it takes you. But it's huge. And I don't know if it's better to come in off the back of a successful side or come in off the back of a side that potentially hasn't won anything and the manager's on the way out, and it needs a fresh voice, it needs something different. So I'm not quite sure what side I'm on in terms of what the best time is to come in, but the job's probably going to be there, and he's set himself up for the work that he's done at Leverkusen. And as I say, I think sometimes a dressing room just needs to hear a different voice and a fresh voice, and I think that is Xabi Alonso.
Did you always think he was going to be a manager? Was he one of those players you thought, that makes sense?
He was already managing when he was a player. He was asking, demanding the players where to go, how we have to play. I remember one of the Legends games that he came to play with Liverpool, and he was doing, it's a triangle, we have to press the other side. We were looking at him like saying, no, there's no more triangle, this is a Legends game. So but he's got that mentality.
Right, he can't switch it off.
No, he has that mentality, and he's got passion about football, and he dreams about football and talks about football, because I think that he knew from the very beginning when he retired that he was going, and he did that. So it stopped there. There was no TV, there was no ambassadorial thing that we always try. No, he went to coach, he started coaching under 15, he passed to second teams, and then he managed to in Leverkusen. So I think he has done the right path to have this opportunity, and let's see how it goes. But I think that his personality is linking very well with Real Madrid.
Well, he's not coming out for a beer. He's not coming out for a beer with us, then, is he?
Well, lucky him.
Well, no, because if he can't put the ball away for half an hour, stop talking about football.
So, would you describe him as your football friend?
Yes, I could.
So, what's going to happen now when your football friend is taking on Barcelona?
I wish him all the best, but I hope the Barcelona win.
Yeah, standard. And meanwhile, have you seen the big news that's broken over the last few hours?
No, which ones?
There's a massive shortage of salt in Barcelona after Craig decided to put
it was the chef
half of it in the paella today. We went to a very special place, actually. It was the place in which Messi signed that famous napkin with his dad when he was 13 to commit his future to Barcelona. Have you been there? It's great.
I haven't been, but I remember.
Beautiful spot up near Montjuic, and it was great. They looked after us so well, and they taught Craig how to cook. I have never seen Craig so committed to something. Like, people were telling him what to do, and he was doing it.
There's also a little tennis club there.
Yes.
Where we learned that our producer isn't actually as good at tennis as he told us, because he saw two players that were very good. But trust me on this. I had that paella.
Yeah.
Whatever you got, I had it seasoned perfectly, and the chef who was helping me came up, and a typical chef couldn't leave it alone.
Right.
And threw some more salt on it at the end.
Yeah.
And
I thought it was okay, but Gemma Soler and Dan Thomas complained that it was oversalted.
It wasn't great. It wasn't
Well,
the
I
best.
thought it was not me.
He's really got angry about that.
The chef almost got a slap.
But it was great, and thank you very much to everyone who did that. You could cook one again now, couldn't you?
Cook a paella?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
No one is after that. Trust me. Tomorrow, of course, we're heading over to the stadium.
I'll cook one for Stevie. He'll eat it. He'll eat a paella.
Yeah, Steve would want ground beef in it.
Put me minced beef and mashed potato. Put me minced beef and mashed potato in it.
Come on, Eleanor.
Tomato ketchup.
And actually take
There is
that.
not fish and chip paella.
Get rid of the rice.
There is not a
Get
fish and
rid
chip
of the
paella.
meat.
There is not.
No, so there's no ground beef paella.
No ground beef. Ground beef, mashed potato, ketchup, you name it. Carrots.
But Stevie, I promise you, he
vinegar
was
crisp.
really focused. He really wanted to do a good job, and he failed miserably.
Oh no. Have you ever tried paella? Would you try Craig's? Just for Craig, to show support to your friends.
I'd maybe give it a go. I mean, they're all here. Nobody had to stay in a hotel in bed being sick. So I'd give it a try.
I wondered where he was going with that.
Taking a look at the top of the Premier League right now, because first and second play each other on Sunday at Anfield, and ahead of the game, Anna Slot has revealed that Conor Bradley is set to start, following on from Trent Alexander-Arnold announcing that he's leaving the club.
Like everybody who likes Liverpool and who's a fan of Liverpool, we are disappointed for him leaving, because not only a good human being is leaving the club, but a very, very, very good fullback is leaving us as well. But I also worked at clubs like AZ Alkmaar and Feyenoord, where every season a very good or multiple very good players have left the club. So I'm a bit more used to it, maybe, that players leaving the club, and the experience I have, and by the way this club as well, that if a very good player is leaving, the next very good player will step up, and that's probably what's going to happen now again as well.
Craig and Louise are still with us here. Louise, I want to get your thoughts on this situation with Trent Alexander-Arnold, and whether you think Conor Bradley is a good enough replacement for him.
Of course, it's not an easy situation for anyone, not even for Conor Bradley. I'm sure that he will be delighted to be part of the game. I think he showed us, I remember one of his best games when he had the chance to score. I think it was against Chelsea on a 4-1 win. Fantastic on the right side. I think he showed that he's got the talent and the will to do a good job for Liverpool. Of course, he's lacking a little bit of experience, but he will get there. I think he's surrounded by amazing players who will help him to kind of fill up the big gap that Alexander-Arnold is going to leave there at Liverpool. And for Trent, I think that everyone in Liverpool knows that at some point this could happen. He had made the decision, and I think the farewell he has to be there at some point. I think he's done everything for the club, and he wants to have a new challenge. We'll see where he ends up. But I think that definitely Conor Bradley is good enough to play for Liverpool. And again, it will take a little bit of time, adaptation to get back into that rhythm of the competition. But right now, with the team already lifting the trophy, and just with a few games to the end, I think it will be a fantastic opportunity for him to show his quality.
Craig, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, it's a great shot in the arm for Conor. What's he laughing at?
We've only asked you 3 times.
I don't think you heard the first time.
No, we lost. I know I'm not blanking you, but we lost the sound again. I think you figured that one out. So, yeah, it's a great shot in the arm for Conor Bradley. Of course it is. It's not like for like. So you're going to have to change your style a little bit, because nobody can play. Probably nobody in Europe as a fullback can play and has the range of passing that Alexander-Arnold has. Of course, he has his defensive deficiencies that are well documented and we've talked about. But it's just a great boost for the youngster, who's got great pace. He's very direct, he's very quick, he's very aggressive, but he's also very inexperienced. And he's not going to be able to give you what Alexander-Arnold gave you in the final third. Those 50, 60-yard balls, those ranging passes, those free kicks. But who out there are you going to buy that's going to do that? So you got a choice to make, and the choice is in-house, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe it'll be too much for the lad. Maybe the pressure will get to him. Who knows if he's the regular sort of fullback and he's expected to do it week in, week out, rather than just coming in off the back of somebody getting a rest. So it's a decision that's been made, but it's also a decision that can change, and it's up to the young Conor Bradley to take that opportunity.
And obviously in opportunities like this at the weekend, these are the times that he can show the coach he's the right man for the job.
I don't think there's any question that he doesn't have the tools for the job. He absolutely has everything. Craig's talked about all the things that he does have. And in terms of Trent Alexander, you're never going to replicate, and you never do replicate. You know, when you bring a different player in, what you've got to concentrate on is the positive things that they give you as a team, and then you adjust from there. And there's no question, from a defensive point of view, it's going to be a million times better. Now, yes, you're going to lose that incredible passing range, but Conor Bradley, in the short period of time that he's played in the first team, has shown you going forward that he's capable as well. Lewis is talking about that Chelsea game where he scored, he had an assist. So he actually has all the tools. My only worry for him is if he can stay fit. You know, for a young man, he's had some injuries in the time that he's broken into now. And if he can stay fit, I have absolutely no problem at all in thinking that Conor Bradley will be Liverpool's right back for the foreseeable future.
As for Trent, what type of send-off do you think he's going to get? A warm one?
Well, I hope so. You know, all this nonsense about leaving Liverpool and he should be staying, and no, come on. How about you look at it the other way around? Look at the service he's given Liverpool. Cost him absolutely nothing. It goes both ways. The club have absolutely benefited from Alexander-Arnold playing for Liverpool, and Alexander-Arnold absolutely has benefited as well playing for Liverpool. So how about you give him a nice round of applause, a clap, whatever you want, buy him a beer, I don't care, but make sure it's a good send-off.
No, it's not definite, it's not confirmed, it's not official that he's moving to Real Madrid, Luis, but many think that is the next destination. If that is to be the case, how will that move go for him?
Yeah, it's been the rumor has been there for quite a long time. It's not the first time we talk about Trent leaving Liverpool, and the looked like the direction was going to Real Madrid. We'll see if that's going to happen, but definitely for him it's a massive move. Real Madrid is one of those global teams followed by millions and millions around the world. It's always a jersey comes with a lot of pressure, but I'm sure that he's already aware of that, and he's been in the biggest stages, so we know what that pressure means. But definitely for Real Madrid is a massive move. I think that having the opportunity to have a player like him, you guys have been mentioning about that is a unique, no replacement. Lucas Vázquez looks like he's gonna leave the club. He hasn't received a new contract. He's gonna be Carvajal that is not getting any younger, so he's also coming from a long injury. So in the end, he's a player who is going to add so much to this Real Madrid side, with players that are going to be so getting advantage of these fantastic long-range passes. Vinicius Junior, Kylian Mbappe, players who love this kind of passing, and players who can create opportunity for them. So I think there is a fantastic connection, the ones that both parts are going to have. Real Madrid having Trent, and of course Trent being at Real Madrid.
While we're talking about Liverpool, Craig, Mohamed Salah has been voted Football Writers Association's Player of the Year. He's said to have won by the biggest margin this century, with 90% of all votes cast. Would he have been your pick?
I'll say yes, because I haven't really given it much thought. I mean, it tailed off in the end a little bit, didn't it, with the contract talks, and is he staying, is he going? And he lost a little bit of form as Liverpool lost a little bit of form as you know, the league was quite clear that they were going to win it, and I think everybody took a little step down. But he is going to be playing on a big platform and possibly pushing Liverpool again next year to which will be another big fight really with Arsenal and maybe Man City. We'll see who else is in there. Champions League as well. So it's just huge, Luis.
I think that consistency, because if you have a look to all the players who have had the chance, neither of them have the opportunity to keep that consistency in scoring goal, assisting, being important. It's true that in the last part of the season he had that low, But again, if you try to find someone else that have kept that consistency, there is no.
But at his age now, can he? I mean, they've given him a new contract. Obviously, it's not a long contract.
Yeah.
But can he keep that consistency going? Because if he doesn't, which is difficult to do, but if he doesn't do that, then they're going to have to go out and buy a striker, because you have to sort of replace those goals.
Yes, definitely. And it's not going to be easy. A player who can give you 30, 35 goals a season is not easy at all. How much money you have to spend to bring a player like that one on these days, where most of them they are already taken. Not easy. But again, we've been talking about Mo Salah for quite a long time. We've been waiting, or a lot of people have been waiting to see now. Is this year? No, it's next year. And he stays, and he kept going, and he kept scoring, and he kept showing that he's a massive player for Liverpool. So we'll have to wait and see. But definitely, he's still the stamina. At least this season he has shown us. Doesn't get injured. That is also fantastic. So hopefully we can see the best of Mo Salah next season too.
Now, obviously, we know only the creme de la creme win this award.
Yeah.
The Football Writers Association Player of the Year. You won it yourself, Stevie. Stevie, you, of course, won this award. And as Craig said, Mohamed Salah can often drive you nuts. But is he a worthy winner for you this year?
I think so. Look, if Van Dijk had won it, you couldn't have complained. But at the end of the day, the game's about scoring goals. And the biggest pressure is on the goal scorers. We said it. He's been doing it year in, year out, and again he's done it this year. And again, without his goals, do Liverpool win the title? So, yeah, absolutely, he deserves it.
I think, as we said right now, today, there is only one candidate to win it, and that's Mo Salah. And despite, as Craig rightly points out, Liverpool kind of tailing off towards the back end of the season, as has Mo Salah, but still, right now, Liverpool have been the outstanding team in English football. My only caveat to that is, when is the voting or the polling done? Had Arsenal somehow gotten the better of PSG and gotten to a Champions League final, are we then having a different conversation? Are there other candidates that maybe kind of given Mo Salah's tailing off towards the back end of the season? Other candidates that leapfrog Mo Salah in that voting? But they didn't, so it's a moot point. As we said right now, there can only be one winner.
Just 4 points separating the two teams going into this clash, and our boys in Barcelona are all over it ahead of the game. This is how the odds are looking for Barca against Real Madrid going into the clash between these two sides. Barcelona obviously winning the 3 previous Clásicos this season. Real Madrid in a must-win encounter here. And we've got Dan, Luis and Craig with us for all of the action and all of the talk ahead of the big game. So I'm going to send it over to you, Dan, with all the news, all the latest news.
I'll just send it to you, Dan. You can do all the work. Thanks very much, Kay. Craig and Louise alongside me. Before we look ahead properly to what's happening this weekend, Louise, it's the first time we've had you on since that defeat against Inter. Just your reaction overall, having a couple of days to dwell on it. Like, how much from Barcelona perspective is it disappointment, not getting across the line, not being professional enough, or kind of a pride that, you know, they kept going when they were 2-0 down, as Craig mentioned, in both legs?
I think a little bit of everything, to be honest, because it's true that when you're watching the game and you see that you are losing 2-0 and you feel that you can make it because you've done it before, that comeback, managed to get back, to go ahead on the score, and just a few minutes after you are out of the competition, out of the Champions League final after 10 years. I think that the frustration to the players, to the supporters, to the club has been massive. Can they change the mentality to the game for Sunday? I think that they can, but definitely it was a big blow for them that not being involved, not having the opportunity or not manage the situation. We talked a lot about this one, and I think that Craig will agree with me that at some point we mentioned, listen, this Barcelona is lack of experience. In this kind of moment, they understand that you cannot play all the time that highlight, you cannot play all the time intensity, because at some points you're playing against one of the best teams, and you've seen it, how they have played. So you need to address that, and it's been many times that you feel it. But I still think that Barcelona did a fantastic job, not enough to go to the final.
As a player, Craig, how do you turn the page on it? How do you use it as a motivation for Sunday, or do you even need motivation?
You never need motivation for games that are as big as this when the pressure is on. as a player, you have to sort of learn as you go, as you get more experience, which Barcelona don't really have a lot of, as a lot of young kids. But you have to learn how to sort of brush these things off, as difficult as it is. You lose a derby game, you lose a big game at international football. You know, you play on a Saturday, you play on a Tuesday, Wednesday. With internationals, might be a defeat at the weekend, you got to go again. It's just the same here. You have to go again. There's a league title at stake. I'm just wondering, you know, in terms of how you feel for this, Louise, what's going to be more difficult? Is it the physical aspect that Barcelona went through, picking themselves up for, or the mental aspect? What one is going to be the most difficult for them to take into this game?
I'm more worried about the physical aspect in the second half, to be honest, because mentally, you know that there is a Clásico, and you are right there, and you know that winning it, or even with the draw, it could be enough. So you are ready to fight that mental side. You kind of clean what happened, and you focus on that game. But after 60 minutes, the things are not going your way. I'm not sure if this Barcelona is ready to have that intensity during 90 minutes. And against Real Madrid, you know that 10 minutes can put you away of the competition, put you away of the game in this case. So I'm a little bit afraid of that lack of consistency during the 90 minutes. We've seen the Barcelona times at some point where they got the low, they feel that they are not ready. 20 minutes can happen, and it happens against Inter de Milan, and you can see 2 goals.
I mean, if you heard that tearing, that's by the way, someone's just sorting out our lighting. Craig apparently looks a little old, and he just complained about it.
I quite like doing TV in the dark.
I think most viewers enjoy that.
I don't know what was happening. I was hearing the noise.
And here's the other question. Do Barcelona even need to get near their best? Which we certainly saw in the Inter games going forward.
Yeah.
Not defensively, because if you lose 7 goals in 2 games, you're doing things wrong. But that's the way they've played the season. Do they even have to get anywhere near 90-95% of the best to beat this Real Madrid side? Particularly in its current guise, with the form they're in, with the pressure they're under, and with the injuries they have. So I'm not even sure we need a full strength, 100% Barcelona turning up. I think as long as they play the way we know they can do, particularly going forward, and manage to sort of squeeze Mbappe and Vinicius, who we think over the front 2 of the game, I think they're going to be good.
What's interesting, Lewis, if I'm a Real Madrid fan, I'm hanging my hat on that second half performance in the Copa del Rey final. That's what I want to see from the start. And to Craig's point, if we can play like that, if Real Madrid can play like that, then they will push them, surely, all the way.
Yeah, but it's not many times that we've seen that Madrid. I was right. Dortmund, we go back to Dortmund. Yes, it's true. And we mentioned all the time. Do you remember? And I remember that in some of the shows that we did, Craig always go to Dortmund because we remember that game and that intensity and that desire and determination of Real Madrid. But we haven't seen that much. And you play away, and you are needed. You need to get that result, and you maybe push yourself and you rush yourself, and that's something that Barcelona can get in the way. But I still think that Barcelona, in the moment that they are right now, they are favorites for the game. But also I can tell you that this Real Madrid, with 2 sparks, they can score you 2 goals, and you still haven't started even the game. So that's my worry concern when we are talking about this Barcelona side, that in the past month it looks really, really vulnerable.
What's really interesting in all the build-up to this game from a Real Madrid perspective, Craig, it's not Kylian Mbappe, it's not Vinicius Junior, it's not Bellingham. It's Arda Güler. It's kind of the big talking point, given his performance against Celta Vigo.
Is he going to play? Is he not?
Well, I think he'll definitely play. I think he'll play. There'll be no Rodrigo. But does he make enough difference to this side to give them that edge?
Who else is making the difference? You know, because
that's where we're at.
That is where we're at. And if you watch them against Celta de Vigo, he had a sort of defensively he had a structured role, but offensively when they had the ball, he could pretty much float around, and he did. You know, obviously got on the score sheet, was a creator as well with a great pass through to, I think it was Mbappe in the second half, and he sort of floated around and picked up nice positions, and he's very tidy on the ball, and his chances have been limited, but that's kind of where they are. Ancelotti's looking for somebody to come in and help him out and make a difference. It doesn't matter who it is. He turned to his bench and he's saying, I need some help. And at least he's put his hand up at the Güler and said, look, give me a chance. So he's taken it. This is the bigger step, the bigger opportunity. Can he make that difference? Can he be the supply chain for the front guys in a game like this away from home? That's the big question.
If I'm Hansi Flick, I will be more worried about Arda Güler and his free role in the middle of the park than Rodrigo, that I know is going to be there in the right side. He's, of course, the speed. He's very quick and skillful, and he's dangerous, but he hasn't been in great form, to be honest, in the past month and a half. And you got Arda Güler, and he floats around, keeps the ball well, and he's got that timing. Fantastic pass, and you got 2 players up front who can do the job. A couple of runs, a couple of good passes from Arda Güler, and Barcelona is in trouble.
Who's better?
I go Jan Sommer. I thought, well, without question, it was the difference between the two, between Barcelona going through or not. And just as an individual performance, I thought that was as good as I've seen for quite some time. That does not mean in any way to minimize Donnarumma's performance for PSG as well. And Donnarumma has had a reputation over the years as being capable of the brilliant, but also capable of an error or two. But I thought his performance against Arsenal, is this the save from I think it was Odegaard, top of the box. This was a good reaction save. There's one that Odegaard hit very early on from the top of the box that came through bodies that he got down. This is the one. That is an incredible save when you consider how big Donnarumma is. The fact that he does not, I don't think he even sees Odegaard when he hits it, and the number of bodies that it comes through. I thought as goalkeeping displays. Jan Somers comes on the Tuesday, and you thought nobody's going to come anywhere close to equaling it. Donnarumma just about did. And again, while I lean Jan Sommer in terms of the better performance, that is not to take anything away from Gigi Donnarumma. Maybe struggled to find his feet or rhythm with Bayern Munich once Manuel Neuer got injured, but then has found a home in Inter. And again, producing the kinds of performances that we saw from Mönchengladbach for the 8 or 9 years that he was there. And again, I don't think anybody's ever doubted or disputed his quality other than that short spell at Bayern.
Do you agree, Stevie?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all the goalies did as well. I mean, Raya for Arsenal made some incredible saves as well. So, you know, these semis were as much about the goalkeeping as the outfield players, but regardless, all of it was fantastic.
You have no idea how happy it makes me to hear you say that, Stephen.
Well, we don't often get the chance.
Exactly, and that's my point.
We're usually talking about a goalie throwing one in, let's be honest.
I'm going to save that little bit and play it over. That's going to be my ringtone on my phone from now. Yeah.
First this hour, Tottenham will play Manchester United in an all-English Europa League final in Bilbao. Both were convincing winners on aggregate in their semi-final ties. Both have the chance to redeem miserable Premier League campaigns by winning a major European trophy. Well, let's start off with Spurs. They won 2-0 away at Norwegian side Bodo Glimt to go through 5-1 on aggregate. After a goalless first half, Dominic Solanke put Tottenham ahead before Pedro Porro made it 2 after an intended cross flew into the top corner. And after all the talk of an artificial pitch and tricky conditions inside the Arctic Circle, well, Spurs were comfortable on the night. 6 years on from their unforgettable win over Ajax in the semi-finals of the Champions League. And of course, that also led to an all-English final against Liverpool. Ange Postecoglou famously said he always wins something in his second season. And now, despite sitting 15th in the Premier League table, Spurs are one game away from achieving that dream. OK, well, Stephen Kelly was watching this one for us here in the studio. As comfortable as the scoreline suggests? Nervy, or what did you make of it overall?
It was actually. I was kind of the anticipation going into this game, the record that they have at home. You're fearful, the pitch, all these things culminating in Tottenham. You know, I know they had a 3-1 lead, but you're fearful that if they get an early goal, could this be, you know, a really tight, contested match? Especially the fact that they've beaten Lazio and Celtic and, you know, Panathinaikos all on their home turf over the last few years. So you know it's going to be tough, but Tottenham made it look easy. They didn't really struggle defensively, so solid. Bentancur and Bissouma middle of the park, and Bissouma I think has struggled for a lot of parts of the season, and he was excellent. Bentancur struggled through injury, but back to what his best was. Two fullbacks staying intact, Romero and Van de Ven, excellent at the back together, and it was just a really assured, comfortable performance. And I think they made it look easier than what it could have been. So yeah, really, really happy with where I went in the final.
Dominic Solanke seems to be just picking up a bit of momentum now. You know, more comfortable in the Spurs shirt, perhaps. You know, that very high price tag, you know, seems to have sort of been earned back with some crucial goals, and you needed that goal to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think for Solanke as well, for every forward, goals is what's important for their confidence, for the team. They're judged on that. But his work rate he does off the ball, for what he does for the team, is been brilliant. The way he presses, you know, today they played a little bit longer, weren't so passing through the lines, ball going up to him, and just forced errors on their side. And I think, you know, through the whole game, I think he was excellent. I think the last few games, he runs himself ragged every match, and you know his reward as it goes. He's got a couple of penalties in the build-up to this match, and then the goal from open play today was pounce in the box, really good, reactive finish from him. So yeah, he's been a really important player, and the fact that he was fit, you know, you wrap him in cotton wool going to that final. I don't think Tottenham can take any risks with those starters between now and their season. The Premier League is done. They're going to finish 17th, 15th, 14th. It's not going to have a huge impact on their season. This is their season, and those players all have to come through it.
I'll come back to that point in a second. Christian Romero, in terms of his contribution for that goal, I mean, seemed to be in the air an awful long time. That, for me, was critical, wasn't it? You know, he's captain, leads by example, needs to have an impact.
Yeah, huge moment from him. And I think his discipline in the game was excellent. In the last match, he showed a glimpse of what he can go over that line, but he always finds that fine margins, and today I thought his performance was excellent. A lot of rumours, a lot of circulation about where he's going to be next season, but he looked like the man committed to Tottenham, at least for this cause, and has a wonderful header to put Romero in, gets up really early far post, knocks it back down to a dangerous area, and it's a great finish from Solanke. But yeah, him and Van de Ven, it is a wonderful partnership. It's just we haven't seen it often enough this season because they've both been injured.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Stephen, in a moment, but let's just tell you about how Tottenham have fared in previous European finals. Won the Commonwealth Cup against Atletico 1963, a long time ago, and then UEFA Cup twice against Wolves 1972, against Anderlecht 1984, but also lost two finals, UEFA Cup against Feyenoord in 1974, and of course the big one only 6 seasons ago, the Champions League final in Madrid against Liverpool. And of course we now have a situation where they will now face another English team, and once again it will be in Spain. The reason is that Manchester United await Spurs in the final. They came from behind to beat Athletic Club 4-1 on the night at Old Trafford, 7-1 on aggregate. United given a bit of a scare in the first half when Ernesto Valverde's side took the lead. A loose pass from Harry Maguire led to a curling effort from Mikel Jauregui, which beat Andre Onana. After half-time, Mason Mount came off the bench and equalised for United. Very lovely, deft, Cruyff-turned curling finish into the bottom right-hand corner. Mount's first goal at Old Trafford. 8 minutes later, United went ahead on the night. Bruno Fernandes' free kick headed in by Casemiro to make it 2-1. And just before full-time, Amad Diallo set up Rasmus Højlund to make it 3-1. Before then, well, Mount got in on the act again, producing a stunning long-range finish into an empty net as it finished 4-1. So United into the final in Bilbao. It is their third final in 3 years. Ruben Amorim, who has seen his team drop to 15th in the Premier League, has the chance to win a major European trophy just 6 months since taking over from Erik ten Hag. Mike Phelan was watching this one with us. And again, I mean, you know, the scoreline 7-1 suggests this was easy over the 2 legs for United. Perhaps not felt the full picture.
Well, the scoreline was convincing, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, they did the damage away from home in a 2-legged competition. 3-0 should be comfortable. But in that first 60-70 minutes, it was all really, you know, it was all athletic. And it's a credit to them. They actually came with a good game plan. They were fearless, they got at United, and they made United, you know, work for it. You know, there's a bit of chaos in that defence at times, but United was so wasteful at times as well, going forward. Had a couple of opportunities. I think up to the substitutions, 1 attempt on goal. You know, and then the substitution changed it. Amad and obviously Mount changed the course of the game. It just got United a little bit further up the field. Obviously, you know, the opposition have to gamble a little bit if they want to really take something from the game. But all credit to United. They stuck to the task, and then the final, and that was everything they've been asked to do, get to this final. Not only that, they've got to go and win it. You know, it's just in their court now. And the opposition's going to be Tottenham, who have played well against United in the past.
Just quickly on a couple of players, I mean, particularly Mason Mount, how personally delighted are you for him? Because he's had such a tough time at Old Trafford. And 2, goals that show the class of the player. You know, back from when he was, you know, one of the first names on the team sheet for Gareth Southgate there with England, and you know, Chelsea doing some great things.
The game's about players, and it's about big players turning up at the right time to do what they do best. And obviously, he's been patient. He's been unlucky. You know, it hasn't been the greatest season for him, going to a new club and trying to settle in there, injuries. But to find his form right now and to contribute to 2 goals in a semi-final is exceptional. That just shows you, you know, he's got a strong mindset and a good will behind him to want to do it, to want to perform. So, you know, I think he takes a lot of credit out of that. The interesting bit now is where it leaves his manager as far as, does he get in the team? You know, I would think that Mount possibly now will see the season out, hopefully be in the team for the final. That'll be what he'll be, that's the question he's asking. And also Ahmad, I think Ahmad has justification as well, because he is a bright spot when he comes onto the field.
Yeah.
I must say, the crowd were always with United. Even though they may have been a bit edgy at times, they were always there with them.
But I think when you're 3-0 up, that's what you would expect.
Yeah, but it's a night at Old Trafford again where the supporters are different, a different class in a European game. And they'll travel well, they'll look forward to the final. It's something like, you know, a bit of silver lining over the season. And they'll look forward to the final. It will be a challenge, but they'll look forward to it.
Seaman was mentioned before for Tottenham, you sort of wrap those first team starters up in cotton wool. What do you think Ruben Amorim's going to do in the games that remain in the Premier League campaign and thinking about the Europa League final? Will he just simply be resting them or giving them some minutes, really trying to manage that, keep momentum but not expend too much energy?
Well, I think the ones that came on as subs, he will look to start them now and give them 90 minutes. I think that might be something you have to think about. He'll want everybody available with minutes under the belt in order to be ready for that final now. So yeah, I think he'll chop and change the team. Players will be fingers crossed that they get through it and get to that final. But all attention will be now on the final. Everything else doesn't matter, it's just the final. And I think, again, for both managers are in the same position, having had definitely a poor season, both clubs.
Yeah.
They've got this little cherry, this little reward to look forward to, and it's going to be winner takes all.
Yeah. It's the season saver in the Basque Country, isn't it? Got a little idea for you guys, if you're up for it. Seeing as it is Manchester United against Tottenham Hotspur in this Europa League final in Bilbao later this month, I would like you, if you would be so kind, in 30 seconds each to tell me why your club will win that Europa League final. Yes, I knew I'd get a right smile or a laugh out of that. But so, OK, tell you what, Mike, we're going to start off with you. I'll set my timer going and you can tell me why you think Manchester United have got a compelling case to win it. Go.
I think United have worked so hard in this competition to get to this final, and the one eye on the game is going to be about Champions League football. I think they have that quality to get there. It has definitely been the competition for them this year. And I think they've got goal scorers in the team. They've got creativity, they've got goal scorers, and that's why I think they could go all the way and win this tournament.
With 6 seconds to spare, Mike, couldn't you? You could have added some extra detail, but that's all good. It's all good. We'll take it. OK, Stephen, why will Spurs finally lift a first major trophy since 2008?
The desperation to actually get that over the line is massive at Tottenham. I think the willingness to want to go do it. They've shown a resilience defensively, shown a side of the game that we haven't seen under Ange. Solanke being in form, back four, back together. I think they make themselves a really tough team. I get Maddison's going to be out, but when you have Kulusevski coming back in the front, put an absolute shift today as well. I think they've got enough players, and we've shown in the past we can beat United, and just to throw Ange again, he always wins a trophy in his second season. So that's how I'm going to end on that.
Wow.
OK, we are going to kickstart the show by talking about Arsenal. Disappointing week, as we know, losing to PSG in the semi-final of the Champions League. So we thought now would be the perfect time to assess their squad ahead of next season, especially after the good news for Arsenal fans. We heard this morning that Zubimendi is joining the club. Got the Fabrizio Romano, here we go this morning.
Here we go.
Exactly like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
huge
give
news.
us an idea.
That is
Yeah.
huge news, isn't it? So we've got Alex in the hot seat, huge Arsenal fan, great knowledge. We're going to go through the entire squad and we're going to look ahead to this summer. Who do you think is going to stay? Who do you think should go?
And then, Faisal, you're going to
Chip
give your
in.
critique on his thoughts.
Sure. Give him
Start
some
with
digs.
keepers.
Yeah.
David Raya. Yeah, easy keep. There are Arsenal fans who are sort of going, oh,
"Oh, should we? Should we?" And I just think that's
really.
Because there's the Joan Garcia links and there's all sorts of stuff. So people are going, "Oh, maybe." I also think, in some ways, because of Donnarumma's performance, people look at that and go, like, "Oh, we need a bit of that." Raya is not our problem. Keep him. Absolutely no problem.
Perfect. Yeah.
Neto is going back to Bournemouth, so I suspect that's just going to be cancelled. He was cup tied. Neto. He was cup tied for the Carabao Cup.
Makes no sense.
Bizarre choice.
Carl Hein is an international goalkeeper. I'll probably say keep just because you need a third keeper.
Yeah,
He's been out at, I think it's Valor of the League this season. So
Cool. And as we say, this is what you want.
Yeah.
Your shout. So
I'll
this
keep
is
him.
Alex Moneypenny.
Neto returns.
Neto returns.
You are the sporting
Any
director.
thoughts, Faisal?
My hometown.
I
with
think
that?
the right decisions. Right decisions.
Okay.
Nuno Tavares next up. I think he's gone with an obligation.
Yeah. I think it is effectively.
So that's already done, but he is absolutely ripping up Serie A. So
Great season at Lazio.
Do you know what? He's had a couple of good seasons out on loan, though.
Yeah,
Tavares. I don't think it suited the Arsenal style of play, but fair enough.
Might be one of them best for all parties, right? Yeah.
Yeah, physically, he's worth taking a gamble on because he's unbelievable, but he just wasn't quite right for us, I don't think. Saliba. Where's he going to go?
Faisal, talk to us.
Now, let's go to Faisal here because Real Madrid are linked. So do you think that's likely? Where do you sit as a Madrid fan?
I think it's likely. I think his contract ends next season. We like
2027.
2 years. We like to go after free transfers.
Why?
Mbappe, Alaba, Rudiger, and now of course Trent Alexander-Arnold. So I feel like we are, and we've made it very known we want him. If you guys don't win next season, we are going to be calling him.
Yeah, being serious, I think Saliba stays for another season. We forget how young he is. He's 24.
Yeah. 24,
you know, even as a centre-back, he could sign another 4-year deal and still go and still be in his peak. So, he's great. And I do think he loves the club. I think there's some reports yesterday that he's going to sign a new contract. But yeah, we need to win.
Do you think he signs the contract?
I think so.
I think it is down to that. So you think it's down to whether you win the Premier League next season?
Not necessarily the Premier League or the Champions League. Look, ultimately, Arsenal have massive room to grow with our wages. This is something that I think we only have one player, Havertz, in the top 10 best paid players in the Premier League, which is insane. We have a lot of players who I think deserve bumper wages. Saliba is one of them. He could be one of the best paid players in the Premier League. He could be the best centre-back in the Premier League for a couple more years and still be in the middle of his career. So I don't think he's in a rush, but we do need to win.
Yeah, it's great ball-playing players. He's got the best passing accuracy of any Premier League player with more than 10 starts this season, which is a great stat for a centre-back.
Tierney,
let's stick to the defenders.
Tierney, I think, has agreed to go to Celtic, if I'm not wrong, so I think he's...
Okay, let's get him up.
But thank you for your service, KT. Ben White. Yeah, tough season for him. Physically, 22-23, if you go look back at clips of him then, he is bombing on and he looks really, really good. He looks really lean. This season, I think he's struggled physically. If he can get back to his best, he still has a massive part to play at Arsenal. But right now, Jurriën Timber is our right back. So
okay,
let's get him up there.
But yeah, he's
still in the keep though.
Yeah, I might have to ask you to do some of these as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, pass him over if you need to.
Mikel said it the other day. Our best defender.
Yeah,
our best defender, and I think one of the best defenders.
Do you think there's been an argument to say that he's been your best player this season? We're talking about this season. Because I think the level that he's taken, not just from a defensive perspective, but the goals he's chipping in with as well.
Absolutely.
Would that be a fair statement?
I think that's completely fair. The development of him, if you want a sort of an archetype of the best of Mikel Arteta in terms of that upwards trajectory, Gabriel just follows that. He's been amazing, and this season he's been terrific. But shout out to Kivio as well, who's done great in his absence. Timber, in my opinion,
what a player,
the best 1v1 wide defender, and I'm quite specific.
So specific, yeah.
1v1
on a Thursday night, on a Wednesday.
On a Thursday night with the rain falling that way. In the Premier League, I think he, as a lockdown 1v1 defender, he is unbelievable.
Do you agree with that statement?
I think he did well against Vinny, but Kivicha did against PSG. Did had his numbers a little bit, especially in the first leg. Let's be real.
A couple of actions where he looked a little bit stretched, but then he dealt with them over the two legs. So I think Timber is
it's sensational.
And I want to
tap in keep, isn't it?
I want to shout out as well. He's doing this off the back of an ACL.
Yeah, great point.
With no Ben White to support him. He's been honestly this guy incredible.
You might have to stick that up, Faisal, because it's stretching a bit. So a lot in the
Kivior though.
So
There was chat last summer that Kivior might leave the club.
Yeah, this is a tough one because. Are you going to find a basically fourth or probably fifth choice centre-back who can deal with Mbappe?
Come on now.
Are you... No.
I mean,
how many goals has Mbappe scored?
Inconsistent Mbappe, but yeah.
Okay, but point being that
he's turned it on Madrid, see what he's done.
Point being that he stepped in and did really, really well. So Look, if there's a great offer for Kivior, then maybe you think about it. But in terms of what I want him to stay. I think he'll go, but this is my.
Do you think he'll go?
Yeah, I think he'll go. I think Serie A clubs will.
It's your list though, so
yeah. So
yeah,
for me, you don't throw away someone who is this talented and can sit on your bench. For me, so.
Okay.
I think he's top. Thanks for the memories, but it is time to go. Zinchenko.
Yeah, 4 Premier League starts this season.
He's just the Premier League for me, as a trend, is just getting more and more physical. You see the running data, the players like Morgan Rogers who are thriving. And Zinchenko is brilliant for you, but in such specific game states that not that it's a waste, but I think basically Arteta lost trust in him at some point last season. I just think it's time for him to move on. And he's
still only 28, mate.
Yeah,
that's so mad. He's still only
Where do you think he'd go? Because I've seen other Arsenal fans say with that.
Atletico. I think his style suits La Liga quite well. Ball playing, and Atleti, they need a left back as well. Galan is getting a bit old. I think he'll be good for La Liga, but I do agree. I don't think he's worked out for Arsenal.
Give him more touches, give him more influence. He could be absolutely brilliant for a team, but for a team like Arsenal who are built on our out possession work, it's
different. Let's get him up.
Yeah, not for me.
Next up.
Oh man, this is so sad. Tomiyasu is such a good defender. He's an incredible defender, but he just can't stay fit. I will keep him, but I completely understand people will put him in go. I'm going to keep him because I want to give him a year to prove his fitness. He's had setback after setback. I think he's had personal issues away from the pitch, and I wish him well. But in terms of he can play in every position across the back four. He's been brilliant for us at times. I want him to succeed so badly.
But you wouldn't be surprised if he left this summer.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's put him up, and we'll go to a player that has also had injury problems this season. Calafiori.
Yeah, Calafiori. Again, a big shame that he's not maybe shown his best side at Arsenal this season. I think his best position is centre back. So how that plays out, I'm not quite sure, because I think the influence he shows stepping forward, like on the ball, and then maybe his deficiencies have maybe shown a little bit more out wide, judging distances when he's defending and stuff. But 5.5 months out, I can't ask him to leave because of one season.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's just a nailed-on stay, isn't he?
He's staying for me.
Back onto your side, and then a player. I mean, we don't really need to consider here either, do we? Mars Skelly, up he goes.
Stick him down.
What a talent he is, Faisal.
Absolutely. I can see him. I know I say a lot of times, he's got Madrid ability about him. Saliba, I feel like, but I think there's something about Lewis Skelly that screams Real Madrid. Screams.
The life of a Madrid fan, by the way. They just hand-pick whoever they want.
So I was right about Trent.
I'll have him. Yeah, I fancy him, yeah. Oh, what a bad season. We haven't won the Champions League this season. Anyway.
Honestly.
Next up.
Insane.
Back to Arsenal.
Thomas Partey.
Look, Partey's a brilliant footballer, but I can't ignore Atalanta, the penalty, not closing down Neto, back post against Villa, there's individual against PSG, probably at fault for 2 goals. It's just time for me to move on from Partey as his contract's expiring, and as we're signing Zubimendi, I think we take a massive leap forward in terms of our tempo control. Partey is just ball forward, ball forward, ball forward, ball forward. Zubimendi can put his foot on it a bit more, deal with it in the park. Partey's great, but it's just sometimes players it's their time. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, let's put him down. We'll go to the next one.
Oh.
Come on, this is a keep. Let's be real. It has to be a keep.
It's absolutely a keep.
What was the hoof about?
It's absolutely a keep. Look, a lot of Arsenal fans are frustrated with his performance this season, and that's completely fair. I think, going back to my point earlier about physicality, dealing with contact, especially if I'm giving you, in the middle of my pitch, loads of touches, and you're having to drop out, and you're having to sort of, do your best work away from there. I need more physicality. I need you to hold up the ball centrally, and Ødegaard can't really do that. Look, there's rumours that he's injured, etc. Absolutely, but there's a lot of people. He needs to stay, and he's in the team. But next season, I need to see a big.
It's interesting because I've seen Arsenal fans that have been quite vocal about Ødegaard. Obviously, 2 goals, 7 assists in 27, which obviously by his own great standards is probably lower than people expected. But I feel like there's circumstances that we need to factor in with the injury, and also he's such a quality player, Faisal. Someone you know well, obviously,
absolutely.
Player. Surely he is key to Arsenal.
I feel like he's been massive last season, but this season when you expected him to deliver, especially when Saka went out, he wasn't there. I do agree with you. I feel like next season is a massive make or break. Like, if he doesn't deliver next season, I can see Arteta maybe pushing him.
Yeah, he's crucial to our out of possession stuff. So I don't want to take that away from him. But he's a player who thrives with great players around him, like Bukayo Saka. He's not necessarily someone who can create in isolation. He is brilliant. I don't want him out of my team, but I need to see more.
I think Theo Walcott made a very good point. I think he said he's too comfortable. He doesn't have someone
Right.
to compete with, and I think it's closer to you.
I think he's a quality player. I know what you're saying. It's not this season.
Jorginho, we can blow through this one kind of because he's
I think so.
already
he's
out the door.
He's gone to Flamengo.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Here he is. Mr. Number 9.
Yeah.
Mikel Merino. Yeah, look, I wasn't sure early on in terms of his early performances. Deeper on the pitch, I think he's brilliant. So there's some like numbers that go around about his duels, and he's like the best dueler in Europe. It's the second ball that I don't always feel like he wins it, and then he can't quite orient himself in the way Declan Rice can. He is brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant, and you saw as a number 9 his intelligence to read the game, just drop back, and his ball striking as well is top. So. Yeah, again, probably isn't going to start every game, but for a squad to win.
I think that's the thing about the squad as well. The versatility is going to be key, and you've identified a lot of players that can play in various positions. Marino's clearly one, and I think he's going to be a key player.
Another tap-in?
He is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And surely this man's a tap-in, yeah.
Not sure we need to discuss that too far. Declan Rice.
Obvious keep.
Yeah.
Sambia again, I think is either on a loan with obligation or will go. So I think that's a.
Yeah. He's a Seville, I believe, isn't he?
Yeah. But I think that's. I don't
see him coming back.
I can't see him coming back. I want this man to be given a lot more chances next season. I was really, I'm going to say upset at an 18-year-old not coming on his PSG. That's unfair. But I was really hoping one area would come on and play a big part. In terms of play, Arsenal are crying out for players who, Mikel's quoting 0.07 XG for the chances or whatever. This is a guy who creates those sorts of moments for you. He already has a trademark finish. He's brilliant. He's really brilliant. He's in that market.
Do you think he should have played more when you had the injury issues? I felt like that during that injury hit period when Saka was out, I wanted to see more Nwaneri. Maybe it's the excitement in me because he was so good when he got his chances, but felt like he didn't get enough minutes in that moment.
Yeah, Mikel's played him out wide, and he's not that guy. He wants to collapse inside. Saka's so good at holding that width. If you give Nwaneri the central areas, he's ready.
Would he play as a 10 over Odegaard?
As a 10. I don't know, not over Odegaard, but
Did he play with him?
I don't think Mikel would ever play to Odegaard and Nwaneri. He would never play like that. I don't think because he wants his left 8 to be a double pivot. But yeah, Nwaneri's absolutely ready.
Next one, obvious tap-in. Saka.
It's
another player though that's only got what?
Live?
He's only got what? 2 years left on his contract, hasn't it? As things stand.
Supposedly we are negotiating. I think there's some rumours. I think he will stay again. He's so young still. But yeah, I think I rate Bukayo Saka unbelievably. Even I didn't see the numbers before his injury that he was getting to this season. He was
incredible.
Extraordinary.
Gabby Jesus.
Yeah, another one. Jesus is brilliant across, I would say, all 3 forward positions. But with his ACL, it's like, do you remember Hector Bellerin when he lost his pace? Sometimes a player, when you lose, it's his burst, it's his ability to jump in and out of spaces, and when you lose that, or you lose the confidence to do that, your whole game kind of falls away a little bit. And
he did have a moment though this season where it felt like he hit a run of form, could fill that void that was left when Havertz was, and then it was injured. It's such a shame for him timing-wise. But this summer with an injury, does he? I think it's a hard sale, or like.
It's a hard sale for sure. I don't think you can sell him injured. But I also would keep him for another year. You can do a lot worse with.
Definitely.
Gabby Jesus is your 5th or 6th attacker. You can do a lot worse than Gabby Jesus. The only issue with Jesus, he's our 2nd highest paid player. That's the only tricky thing with Jesus. But
he's in keep for now.
I would
keep him. Okay.
Gabby Martinelli.
Sorry. We need major attacking signings.
Oh wow.
We need major attacking signings. I would, this is like my catchphrase, I would love to be wrong. The one thing that I don't want to do anymore as an Arsenal fan is squint to see how good you are and be going, well, if I gave you a full back, or if I gave you more creativity, if I gave you whatever. Gabriel Martinelli should thrive at the top level, but Arsenal need to win today. Now, today. Do you know what I mean? And I think he just needs another couple of years.
I want to introduce the next magnet at the same time, because is it a similar conversation about Trossard then?
Again, it's about squad depth. I think Trossard you keep because there's so much variety to his game. But basically, Arsenal.
So you'd keep Trossard and sell Martinelli?
Yep. Because I think with Martinelli, you need a big sale. Basically, you can't. Where are we going to get the money for Isak for 150 million pounds? We're obviously going to sign. But where are we going to get the money for?
How much would you realistically think Martinelli would go for?
it should be 60, 70 million pounds. And by the way, if he stays and bangs, I will be buzzing.
Let's have a look at the comparison. Martinelli, 9 goals and 5 assists in all comps this season. Trossard, 10 goals, 7 assists this season. But you would say that you'd look to sell Martinelli?
I think a lot of Arsenal fans have come to a point where they can see the talent, they can see he's a brilliant player, he has been absolutely excellent for us, but it's the Coutinho sale. We won't get that kind of money, but someone has to go for a project to go to the next level.
I think there'll be a lot of interested parties if Gabriel Martinelli.
Yeah, and who else?
I doubt for 70 million though. I don't think he would go for 70 million.
I think he would. I honestly think.
What do you think, Faisal? What number?
I think he wouldn't. There's no way he goes above 50. I think he's looking at 35, 40.
Whoa, that's low, man.
Above
really low.
50 for Martinelli.
But also,
he's still only 23 years old.
For a team who plays more transitionally as well, he'd be excellent. He doesn't quite suit our system either. So for me, if I have to sell someone,
well, it's your list.
It's your list.
It is your list.
I love it. It's entertaining. They're both you.
Get to the 4 players. Arsenal fans, let us know what you think of those 2 selections.
Who have we got next? An obvious keep.
Yeah, obvious keep. Massively missed him. A lot of Arsenal's, we've been conceding a lot from set pieces, and it's because we miss him at the near post. Honestly, he's so important all around the pitch.
Do you feel like, because he's a player that a lot of people have an opinion on when he's playing, when he's not playing, but do you feel like we've really seen what you miss when he's not playing now? Like, you've really seen how important he is for Arsenal these last few months when he's not been there?
Yeah, absolutely. The running he gets through for a player with, if you look at the back end of 23-24, his output, like, who can do that?
Okay, stick him up. Next up is a loanee, so I presume Raheem Sterling, you're going to say returns? Didn't quite work out, did it? That move
look,
Chelsea, really?
It's the PSG game tells you everything. We're desperate for a goal. He's not coming on, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Okay, last few magnets. Let's have a reminder of the ones that you've got remaining.
We've got Fabio Vieira.
Does he return or does he stay in Portugal?
Arsenal need more creativity. For me, Fabio Vieira stays, but that might be like a late window sale. It might be a see him in pre-season, see how he gets on. I don't think I could be wrong in this, but there's some stat about he's never completed 2 90s in a row in the Premier League or something. It's something like that in terms of consistency. I do think in terms of a final ball, the underlying numbers show he's right up there with the best passers in the league. It's just his other parts of his game. I want to see him give him a bit more time, but equally it may be a late sale. So I'll keep him, but...
Okay, it's an interesting one.
Keep him or
keep him, yeah. Sorry, mate. Reece Nelson, brilliant, great player, great dribbler. And by the way, this season, who would I have preferred, Sterling or Reece Nelson? Reece Nelson, probably. But I think it's time for him to go, personally.
Okay.
And
finally, last one.
Marquinhos, who... I had to check with the producer, still played for us.
Yeah, he does. I think he's on loan still.
No.
I'm going to say, so let's stick him up. There's quite a lot of outs there.
Yeah.
Faisal. What do you make of the volume?
I feel like the question is, you've put a lot of outs, which most of them I agree with. The question is, do you think Arsenal would replace the depth of most of these players, especially the likes of the midfield, the defence, Martinelli leaving? So you've got basically Reece Nelson, Martinelli, Raheem Sterling, all 3 wingers, attackers. Do you think you can replace them in terms of numbers?
I think so. Just numbers in the squad.
Yeah.
We've got Saka, Havertz, Jesus, Trossard, and then I think we'll sign 2 forwards. So I think that basically gives us a group of 6, and for me that's got also Mikel Merino, number 9.
Ooh, so there we have it. There is Alex's stay or go for the Arsenal squad this coming summer. Let us know what you think.
Welcome back to Saturday Social, where we are joined by Faisal and Alex Moneypenny. Right, huge news broke this week that Trent Alexander-Arnold is officially leaving Liverpool and looking set to join Real Madrid this summer. Gave us a little idea, didn't it, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. We obviously got a La Liga expert on the show today. So we're going to be looking at some of the best ever Premier League to La Liga transfers. I think we'll go through this pile, which is absolutely stacked, by the way, and put them into this tier list. You're going to lead this one, Faisal. Should we start with probably the greatest?
Yeah, A to E, A being the best.
Cristiano, B?
Our greatest player, I think this is the bargain. He was bought for 85 million, but this is an absolute bargain. more goals than games. 451 goals and 413
Incredible.
appearances. Like, it's
The greatest
incredible.
Real Madrid player ever for you?
For me, I think what he's done, and I love what he said after when we lost against Bayern in the Champions League 2012. He said, "I let you guys down, but La Decima will come."
Yeah,
2 years
I
later,
remember that.
it came, and 5 more followed after that.
Yeah,
So
ridiculous. I think he's a tapping.
What an
player.
absolute!
It's going to be tough this because A could end up being stacked. Some of these
Yeah,
players.
this is your list.
I'm going to try not to make it too stacked.
Another player who an
Mr.
absolute
Gareth-
phenomenon. for
Mr.
Real
Gareth Bale, 5 final goals.
Yeah.
5 final goals, which includes 3 goals in the Champions League.
Great point.
2014, 2018. Injuries hit towards the end of his career, and it started in the last couple of years. He didn't play as much, but still as vital, still as important, and still as clutch as ever.
5 times championship. I think you make a great point for the goals, the quality of goals he scored. I remember is the Copa del Rey goal.
Copa del Rey.
The whole team. The Champions League
Over
final,
it.
arguably the
Second.
best Champions League final goal ever.
If he sport Spurs.
Yeah. But is
Bicycle,
it for you?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. What a player.
Next up.
Could get stacked.
Before
And
we
then-
come to phase 1, Alex, this player, where would you put him? Coutinho.
£146 million signing.
Someone has to go in the bottom category.
And that's the reality. They bought him for that is the reality. They bought him for 160 million, and it never made sense. I don't understand the signing of Philippe Coutinho because it never made sense for a profile standpoint. He was never there for the system. You got Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, and he was supposed to be the replacement of Iniesta. It never made sense.
Yeah.
And
21 goals, 11 assists in 92 La Liga appearances. You remember how good he was the previous year
at Liverpool.
But I think you make a good point about the systems.
The system
being
never
very
made. He
different.
played
for Bayern against Barca.
Yeah.
On loan.
He played as a left winger.
So where you stick him in E.
Absolutely.
Value for money, it's probably.
And speaking of value for money, the other flip side of the coin is £55 million in 2022 for Rafinha.
If you had asked,
he's been unbelievable this season.
If you had asked me last season, where would I put Rafinha? Rafinha would be right now either C or D. But because of the season he's having, so far what he's done this season, the numbers, the assists, the goal scoring chances, everything he's done this season has basically. The value is now making sense.
Where do you think he rates in the Ballon d'Or contention? I know Barca are out of the Champions League now, but 13 goals in 14 Champions League appearances. He was in the conversation, wasn't he?
He's right up there. The goal that sums him up for me is the one in the semi-final where he shoots off his left. He gets parried back to him, shoots off his right. Same quality. That is incredible. I mean, I'm an Arsenal fan. Mikel tried to sign him in 2022, I think it was.
Where would you put him? Where would you put him as the neutral here, the independent?
I think it's you can't put him right up there. I think it's C or B. Maybe B is a bit recency bias.
I've got B.
Yeah.
I think what he's done this season.
Wow.
I want to get your thoughts on the next man, Eden Hazard, because so much excitement from a Madrid fan perspective when he signed him, but obviously
and hopefully we
didn't
get
work
3
out.
points
Did it
today.
4 goals,
Good man,
9
thank you.
assists in 54 appearances.
Okay, you're a man who travels
And he
absolutely
retired at the
everywhere
age of
watching City, and we
32.
appreciate it greatly. What's been your favourite away game this season?
I'd say Chelsea on the opening day. Yeah, just because of we thought we'd go from winning 2-0 to that and ended up with nearly not very much. It's been a bit of an anti-climax really, but yeah, I'd say Chelsea.
And you'll definitely be back next season, of course, as always.
Without a doubt, yeah, no problem at all, definitely.
Thank you for your amazing support, all right? As you can hear, the fans are making loads of noise at the turnstiles. We're going to head back pitch side, and that was the thoughts of the fans. We're going to head back pitch side.
Thanks so much to
thoughts of the
FG
fans.
there. Thank you to all the incredible away fans that have travelled all over the country Thank you to all the supporting City this year as incredible well. away fans that So have we are travelled doing all a over the poll. You country can currently see the scores on your screen there. It's So on we are YouTube for doing your a poll. favourite Inside City at 500 moments. So it is currently Kevin Hart's winning with 48%. Oh, okay. There's only 6% on your favourite, Kevin.
Surprise there, yeah.
Oh,
Kevin Hart's a
crikey.
funny guy, though, isn't he?
Balotelli on 38, that was basically just the smirk. City wins 6-1, Balotelli smirks. And then, Jolien as Iron Man's only 10%. So
Yeah.
basically you two picked the ones that the fans that like the least.
Yeah, it's a bit like how the afternoon's gone, hasn't it, with the quiz?
You've still got time to vote. You can get onto YouTube now and choose your favourite Inside City at 500 moment. Now, it's been a busy week across the club, as always, football at all levels. So, give you a bit of an update about what's going on with everybody. So, last night, our EDS team progressed to the PL2 final with a big 2-0 win over Manchester United. It was a brace for Divine Mumbama, which means City will face Palace or Southampton, and the game will be played on Monday. So here are the goals. Now let's take a look at these. Divine Mumbama Steve, give us your thoughts when this goes in.
Oh, it's a good header. I mean,
question the marking, eh?
Well, the marking's not great, but he does what centre forwards are told to do, kind of head it back where it comes from, across the goalkeeper. And even if the goalkeeper gets a hand on it, somebody could possibly follow it in. But yeah, it's a good header. Lovely little ball in as well.
Okay, and this will be the second one as well for City. Oh, nice movement.
Oh,
was that a back heel?
Yeah. Audacious.
Lovely stuff there. So that was the second goal in that game for Divine Mabama, which means that City will face Palace or Southampton. That is on Monday. Also, on under-18s, they played their final game of the under-18s Premier League North, which they had already won. That was against Newcastle today, and the score finished 3-3. Finley Gorman's long-distance strike was the highlight. Try and check that one out on City Plus. So 65 points they finished with, which is a record for an under-18s North side since the restructure back in 2017. So a phenomenal season for the under-18s. Huge congratulations to them. Our under-18s play Villa next Saturday in the Premier League National Final. That is at Villa Park, and that is a repeat of course, the FA Cup Youth Final, which we lost last week. So hopefully there will be an element of revenge there for the under-18s. And also the women had their last WSL game of the season. It's finished shortly, not long ago, and they ended up beating Crystal Palace 5-2. Shout out to Rebecca Kanak. 2 goals for her today. Also, she scored at Old Trafford last week as well, so it's great to have her back. So, and also two assists there for Ava Fagino as well. So the women won 5-2 against Palace today. So, oh my goodness, less than 10 minutes away from today's 3 o'clock kickoff against Southampton in the Premier League. Let's head back over now, back right down south to Southampton and get the final thoughts from FG and Michael Brown.
Yes, welcome back to St Mary's. We've come round to the away section to watch our players go through their final preparations. Big game, big stakes for Manchester City, and the home team, it's their penultimate home game of the season, and you just informed me they're playing Arsenal next. So
yeah, nice couple of easy ones for them to end after a disappointing season. And the other one is Everton away in Everton's final game. So very much all to do for Southampton when they're feeling sorry for themselves when things haven't gone their way. But we've got a great following again, haven't we? We'll be right behind it. We've got to cement that place in the Champions League. That's why it's so important. The focus is there now. They realise they're going to come out of the blocks and try and win the game as early as we possibly can.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd say that everybody here is probably expecting a Manchester City win, but it's never that simple in football. You can see how focused our players are as we pan the camera towards them, and it's very much, you know, the level of professionalism throughout everything this season has been extraordinary. This group of players have come out of a really difficult spell and potentially have an opportunity to end the season so well, and also with some silverware.
Yeah, that's about what it's about, isn't it? Winning some silverware. That moment now, getting over there, the focus there, the fans now are just giving that little bit of an extra sort of support, and when you walk out, that's the best feeling as a footballer. You get that walk across, it just gives you that buzz, it gives you that lift. That's what you do it for. Now obviously Haaland back, Kevin De Bruyne, we get him another time. It's coming, isn't it? But you know, it's about focus. It's about making sure you dominate the game. We'll have a lot of possession. We know they've got some dangerous players, but we've got to maybe score an early goal just to put it at ease and completely control it with next week in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Next week in mind, indeed. I mean, you've got to get to GoCom, so we better head back to the studio straight away. You'll be able to listen to this man throughout, as always, as we do every week. Big game here today. Stick with us. We'll see you at half-time.
Thank you so much there to FG and to Michael Brown. So the Southampton team, you can see them there in the tunnel. We're awaiting the City team now. Less than 6 minutes until kickoff. You can get full match commentary on the Manchester City app if you're not currently watching us on the Manchester City app. Time to get yourself over there now. You'll get the commentary from the wonderful team, the real Ant and Deck, Alistair Mann and Michael Brown. Love you, FG. Quickly, gents, give me a prediction for today's game, Steve.
Ooh. It's a difficult one because I think even if City don't score early doors, I still think they can get goal, and then they could go on. Football is weird. Sometimes you expect a team to basically run away with it, and they don't. I still think this is going to be...
Come on, Steve.
4-0.
Woohoo! Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Well, I'll go one less. I think it's going to be a tough afternoon for Southampton. I just don't think there's enough quality in that squad now, and the way they are, if they go behind, first 5 or 10 minutes, it's going to be a long afternoon for them. So I think they'll probably take a 3-0. So as much as it hurts to say, I think it'll be a comfortable afternoon for City.
3-0 for Kev, 4-0 for Steve. I'm going 5-0 because I think.
Do you know what the
Kevin
weird
De Bruyne looks?
The weird thing is, I think if you'd asked, I know this, you know, if you'd asked them, but put, like quietly, if you'd asked the Southampton players, would you take 3 or 4-0? I think they'd go, yeah.
Oh my gosh! Okay, well, I hope I'll be happy with that. Right, let's go over now to our incredible commentary team, Alistair Mann and Michael Brown, and we'll see you back at half-time.
Thank you, Natalie. 3 weeks remain of the season and City sit positively in third, and with many of their nearest rivals playing against each other, today represents a major opportunity to move closer to securing a place in next season's UEFA Champions League. With a full week to prepare for the FA Cup final, the Blues can truly focus on overcoming Southampton, and while there is no such thing as a formality, the hosts are coming close to ending the most torrid of seasons, having already been beaten in 28 of their 35 matches this campaign. Well, the bottom club Southampton come into this one off the back of a 2-0 defeat to 19th place Leicester. And interim coach Simon Rusk has made 3 changes to his lineup, bringing in Bree, Wellington and Dibbling. Ex-City Academy star Taylor Harwood-Bellis faces his former club at the heart of a 3-man defence, which looks to have wing-backs to supplement those 3 centrally. Southampton have scored the fewest goals and conceded the most. They've also lost 11 of their last 12 matches here. Well, the big news for City is the return of Erling Haaland for his first start since coming off injured in the FA Cup tie at Bournemouth at the end of March. Another returnee, Manuel Akanji, gets his first start since February, while other changes see Phil Foden's first start since the Manchester derby, while Rico Lewis and James McAtee also return. All of those who make way are on the bench this afternoon. Captain Kevin De Bruyne starts once again. The legendary midfielder is thirsting to create even more lasting memories before he bids farewell in the summer. Well, talking of legendary midfielders, alongside me today, the former City central midfielder Michael Brown. Michael, there doesn't seem a logical reason why City shouldn't win today, but what are the dangers that are lurking in the background?
Well, I think there's a team who are hurting. It's a team who've obviously inherited a caretaker manager who will want to set the tone. He'll have got a reaction in that dressing room, trying to get some sort of bounce out of the squad. I feel like they have had that in a little bit, but not in a massive sort of game-changing effect. But they will be looking to this and saying, how can we do well against worldwide players? I think that'll be the point for me, is can I show that I'm still worthy of a Premier League position? Can somebody come and buy me? And then you've got the youngsters, and somebody you know I'm going to talk about, Tyler Dibbling, who I feel like is one every club have been monitoring. Wonderful ability. He'll want to get on the ball. He'll want to try and create. They're going to maybe have to have long spells without the ball, but they can certainly come forward. They've got some pace in areas, and it's always difficult. I think we've been here before when we haven't come off of a great performance or result, as we've seen, didn't we, in the cup competition. So we've got to be ready. It's a really strong, experienced side. I think that's what I would note from Pep's selection today. So yeah, it's about starting well and give them no opportunity whatsoever.
And today's referee is Tim Robinson. The only previous time he's refereed a City game, they won 2-1 away at Luton in December of 2023. So a City win would open up a 4-point gap over Newcastle and Chelsea, who meet each other tomorrow at St James's Park. This could potentially therefore be a pivotal weekend in the chase for Champions League football. And it is a simply glorious day on the south coast. Unbroken sunshine, temperatures around about 22 degrees, and a sellout crowd. Well, certainly the City section, plenty of empty seats, I'm sad to say, in the Southampton ends, but that is unsurprising off the back of their torrid season so far. Well, City are dominating possession already, as we expect them to do throughout the 90 minutes. They're in the final third, but only on the edge of it, with Rico Lewis, McAtee and Bernardo Silva exchange a couple of passes. Remember, the Blues only beat Southampton 1-0 back in October. That was an early goal as well, but Southampton were very, very good at that point. And, well, they were in the relegation zone, but many felt that they would be out of it at some point. It hasn't proven to be the case. An early corner for City in the opening moments of the fixture. Chance to examine Southampton from a set piece for the Blues. Haaland and Diaz jostling for position. Akanji just in front of Ramsdale. It's Phil Foden in swinger, and Ramsdale, to be fair, clasped it to his body, and then he sends Southampton scurrying forward with Sulemana on the counter-attack. Kovacic has come back with him, and in fairness, he has stopped the surge, and the ball is now back on the halfway line. But there you go, Michael, not a surprise that Southampton's first thought was to just ram that ball forward and get Sulemana on the chase.
We've got to. I was surprised that he checked back. Obviously, great recovery runs from Manchester City. 3 or 4 got back just to try and make sure, but I felt like he should have had a go. His first touch was poor, wasn't it? You can see Kovacic thinking he didn't want to be in that position, but it's one of those. Ramsdale react quickly, and away it went, try and catch City, but they've just gone into a block. They're not going to move. They're going to not have much of this ball, surely.
City have just played a careless pass, actually, and in the end Southampton have won a throw level with the edge of their own penalty area. City come into this in their best form of the season, actually. They won the last 5 in all competitions, unbeaten in 9, lost just 1 of the last 12. When it comes to the business end of the campaign, the Blues just seem to find the necessary formula, and they will be chomping at the bit to get this game in the bag as soon as possible, so that then they can truly prepare for next weekend's FA Cup final. Remember, the Blues were in a cup final a few years ago that wasn't the final game of the season. Of course, for almost all of the 120-odd years of the FA Cup final is the final match of a domestic season, but not to be this time around. The Blues will have 2 Premier League games to play after they travel to Wembley to face Crystal Palace. Great shame, really. Michael, what are your thoughts on the FA Cup final not being the final one of the season?
Yeah, it was always that one we waited for to close it, unless you had the luxury of a Champions League final. I almost feel like it should be that day, really, but I do understand that certain ways we can't always fit everything in, commitments, Club World Cup, etc. But the calendar's just getting busier and busier for these players, and it is changing tradition, something we've always wanted, that 3 o'clock on a Saturday also.
True enough, it'll be 4:30 next Saturday, but let's not turn our attentions there yet. City on the edge of the area. Diaz plays it out to Lewis. Lewis clips it in. It's going to get cleared by Dibbling, but City will pick it up again near enough on the halfway line with the throw-in. And the early 4 minutes have gone exactly as everyone who turned up today at the St Mary's Stadium was expecting. City completely in control, bossing the game. Southampton in retreat, and I think everybody inside the ground is just waiting for that first opportunity. And will City take it and then start to just take the game away from the beleaguered Southampton, who have the genuine possibility of becoming the worst team ever in Premier League history in terms of the number of points and the goal difference combined. City have the ball on the edge of the final third. Kovacic plays it out wide to Rico Lewis. He's in the right wing position, plays it to De Bruyne, gets it back. Then it goes on to McAtee and backwards to Diaz, and a little ball inside, and the crossing position is on, but in the end it's blocked, and it will be cleared by the Brazilian Wellington, who is only making his 4th start for Southampton. City have just won a throw, level with the edge of the Southampton penalty area. This first 5 minutes has been played entirely in Southampton territory, pretty much, and the Blues are once again on the edge of the final third. Kovacic slips it into the box, but Southampton will get it away and start to express themselves, and Sulemana, who will be ploughing the lone furrow, tries to win a free kick, but it is just a throw on the halfway line.
think that's the thing, isn't it? Do you know, when you talk about retreating and waiting, this is a complete sort of just sit in, wait, nobody at the top of the pitch, and just try and stay in the game. And this is going to be a very frustrating day for the Southampton supporters and players.
Indeed so. City still in and around the final third. Diaz clips the ball out to the left. Gvardiol heads it across, and Ramsdale gathers it into his arms. So no chances created, but City have spent all the first 6 minutes pretty much in control of the ball, and the vast majority of that period inside Southampton territory. Just game number 525 for Pep Guardiola today, and he'll be hoping that the Blues will record yet another win for him. And whilst it won't definitely be a place in next season's Champions League, the fact that the last few games of the campaign see Newcastle face Chelsea, Chelsea face Nottingham Forest, does seem as though if the Blues can get to 67 points, it may well be sufficient. Obviously it won't mathematically be, but I think psychologically that will certainly be a big statement with Newcastle playing Chelsea tomorrow afternoon. But first things first, we've got to get the win, we've got to get the goal, and in the opening 7 minutes that hasn't been threatened yet. The Blues still camped in Southampton territory with De Bruyne, but they're in the middle third at the moment, the Blues. Akanji joins in, helps it on to Foden, who's popping up everywhere in this free role he's pretty much got. Kovacic helps it on to Diaz. Diaz places out wide to Lewis. City have got the option of putting a cross in with Haaland back in the starting 11, but they again passed up that opportunity, and Southampton can try and get the ball away, but City will win it back easily with Diaz, who plays it on to De Bruyne, and De Bruyne's just lost it, and he was fouled right on the edge of the area. I think it was one of those where the referee had a good think about it, wasn't convinced at first, and then thought, well, actually I've got to give it, and it's a free kick to City on the edge, Michael.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the Southampton bench is saying. We were just seeing one on the touchline just before that, a tiny bit of contact that he decided not to give. So it's all right for one and not the other. I do see their point. He possibly could have given both, but it's a good position. City are just starting to find their way. And McAtee on that right-hand side, and Foden just coming inside, and De Bruyne getting further forward, causing problems. It's a nice combination that we've seen before, haven't we? You know, in these positions now. The personnel on the ball of Kevin De Bruyne and a Phil Foden. You can go in swinger, you can go with that right foot of Kevin De Bruyne into the out swinger. Ramsdale and that's thinking, what do I do? Just organising that wall. He realises it could go any way. He's actually split them. It's a little bit unusual. I think it leaves a little bit of a gap for the left footer, me, that.
Well, we'll see. We're in the 9th minute. Free kick in the right edge of the penalty area. It's a strange angle if he wants to go directly for goal, so we think it's crossing, and it is crossing, and Gvardiol got to it, but it was deflected out for a second corner. Good defending, actually, in the end by Bree. Sorry, Downs it was, I beg his pardon. I thought it was Bree that got there.
Yeah, really good defending, because the ball was really whipped in, far corner. When you knew he was attacking it, don't you? Gvardiol not far away on that back post, just pushed it away. Good position, but it's about the tempo and the quality of the ball in.
Yeah, 10th minute, City had their second corner. 0-0 at St Mary's Stadium. And, well, there was a shove on by Taylor Harwood-Bellis on Akanji. The referee just had that cleared by VAR as De Bruyne pops in across and Ramsdale gathers it in. We saw a replay of that, Michael, on our monitor. It was just a pure, good old-fashioned shove to the floor by Taylor Harwood-Bellis on Akanji.
Yeah, a little bit, whether it's enough. I was just looking at Taylor Harwood-Bellis, a player we know well, sporting his slick haircut right across his fringe, and he's done well overall. His career is progressing.
He is, but he's given the ball away. City had it with Bernardo Silva, but it's one back, and now Ugochukwu picks it up for Southampton. A loanee from Chelsea. Harwood-Bellis is on the ball. He pings the ball left-footed, trying to get Southampton going forward. And Wellington chases it, but it goes out for a City throw about 10 metres inside the Southampton half. So 11th minute, 0-0. It's been all City, but they haven't really fashioned a chance as yet.
No.
The ball is with Kovacic in the centre circle.
They've got too soon. They've got too soon. And shortly, you've got to really put them on the back foot, create a chance, force it.
Well, they're comfortable, that is for sure, City, just moving the ball around at will, pass after pass after pass. The ball is with Diaz. Diaz in the final third, plays it out wide to Lewis. Lewis goes backwards to Diaz again. Diaz inside to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva back to Akanji, and City are actually going backwards all the way into their own half here. Akanji now facing his own goal, but Ederson's not going to get his first touch just yet. Goes on to Joško Gvardiol, who plays it back to Manuel Akanji. Akanji back in the starting 11 after almost 3 months without a start. The ball is with Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva in the centre circle, plays it into the gap for Diaz. Diaz inches forward. City with so many forward, but of course all 11 Southampton players are behind the ball. Ball goes out to the left-hand side to Joško Gvardiol, back in the left-back position today, and he's won it well, and he plays it to Foden. Foden on the edge of the area, plays it into the gap for Bernardo Silva. On it goes to Rico Lewis. Backwards it goes to Diaz. City in and around the penalty area, but well defended again by Southampton, and in particular by Flynn Downs, who's certainly a competitive player. The ball is with Kovacic. Kovacic helps it on to Diaz. City absolutely bossing this game, but still can't break them down. Bernardo Silva, well, he missed the ball. Oh, and it's almost an own goal. It was weird. It was a clearance by Bednarek, and it smacked off the back of a teammate, and it could easily have gone in, Michael.
Yeah, it's a strange one. He went to clear it a little bit too early. He just clips it on the back. I think it was of Stevens, and just straight on the and over the top of the goal. I mean, it could have been a lot worse as Ramsdale steps forward.
Absolutely. City had their third corner in the 13th minute. We nearly had one of those bizarre situations where City almost took the lead without having had an attempt on target, if that doesn't sound like it's gobbledygook. But it would have been an own goal, and it would have been a freaky own goal, and it very nearly was. City have another corner as they look to have their first genuine attempt on the Southampton goal. Phil Foden will hit a left-foot-in swinger. Haaland waiting, Gvardiol waiting, Diaz waiting. Lots of pushing and shoving. The ball goes deep to the far. Haaland plays it back across. Diaz tries to help it on. It goes up into the air. Kovacic wins it, but then it'll be cleared by Harwood Bellis, and it'll spin away and out for a throw by the corner flag. This really is a siege, but at the moment I can't remember anything particularly dynamic or particularly clear-cut. The ball is with Bernardo Silva. He's got the ball in his hands, and he leaves the throw-in responsibility to Rico Lewis, who throws it to Foden, gets it back. City camped in the final third of Southampton, but can't find a way through them at the moment. Akanji has the ball. Akanji looks to his right, plays it to Bernardo Silva. He helps it on to Lewis. Lewis in a crossing position, and it was blocked on the way through. And now there's a foul on the edge of the Southampton area, and the Southampton fans cheer because they believe that the decisions have all gone against their team. Not that one, and they've got a free kick on the edge.
They've got to try and force the opportunity, but there's no composure in the Southampton team. You can see it in the defending, the nervous, the fragile. So you set them up to be very, very hard to beat, to be compact, to just wait and just try and delay the whole game, stay in it. Spoke to managers many times, said when you stand there, you come and open up against City side, you're very brave, you can end up with a 5 or 6 against you. And what Simon Russ trying to do is to give himself a chance of getting a result, although for him it doesn't have to be where you're playing the ball and having lots of possession. It's just about getting a result, find a way to do that.
So we're in the 15th minute, City in absolute control, but not yet created a chance worthy of the name, really. In fact, the nearest we've come to a goal was a really freaky own goal when Bednarek smacked the ball off the back of the head of a teammate, and it almost fell over the net. Fell over the goalkeeper and into the back of the net. Just went over the crossbar for a corner. The ball is now with Akanji. Akanji now coming forward. Gets towards the edge of the final third. On it goes to Joško Gvardiol in the left wing position. Backwards it goes to Kovacic. Further back to Akanji. Well, everyone apart from Ederson is in and around the Southampton penalty area. Joško Gvardiol nudges it back, but Dibbling wins it. And Southampton try to get going, but they lose the ball again. Akanji now steps forward, plays it out wide to Lewis. Lewis pops in across towards Haaland. It's headed away easily enough. Picked up on the edge by Kovacic. His shot is blocked. Now City is starting to have a go with more direct shots on goal. Now Joško Gvardiol in the left wing position. Up against Dibbling. Plays it back to Kovacic. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva on the edge of the final third. On it goes to Diaz and then to Lewis in the right wing position. Every player apart from Ederson is probably in the final 30 yards of the pitch. The ball is in the possession of Foden. Foden goes out wide to Joško Gvardiol. Onward it goes to Kovacic. Kovacic on to Foden. Backwards to Akanji. All in and around the penalty area. The ball is with Lewis now. Out on the right side. Back inside to Foden. Foden with the ball in. Up to Joško Gvardiol. His layoff is cleared by Harwood Bellis. And Dibbling can get it away for Southampton. And it's all very well having all this possession, but that red and white is just a blanket in front of them at the moment.
They're just not moving, are they? I just think it'll be Pep's message. It's comfortable, control it. We sit there and say, come on, do it a little bit quicker, but he understands it's just a process, it's a timing, and we have to trust and do trust. That's the point, and it's a little bit frustrating at this moment in time, but it'll be hard to defend and to sit in the whole game like this from a Southampton point of view and just limit themselves to no ball whatsoever. Someone will switch off.
Well, Diaz has gathered the ball after Southampton sort of had a ball in City territory, but it wasn't a particularly incisive build-up, and eventually the Blues inevitably get it back. And Ederson very nearly had a touch of the ball, but he didn't. So we're in the 18th minute, and City again attacking in the Southampton half. And Southampton again are trying to make the gaps as small as possible. Diaz has spent most of the opening 18 minutes in the final attacking third. He plays it out wide to Lewis, and then De Bruyne, and then Lewis, and then Bernardo Silva, and then De Bruyne, and on towards Lewis, and Lewis on towards McAtee, but McAtee is tackled, and then Ramsdale clobs it away. City will pick it up with a throw-in on the halfway line. Pep Guardiola in a hurry for City to take it, acted as a ball boy. City have it with Bernardo Silva on to Diaz. 19th minute of the game. Kovacic midway through the Southampton half. On it goes to Foden, back to Kovacic. Kovacic back to Foden. Foden on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne's tackled, and Southampton will get this one away, although they're trying to make a bit of a play of getting it out from the final third, but they've got nowhere to go except Ramsdale. And Ramsdale, under a bit of pressure, plays the ball out to the left-hand side. It's a little too firm, and it's a City throw about midway inside the Southampton half. Well, it's taken from the wrong position really, but no one's stopping City, and onward they go with Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva in the inside right position, plays it back to Diaz. Diaz helps it on to Akanji. Akanji inching towards the final third, plays it across to Gvardiol. Gvardiol's ball isn't great, straight at Dibbling, and now Dibbling can come forward for Southampton, and he's a good player, and we can ill afford to give him too many opportunities, and in the end he has to go backwards, and it's back on the edge of the Southampton area again. Bednarek shrugs his shoulders. Where am I supposed to pass it? Finds Dibbling. Ugochukwu. On it goes now to Stevens. Southampton just starting to put a few passes together. Ball forward towards Sulemana, and Diaz is in there, and City have the ball back. It's just far too isolated, any sort of Southampton attack.
All we have to do, Sulemana, just somebody, just stay around him. Always keep your eye open, and then you can start to commit more. You know, just sometimes they're a little bit far out for Ruben Diaz, but just make sure someone locks on him. That's their break, isn't it? The pace of him that's looking to try and counter.
Bernardo Silva clips it in, headed away. Haaland's barely had a touch of the ball. Not his fault, I hasten to add, because City haven't really opened Southampton up as yet, even though they're so dominant in possession. A bit of head tennis has broken out, but in the end Southampton get the ball down and then they lose it. But they've won a free kick for a foul by McAtee, and there's another ironic cheer from the Southampton supporters. So the 21st minute here at the St Mary's Stadium. Southampton 0, City 0, and in truth, no real scares for the home team, despite the fact that the Blues are in complete control of this match and are bossing every aspect of the game. The match stats, hardly surprising really at this stage, 79% possession for the Blues, but no real attempts on goal. Free kick which Ramsdale will thump forward and try and get his team going forward for a rare time. He hits it long and diagonally, and underneath it is a Kanji who heads it away. Picked up by Downs, facing his own goal. Harwood-Bellis nudges it on. Dibbling hits it out of play for a City throw. Midway inside their own half. And City will start again. 22nd minute. Still 0-0. So far it's been a complete procession, but without any end product. City have got it with Lewis. Lewis comes forward. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Out wide to McAtee. McAtee in the right wing position. Comes in on his left foot, plays it to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva inching forward, stops, plays it to Lewis. Lewis back to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva changes the angle of the play to the left-hand side with a Kanji. Kanji plays it into the gap for Joško Gvardiol, and the cross comes in, deflects out, and City have their 4th corner, and we're only in the 22nd minute.
Yeah, De Bruyne heading over there now. Try and get some quality. It's just a matter of time, surely. I just feel like if City just up it 10%, they'll take control. Southampton is just not moving. They're organised. They're understanding the record they've got in the Premier League is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? How bad they've been.
Well, they've defended OK so far in this game. City have a corner which De Bruyne swings in right-footed deep. Akanji heads it up into the air, and it's cleared by Downs. It'll be picked up by Akanji. City have it in and around the final third almost every single minute of the game, but still Southampton are looking rigid and sticking to their very, very robust shape. City have it in the inside right position with Foden. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva trying to get the better of his man, plays it back to Foden. Foden puts in a cross deep. Gvardiol across the face of the goal, and well, that was a half chance, and it's cleared for yet another corner by Bednarek.
It's a brilliant ball in. Phil Foden looked like it was going to run out, but he just tried to find Gvardiol back stick, and Ramsdale saying it's gone out already. Gvardiol thinks it's okay, just places it back into the middle of the pitch, but bodies around it, good clearance, and almost snuck in at the back post there. Haaland waiting, just thinking, when's his chance coming?
Will it come from this corner? No, it won't. Cleared easily by Wellington at the near post, who then clears his own clearance, if that makes sense. He cleared it with a header and then chased it and thumped it away. City are going to start again with Kovacic, and then on to De Bruyne. 24th minute, City in complete control of the game, but still haven't really tested Ramsdale. Foden now on the edge of the penalty area, but on the right edge of it. Helps it across to Kovacic. Kovacic goes back inside to De Bruyne. De Bruyne, little pass for Haaland, and that's surely offside. Has to be, doesn't it? Yeah. Offside against Gvardiol. Free kick to Southampton. At what point, Michael, does the reliance on possession turn into a little more, shall we say, a bit more of a gamble, a bit more of a thrust than what we're seeing at the moment?
I don't think Pep will be any rush in the first half. I think he'll look at that at half-time, analyse where the gaps are with all his team. I think we know a brilliant support network who understand the game, who can change it. And I think we look, there's many ways he can do that. The wider positions, we can go with pace, or we can just open it up quicker. Fullbacks can get forward or higher. Midfield runners, be more direct. So I think he's got every option. I just feel like he won't rush, and he'll stick to plan for it until at least the second half.
Well, it really is almost like a training exercise. City completely bossing possession. Southampton haven't really come out of their own half of the field, and in fact they've barely come out of their own defensive third. They've got the ball at the moment, but when they do have the ball, they don't really have any purpose about what they're doing. There's no real trajectory. It's just going backwards and sideways. Ramsdale's probably had more touch for Southampton than anybody else for the red and whites. The ball is in the possession of Harwood Bellis, who in the end hits a long ball forward looking for Sulemana. Sulemana gets to it, and Southampton are on the edge of the final third for the first time with runners. And now Dibling's got it. He plays the ball in, and City will win it back though with Joško Gvardiol and then Kovacic. And now City can start to build again with Lewis. So that was a Southampton sort of attack, but it never really had much direction to it. City now can come forward. Oh, it's a mistake by Lewis. He's overhit it, and it goes out for a Southampton throw unnecessarily midway inside the City half.
Yeah, he just tries to clip the pass, doesn't he? Catches it too well, just drifts over the top of Joško Gvardiol. He looks and says, really? Kovacic, all sort of saying, how can you lose the ball there? Keep it. It doesn't need the manager, does it, at times to let players know you manage it on the grass, and it's almost sarcasm when Southampton get a touch.
They do, and they've given the ball away, and Haaland picks it up, goes down the middle, helps it on to Foden, lost his footing. The Southampton fans enjoyed that for some reason. Kovacic plays it on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne in a shooting position. Will he take up the opportunity? No. Plays it to Joško Gvardiol. Back he goes to De Bruyne, very central De Bruyne, forced away, so he plays it across to Diaz. Diaz helps it out wide to Lewis. Lewis on to McAtee. McAtee on to Diaz, still in and around the final third. Akanji joining in the attack. Southampton have all 11 behind the ball. Kovacic helps it on to Diaz. Diaz helps it on to Lewis. Lewis out wide to McAtee. McAtee in the right wing position on his left foot, looking to try and get beyond Wellington, who's right on the edge of the Southampton penalty area. Still with McAtee. McAtee hits in an angle ball, and that should go out for a goal kick, and it does. And I think City's game plan really is just to exhaust Southampton, because Southampton are, on a very warm day, have hardly touched the ball. They're chasing literally shadows, and eventually surely their shape will break and the dam will open and the goals will come in. So maybe we can expect more goalmouth action in the second half, maybe, Michael?
Yeah, I think that's a given, isn't it? I think we understand that will be the case. Southampton will just continue. They'll be delighted if it's 0-0 or even just one goal in it, what they don't want. And certainly the manager, if he's thinking he's half a chance of maybe jumping into the permanent role, he just want to make sure he gets a very close result.
Well, they started the season with Russell Martin, who'd got them promoted. They then shown him the door, brought in Ivo Juric from largely Italian football, Serie A, and he couldn't change the fortunes, and now they've promoted their under-21 coach Simon Rusk, who has a Southampton player, Adam Lallana.
He's a good coach, Simon Rusk. He's at Brighton under 21s, understood the role about young players there, then went to Stockport County, it's his first team managerial role, but now he gets another go at it.
Yep, Foden's got the ball in the penalty area, and he's forced away from that penalty area. City help it on to Joško Gvardiol, crossing position, clipped in, headed up into the air by Bednarek, helped further by Downs, and Southampton now have the ball in a position where they might be able to attack with Sulemana, but he loses it. But Dibbling has to play it backwards, and Taylor Harwood-Bellis is in his own penalty area. Plays a left-footed ball out to the left-hand side. City should get back into possession again, and they do, with Lewis, who's tackled by Wellington, and it goes out for a Southampton throw. And we're just about to enter the 30th minute here at St Mary's, and it is still 0-0. City in complete control, but haven't really fashioned a chance of any note. Taylor Harwood-Bellis helps it on to Dibbling, and backwards it goes to Bree, and further back to Harwood-Bellis inside his own penalty area. City trying to win the ball back high up. Stevens hits it forward. City do win it high up. Up it goes towards Haaland. Haaland wrestling for possession, can't quite win it. City trying to get Foden onto the ball, which he now does, and he's in a bit of a tight spot. Hasn't really got anywhere to go here, and in the end he loses the ball, and He goes down in a heat. The referee says no foul, and Southampton played up to Suleimana. Kovacic wins it back. De Bruyne down the middle. Now De Bruyne, was he fouled? It looked as though he was. That's a bookable offence. Ugochukwu pulled him back there, you know, as De Bruyne was trying to get to the edgy area and shoot. And I just saw a little pull on his shirt. And I think that really should be a yellow card offence because he stopped De Bruyne from advancing. It is a free kick in the D, but really that should be a booking for Ugochukwu, but the referee has given him the benefit of the doubt.
He knows what it is, Kevin, as well. He knows he's in the position where there is a little bit of a tug. He's running out of space, so he's going to make sure and convince the referee. I think he could have stayed up if needed, but he decided to make sure that this free kick is given. But now it's a great position, isn't it, for De Bruyne just to be around it. Phil Foden as well, but you know, which side's best? I think if I'm the right footer on this, depending on how big the wall is, but I feel like I can get it up and over. I'll have a look now, but fitting if De Bruyne does strike it and something clean into the top corner.
Well, he's got a wonderful record against Southampton. He's been involved in 14 goals against them. 4 goals and 10 assists for KDB. And he scored 5 times in all competitions against Southampton. That was just his Premier League record against them. And it really is a wonderful opportunity, this. Something that Kevin De Bruyne probably practices on the training ground after everyone else has gone home. It's the perfect distance to get it over the wall and under the crossbar. There's a 5-man Southampton wall. Akanji and Diaz are trying to make themselves part of that Southampton wall. They'll duck or move out of the way.
Go strong right into Ramsdale's left hand as strong as he can for me.
Well, Foden leaves it. De Bruyne hits it over. Not to be. 32 minutes gone, 0-0.
Yeah, it doesn't look as good as you think, but actually just catches the back of the net as it dips late. I think it was going to be difficult to hit it with the side of his foot, with that trajectory to get it back up and down. Maybe needed another 5 yards or so. He still hits it well. Really, that's why I felt like the safe option with the power he can generate was to go to the left of Ramsdale and just see what he's got.
We're about to reach the end of the 33rd minute, and it's still 0-0. And neither team have had an attempt on target, but I'm not surprised that's the case with Southampton, because they've barely crossed the halfway line. City in total control of the match. When Southampton have the ball, they just don't have any options, so it just comes back to City again, and that's exactly what's just happened there. Akanji now can bring it forward. City now into Southampton territory with Joško Gvardiol. 12 minutes to half-time. Still 0-0 at the St Mary's on a very warm day on the south coast. Foden has the ball. City, you just feel it's a matter of not if, but when they finally break Southampton's resistance. Diaz plays it out wide. Lewis joins in. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Back it goes to Lewis. Lewis back to Ruben Diaz. City on the edge of the final third, but Southampton have all 11 behind the ball again. Akanji can join in. Akanji cross to Joško Gvardiol. Joško Gvardiol looking for an angle, plays it back to De Bruyne. On it goes to Foden. Foden clips it in deep. Haaland can't quite get to it. Goal kick.
That was well worked. Moving it well, and then Foden just digs it out left-hand side, tries to just hang it up, sort of like stab it to that far corner. Haaland waiting, but there's just too much pace on it. He goes to rise, gets a little nudge. He goes out of play and has another chance. He's just waiting. He's desperate for a goal, I know that.
Still 0-0. 2 attempts from City, none of them on target. Southampton, no attempts, no on target. Barely crossed the halfway line. City have a throw. 72% possession of the ball isn't a surprise to no one. Pep Guardiola on the edge of his technical area, just making little tweaks. The ball is now with Gvardiol. crossing into Southampton territory, midway inside their half, plays it to Foden, back it goes to Akanji. Akanji helps it on to Ruben Diaz. Diaz still in the middle third, City. Looks out to his right side and plays it to McAtee. McAtee back to Diaz. Diaz on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne has Stevens snapping away at his heels. Back it goes to Bernardo Silva. Akanji in the centre circle, crosses that line and goes across to Foden. Foden into Joško Gvardiol, into the gap for De Bruyne, but De Bruyne's coming away from goal in the left wing position. Back it goes to Gvardiol, then on to De Bruyne, then on to Kovacic. Kovacic inching forward, plays it across to Diaz, still on the edge of the final third. Lewis, and then Bernardo Silva, still not quite in the final third yet. The ball's with Kovacic. Now they're in the final third with De Bruyne in a crossing position, and his cross is headed away easily. Picked up though by Akanji. On it goes to De Bruyne. First time ball which is deflected away by Bree, and he prevents the corner but can only clear it. Oh, he managed to find Sulemana. Sulemana now tries to get the better of Akanji, and he did do. And the referee's given a free kick for a foul by Akanji. And there's another big cheer by the Southampton supporters, who have clearly embarked, perhaps understandably, on some gallows humour, that every time they win anything, they're up on their feet applauding. "37th minute at St Mary's. It's not been a great first half of football, truth be told. City in complete control, make no mistake about it, but they can't break down that massive barrier that Southampton are setting up in front of them. Southampton haven't really entered City's final third. Might they do it here with a long ball forward by Ramsdale? Up go the heads, and the ball ends in the possession of Ederson, and on the floor, holding his head, is Akanji, who went up for that high ball, came down clutching his sort of ear area. Why does that happen? Let's have a look. I don't think that's a foul by Harwood Bellis. Anyway, City have the ball in Ederson's possession. And we're 8 minutes to half-time. Southampton 0, City 0. Two attempts from City, not on target.
Entered the box in front of... Entered the box. This is exciting as it's got. It's dropped in front of Ederson. I mean, he's talking about being at home and doing something, but not to get any entries into the box for Southampton. That's extremely poor.
To Joško Gvardiol, who goes backwards and back to Akanji. Akanji helps it on to Ruben Diaz. Diaz coming forward, unchallenged, plays it out wide to McAtee. On it goes to Lewis. Lewis forced away from goal by Stevens. Plays it backwards to Bernardo Silva, onward to De Bruyne. De Bruyne looking for the pass, but Southampton get it away. And now they win a free kick on the edge of the area. Free kick to Southampton, and we're about to enter the 39th minute of the first half. And as a spectacle, you have to say this hasn't been a very good watch. But I suppose Southampton have done their job, really. They've stood behind the ball, stood in a good shape, made the gaps as small as possible. And they've said to City, break us down if you can. And so far, City haven't been able to do it. But there's still plenty of time to go. Ramsdale hits it long, deep into City territory. Diaz gets it away on the side foot volley. Up goes Foden, headed back by Downs, and on to Sulemana. And Sulemana's going to attack City here, and for the first time they're in the City box, but it comes to nothing, and Ederson gathers it up. Southampton fans encouraged by that, Michael?
Yeah, a little bit. I think he had 3 or 4 blue shirts still to get through. He gets his shot away, he deflects. There wasn't much to go at. I think he's got to drift inside, but it's going to be certainly a very much an individual goal because no one's near him.
City have got it in the final third with Foden. Foden plays it out wide to Joško Gvardiol. Gvardiol plays it inside to Kovacic. City going backwards a little bit here. The ball's with Diaz. Now they get back into the final third again, but there's that red and white wall again. McAtee on the right edge of the penalty area, trying to find the pass, can't do, finds Diaz. Diaz helps it on to Kovacic. Kovacic backwards to Akanji. Akanji back to Foden. Just on the edge of the final third. On it goes to Joško Gvardiol in the left wing position. Gvardiol goes back to Kovacic. Kovacic looks up at all the options and plays it into Diaz. Diaz might think about shooting here, and he did do, and it deflects into the arms of Ramsdale.
Yeah, it's not a bad effort. He's trying to get into that far corner. The block comes, but he gets a second go at it. Well, again, City not really doing enough to force that option. And now a half-promising attack from Southampton, maybe.
Yeah, Matheus Fernandes comes forward and he's going down the middle, and all of a sudden there's 5 forward, and one of them plays the ball in. It was Bree, and City get it away with Bernardo Silva. And for the first time in the match, we're in the 41st minute, Southampton had 5 or 6 players in City's final third. The ball is in Southampton possession in their own half now, with their captain Stevens on to Harwood Bellis. A little bit of encouragement for Southampton there. Suleiman comes back into his own half, plays it across to Stevens. Stevens looks up, plays it to Bednarek. Bednarek helps it out wide to Bree. Bree on this near side plays it back to Harwood Bellis. Harwood Bellis looking up, plays it back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale on the edge of the D, pops a ball out to the left-hand side. Wellington heads it on, and City back into possession. Diaz on the halfway line. Onward it goes to Bernardo Silva, 42nd minute at the St Mary's Stadium. Lewis in the right wing position, but he's only midway inside the Southampton half, and he's got nowhere to go, and he wins a free kick for a foul by Wellington. Southampton supporters unhappy with Tim Robinson. De Bruyne takes it. No,
Rico Lewis has just had a little push, a little bit of a strike out. There's a bit of frustration of creeping in. Fernandes, and the referee's just going to have to deal with that.
And Lewis got very frustrated, and he felt he was being held, and he tried to just force the nearest player to him, Wellington, away. The referee has a word with Rico Lewis. City have now taken the free kick. And the ball's with Akanji. We're now in the 43rd minute, 0-0 still. Joško Gvardiol's cross is deflected away. Picked up by Bernardo Silva, and then Diaz just got there, and then Kovacic did well. Kovacic gets beyond Ugachukwu, and then he's fouled again. And when is Ugachukwu going to get... Well, there's the answer. Now he's going to get booked. It's only a matter of time, and he's now been booked. And City have a free kick on the edge of the D again, Michael.
Yeah, they do, but what about Kovacic? He knows where the space is, drives very, very quickly. First challenge comes across, just a little bit of a nudge, and down he goes. But once you shove him, once you've made a couple of half challenges, it's that push knocks him off balance. And then this is another wonderful position for De Bruyne, a bit more central, gives them both choices. Now Phil Foden might say, I've seen enough, it's my turn. But when it's Kevin De Bruyne, the last couple of games, Phil might just have to stand down and wait his turn.
So it's just on the edge of the D, fairly central this time. De Bruyne's last free kick flicked the back of the netting, having gone over the crossbar. You can hear the City fans are chanting the name of KDB. It does seem his kind of range, his kind of situation. Foden is to his right. Who's going to take it? It is De Bruyne. This one is straight into the middle of the wall. Foden helps it on to McAtee. McAtee puts a cross in, helped on by Akanji, cleared by Stevens, back in by De Bruyne, cleared by Downs, picked up by Lewis. We're in the 44th minute, still 0-0 here. Foden out wide to McAtee. McAtee in the right wing position. McAtee trying to open Southampton up down the side, plays it to Foden. Foden helps it across to Kovacic. Kovacic very central, helps it on to Rico Lewis. Wide it goes to McAtee. McAtee pops across in deep, and it's too deep, and it's a goal kick. De Bruyne wondered if he'd been fouled by Dibbling, and he's asking the referee, was that not a foul on me? And the referee said, well, if there is anything, VAR will alert me to it. And the decision is no penalty. So there's going to be 2 added minutes at the end of this first half. It did look, by the way, for a possible foul on De Bruyne by Dibbling, but they've decided that it isn't worthy, and therefore it will just be a goal kick to Southampton.
I think the replay lends itself to that as well, doesn't it? There's a tiny bit of contact, but you'd be disappointed if it was given against you. But really a limited first half, not a lot of opportunities. Yes, we've had all the control, but second half's going to have to be with control, with intent to score and a purpose to make sure we do take the lead, we do get on the score sheet and make sure the 3 points come our way.
Confirmation on the fourth officials board, Andy Madley, of the 2 added minutes at the end of this first half. Foden into the gap for Haaland. Haaland's in the penalty area, but nowhere to go really. Kovacic hits a shot which deflects out for another corner. City's 6th corner of the first half, but they still haven't had an attempt on target. Or maybe one, actually, a gentle one that was easily saved. Kovacic wins the corner. So another City corner, their 6th of the first half. De Bruyne ready to take it. Micah Brown has gone down to join FG at pitch side as the cross comes into the near, and that's gone off Akanji for a goal kick. So we're about to complete 46 minutes of this first half, and it has just not really happened for either side, really. But obviously City have been the dominant force, and Southampton have barely been in City territory. They had one half a moment when they had maybe 5 or 6 players in the final third, Southampton, and Suleimana got a shot in that was blocked, and it was an easy gather for Ederson. But it looks as though it's going to be a half of frustration for the Blues. There are about 45 seconds of this first half to go. Akanji wins the header, and then it's cleared by Harwood Bellis, and another foul on Kovacic. Bernardo Silva's in a hurry, and well, Ugachukwu has just got in the way of the taking of that free kick. My goodness, he's got to be careful. If he hadn't already been booked, Ugachukwu, that was a bookable offence as well. He's got to be really careful, the young midfielder. And Bernardo Silva has just made that point to the referee. So now City have a free kick. De Bruyne has come deepest to take it, and the likes of Akanji and Diaz are going to the edge of the Southampton penalty area as City look for one last opportunity of the first half, and it's not going to come. Ramsdale's going to catch it, and that will be the end of a fairly forgettable first half. City absolutely bossing it from start to finish. 73% possession, 7 attempts, but none of those attempts really were threatening the Southampton goal, and the Blues will have a rethink at half-time. Kevin De Bruyne is in conversation with Tim Robinson about 1 or 2 things, but at half-time here at St Mary's Stadium, fairly forgettable half it was too. Southampton 0, City 0. Well, let's go back to the studio. We can get the thoughts of Steve Howie, Kevin Davis, and our very own Natalie.
Welcome back to Matchday Live. So it is 0-0 at half-time. Kevin De Bruyne looks a little bit angry there. Hopefully he channels that into the second half, and hopefully that will be a big second half for City as well. I'm still joined by Steve and by Kevin. Steve, a fairly forgettable 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think basically just that last action there, the free kick, probably sums up the first half. I think obviously City have completely dominated it. I think, what is it, 80% or something, high 70s%?
73% possession.
Yeah. But it's just been that final cross or the final pass. I think Alistair was sort of saying as well, I think, was it one, maybe his attempt on goal. I mean, Southampton will be absolutely delighted because they've just made sure they've been nice and condensed. Basically 9-10 players behind the ball. Don't think the goalkeeper, as I said, hasn't really been called into action. I'm just thinking sometimes, you know, can City maybe overplay? And is there a possibility sometimes one of the players just getting it out the feet and having a shot? You know, it might just take a deflection or something like that. But I think Brownie had picked up something as well, which is a fair point. It's going to be difficult for Southampton to do that again in the second half because they'll start to get tired. And it just takes one of them to switch off, and just one of them switches off, there's that half a chance, that's when you've got to punish them.
What did you make of the first 45 minutes, Kevin?
I think Steve sums it up pretty well, doesn't he? It's, from City's point of view, it just felt a bit laboured at time. I think the tempo was a bit down. It looks quite hot down there on the south coast, but I think Southampton have just been comfortable. They've not been asking enough questions. It's got to feel like it needs someone with a bit of pace. I think like a Doku or Mamouche to come out wide. There's no one really going one-at-one, just trying to stretch the Southampton team. I think Haaland's not really looking to run in behind because they're so deep, there's no space for him to go into. So Southampton been really nice compact, hard to get through, and it's been frustrating for City.
At half-time, Southampton will go in being the much happier team.
Yeah, of course, based on the season and coming up against a team like City now with some of the big hitters coming back, they'll be happy with that so far. And again, they were very comfortable. Ramsdale not called into action, so they'll be pleased for the first 45 minutes. But like Steve said there, the way the season's gone, it'll take one error or a mistake to let City in, maybe a set piece or something at the moment, but it's not looking like they're going to score just now, so I'd be surprised if Pep leaves it too long before making a few changes.
So we are told that we can see currently on the pitch Omar Marmoush is warming up. Steve, is that a substitution you would like to see, and if so, who would you take off for Marmoush?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. First of all, I'm pleased that he's warming up. I mean, I do like him. I think he's a player that's settled in very well, looks dangerous. He's one of these players that his first thought is to go forward. Now, is it probably McAtee? Maybe he's we haven't really seen a great deal of him this half. But having said that, we haven't seen a lot of Erling Haaland because there's not much room for them. But yeah, I think he's certainly a very good option to bring on. I'm pleased as well because he's in my fantasy football team. So hopefully you can get that goal.
I may or may have not transferred Marmoush out this week.
Ooh, big call. Yeah.
Well, I put Kevin De Bruyne in just to weigh it up a bit.
Man, I can't argue because you're doing very well, though, aren't you, in the league?
Well, I'm the Arsenal of the league. You can all take what you want from that. So, in terms of the game, Kevin, generally, what I do is I write down the big moments from the first half and we go through them one by one.
Blank, is it?
There isn't really any big moments from the first half. I mean, right at the start of the half, there was an incident where there could have been a bizarre own goal where the ball deflected off the Southampton player and went out. City have had one shot on target. I can't remember what it was. Southampton have had no shots on target. Any other key moments from that half that you can think of?
No, I mean, obviously they had a couple of free kicks there where you'd expect him to at least hit the target when you do a bit better, but other than that, they've had nothing really. And I think, like I say, it's just the way that Southampton is set up. They're really compact, narrow, and I think it's going to be the wide areas where City can hurt them, but not with the current players there because they don't look comfortable going at them 1v1. So for me, it needs someone just to try and stretch them, and then they can maybe get some nice balls in across the box there and cause them a few more problems. It's been far too easy for Southampton.
Right, we're going to head back over now to pitch side where we've got the wonderful FG and Michael Brown. They are there in the sunshine.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome back to St Mary's. Half-time, not much to speak about. Southampton very, very difficult to break down, and it's proving so. 0-0 at half-time.
I think what you say is it's not a classic. It's been tough. I think we will have to give the respect to Southampton. That back five have stayed rigid, and four in front. They've not moved, and literally when you say just retreated and waited, even the home fans have sort of cheered when they've got 2 or 3 passes just to get into an advanced area. So it's all been Manchester City. We haven't created enough. A couple of Kevin De Bruyne free kicks on the edge of the area where we felt like they could have been something to take the lead. A couple of crosses, a couple of balls in, some corners, etc. So for all the nice play, a few more clear-cut chances needed in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. You touched on the Kevin De Bruyne free kick. It was great to see. We're looking at the bench and we're seeing Doku, we're seeing Savinho. Do you potentially see the introduction of them, maybe?
Well, they were there a second ago. They were all out warming up very, very quickly. Omar Marmoush as well. Just as we come round here, they were almost walking and climbing over to try and get a warm-up very, very quickly. That, to me, goes to the manager. I'm ready. Get me on. I need to do something with it. So you can convince them sometimes, you know, if you're ready and show that willing.
I mean, you can tell that it's not your first rodeo because players going out on the pitch usually means there's a substitution happening at some time. I don't know if you can see Omar Marmoush there. He's got the ball at his feet as well with one of the coaches. Explain to me in football terms what that means then, Brownie.
No, sometimes players just like to get ready just in case, so they need more of a warm-up rather than 2 or 3 minutes along the sidelines. He might say, well, I need a full momentum, I want some ball work, I want to be ready, I want to really get into a better position. Some others just say, I only need a little bit because I don't want to go and sit down for 10 more minutes and get myself up again. You know, everybody's different, but the odd time you do see it where it's with a coach, you sort of sometimes go, well, get him warmed up, get him ready, he's going straight on, do it now, then I can get him in, give him some detail, give him some prep, and then we're ready to go. So we've got lots of sort of players on the bench who can certainly change it. The setup, wide players with pace if we want to go around the outsides, if we want to sort of open up a bit more. I think that might be important. That will give the space to Erling Haaland, and also we wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play more than 60 minutes in his first game back.
Do you expect the game to open up more as well from a Southampton perspective? They're defending really compactly. I mean, but they're surely going to be tired when they've not got much of the ball and they're chasing men around.
It's tough, you know. Do you know? Actually, people think, well, you're not using your energy doing that, but what you're actually just shuffling as a midfield. I've got to go across, close the gaps, and then pull people in. Where are they behind you? And it's harder than you think. And as a lone striker, Big Kev will tell you in the studio, it's so frustrating that, you know, you get one touch every now and then and you wait. But on the other flip side of that, he'll also be saying, if I'm Erling Haaland, get those crosses in. Can you feed me a little bit quicker? I want a bit of space. He'll want it to open so he can get that chance. But it's all about control for the manager. You know he wants that. You know it'll come through. They'll find a way of a couple of little runs, whether it's the midfielder just jumps in between that sort of right-sided sort of centre-back and wing-back or the other side. We'll just have a few more bodies on the back line to make the difference.
Well, we'll be back to you at full time, hopefully with a lot more chances.
Celebrating here. We want one of those away days, FG. We want to be here
away section. Our
penultimate 3 points.
Our penultimate away game of the season. Look, Brownie's got a fan there straight away. He's very well loved still, Brownie, isn't he?
We might have to blank that bit out because he might. We'll see, But we'll go back to the studio, I think, on that.
Technically, I've also got a couple of fans here as well. Look, giving us a wave. They are in a home end though, unfortunately. So yeah, over to you guys in the studio. We're gonna go and say hello to our fans.
To be honest, FG has fans everywhere he goes. Whenever you walk around with that guy, the kids, the kids go nuts for him. Oh, it's wild, yeah.
I think the one that was pointing Brownie out, he'll have probably been sort of reminded him that Brownie at some point would have kicked them.
Yeah, probably.
He did like to kick people.
Yeah, probably. I wondered if he wasn't saying such family show friendly stuff as well when Brownie said, let's go back to the studio.
Yeah, maybe.
So never know with that as well. But thank you so much there to FG and to Michael Brown. And very interesting to see, of course, they could see in the background that Omar Marmoush was warming up. Steve, do you agree with the take that maybe Brownie's sort of take that we might expect to see Haaland and Marmoush swapping at about 60 minutes?
Yeah, unless he wants to bring Marmoush on straight away, and as I said, probably for McAtee. I think the lad will be disappointed because he hasn't really getting into the game, and I know it's difficult because he's still trying to forge his way at City. But yeah, I mean, I think later on, I think you'd definitely see Doku and Savinio. I think them two will come on at some stage as well, because the manager needs people, as Davos sort of said, just making it more difficult and trying to get down the sides. Of course, when you don't want to be taking Haaland off when you've got the balls coming into the box. So my take on it is he'd probably bring on Marmoush and bring on McAtee, and then just see how it goes from there. Then see how Haaland does, and then, as I said, take it from there.
So we know there's only a handful of games left now. Let's take a look at the table as it stands, because, of course, we are still aiming for that Champions League spot. So top 5 to get into the Champions League. Really interesting fixture-wise. So many of our nearest competitors play each other over the next couple of weeks. So you can see there, as it stands, we will be staying in 3rd place, which, of course, is well enough to get into the Champions League. In terms of our nearest competitors, Aston Villa play later on today away at Bournemouth. And then tomorrow you get Liverpool, who play Arsenal as well, so that's a big one. And Newcastle and Chelsea play each other tomorrow. So in terms of the teams around us, you can see we've done this wonderful graphic there for the run in there, and you can see, I mean, it's a very subjective thing, and obviously, you know, you can't take anything for granted, but in terms of the run in, ours looks much more favourable. You know, lots of them teams around us. Newcastle have got to face Chelsea and Arsenal. Newcastle, Chelsea and Arsenal. For Chelsea, Newcastle, and then is that that's United and then Forest. So they really are all playing each other. And then at the bottom there, Villa have got Arsenal, they've got Bournemouth, Tottenham, and then United. So in terms of the running, Kev, you'd rather have ours, right?
I think so. Listen, I know, obviously living in Bournemouth, that's a tough place to go and play as well. They can beat anyone on their day. So I think they'll be desperate to get those 3 points in the bag today, won't they, and see what goes on with the other teams. Of course, you don't want to be relying on other teams and their results. You take care of your own business, but I think it's just going to be an interesting run, and it's hard to pick who's going to get those places at this moment in time, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you would say City's probably got, without being disrespectful, the easier of the run-in. It is a big game with Newcastle and Chelsea tomorrow. I think Villa, I'm sure they've got Tottenham and Manchester United. They're in a Europa League final. So whilst it's tough initially, but when you think about what will both managers do with team selection, so they might have it a little bit easier. But for me, I think it's irrelevant what the other teams have got. Just concentrate on what you've got to do.
And what we've got to do is get a goal in this second half against Southampton. It's currently 0-0. A big 45 minutes for City coming up. Really feels like we need the 3 points today. Set the standard, set that for everybody to follow us for the rest of the weekend. So if you're not currently watching on the Manchester City app, get yourself over there for your second half commentary with Alistair Mann and with Michael Brown. We will all be back at full time where hopefully we are celebrating. And I'd love it for FG and Brownie to have a chance to be celebrating with those fans at Southampton as well. Are we sticking with our predictions? You were 4-0, you were 3-0. Yeah. Anybody want to change?
I've kind of over-egged it a little bit, but I'm going to stick with what I've got. But I'll still take 1-0.
Sticking with 3?
No. 1 or 2 you take probably now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, you just take 1.
Take a win, yeah. I went for 5-0, and do you know what? I'm going to drop it. I'm going to go to 3. I still think when we get 1, the floodgates open and the momentum steps up. So, big second half of football coming up from Manchester City. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back here at full time.
Thanks, Natalie. Welcome back to a very warm St Mary's Stadium. And without overstressing the point, City really do need to win this game. And they're going to bring on Jeremy Doku at the start of the second half. So City are making a change. McAtee, by the way, is making way, or has already made way, actually. And Doku will replace him. So Pep Guardiola's seen that a change was definitely needed. I'm sure McAtee wasn't injured, and so Jeremy Doku comes on to replace James McAtee. Truth is, City were very much in control of that game. They were very much just dictating the way it was going, but what they didn't really do was actually break Southampton down, and Southampton were very, very comfortable. The other change that's happening at half-time, Aribo has taken the place of Ugachukwu, who was booked and very nearly got sent off. So that also makes a lot of sense. So Aribo is coming on for Ugachukwu, and also coming on, indeed already on, is Jeremy Doku for McAtee. Well, in the great reckoning, it is an absolute fact that if City were to win this game today, it would be a really big gap between themselves and the two teams immediately below them, Chelsea and Newcastle. And of course, both of them can't close that gap. Only one of them can, because they meet each other tomorrow afternoon. So it just accentuates the importance of getting 3 points today for City. I mean, I'm not going to stick my neck out and say it, but having looked at the run-ins, I suspect if City do win today, that 67 points may well already be enough to get them in the top 5 to qualify for next year's Champions League.
Be careful with these predictions, Ali. We never know. I see it as a sensible option. Nothing against McAtee. I just think Doku gives us that different option. We felt about the second half there could be a change. He goes back to front very quickly in that wide left area. So let's see what changes will be made, because again, first half, for all the control, we didn't really have any momentum, really goal scoring opportunities, and that will have to change.
So City 0, Southampton 0, as we click into the first minute of the second half. De Bruyne now can advance. He's got Doku to his left. Now, can Doku immediately have an impact? He's on the left edge of the penalty area. Gets down towards the byline, but he's forced away. Goes back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne crosses it in. Haaland won't get to it because Bednarek will get it away. City have it in the right wing position now with Bernardo Silva. On it goes to Foden and back to Akanji. Just looks a little bit of a change in City's approach already. The ball is with Gvardiol, just a little bit snappier, just a little bit quicker. The ball is with Doku. Doku goes back inside to Gvardiol. Backwards it goes to Diaz. City in and around the middle third at the moment. Akanji will join in. Now they're in the final third. Lewis helps it on. And the ball is in the possession of Bernardo Silva. On it goes to the run of Lewis. His cross is cleared. And Wellington is right by the corner flag, and he wins a throw, and it's a throw to Southampton in the shadowy side of the ground in the right corner of St Mary's Stadium. So in the 47th minute, Southampton 0, City 0. No real chances to speak of for either side, but City have been in complete control of the game, and in reality Ramsdale, despite that, hasn't had to do very much in the Southampton goal. Stevens throws it long. City win it back with Lewis. On it goes to De Bruyne, and the referee stopped the play, but not because of a foul, but because a Southampton player is on the deck holding his lower chin. Referee Tim Robinson saw it was a facial injury and stopped the play. I'm just looking at what happened. Lewis goes up, wins the ball. Wellington, I think it is, falls to the floor.
Yeah, he just wrapped his hands around him, and that's why he's feeling that bit of contact, Wellington, but he's up. He'll be all right as the referee just tries to get the ball back in play. He's just clearing everybody away, and now, as you've said, City's momentum is better, but the Southampton side have not moved defensively. They've had it a little bit too comfortable.
It just looks as though Southampton are waiting to lose. What they're waiting to do is concede that first goal. It's not arrived just yet. Here's Doku. Doku in the left wing position. On it goes to De Bruyne. De Bruyne pops it into the area, and it will go all the way through for a goal kick. It seemed to split the run of Lewis and Bernardo Silva. And as we end the 48th minute, the frustrations continue, certainly if you're a City fan, because you just can't find a way through Southampton, but there is a long, long way to go. 41 minutes of this game before it is done. Looks to me as though, understandably, I'm not being critical when I say this, but it looks as though the Southampton interim boss, Simon Rusk, has decided that the best thing we can do today is just not to lose heavily.
Yeah, do you blame him though? Do you blame him because he thinks
absolutely not at all.
You know, they're still in it. We need to get something to build from. They've got a lot to do. I said it's a long time for them to do it.
Now Doku comes forward. Doku gets into the penalty area, but he's forced away from goal, and then he has a little trick, clips it in towards the penalty spot, and it's headed away by Aribo and then cleared by Wellington up towards Sulemana, who takes it on the chest. There's no real out ball, and they're going to stay in their own defensive third. Sulemana's back there, Aribo's back there, Wellington in the left back position. Eventually Stevens puts his foot through it, and City will win it back with Akanji. Backwards it goes to Ruben Diaz. Diaz plays it into De Bruyne. De Bruyne in the centre circle advances. De Bruyne down the middle, helps it out wide to Doku, who in the opening 4 minutes of this second half has already looked a different propositional to the first half City. The ball is given away though by Kovacic, and then away comes Dibbling. Dibbling tries to get through a challenge, can't do. Gvardiol emerges. De Bruyne then comes away, advances towards the middle. On it goes to Foden. Foden can't help it on. Haaland comes back and battles. De Bruyne loses it, and Southampton have the ball, and they're on the counter-attack. Listen to the Southampton fans, excited. Ball down the middle towards Sulemana, headed away well by Akanji. And down goes Sulemana, holding the back of his head, and it will be a free kick. Sorry, a non-contested drop ball, not a free kick. And on comes the medical staff. So 5 minutes of the second half has now elapsed. Southampton 0, City 0. And just for a moment there, the Southampton...
Kanji does well, Ali. Do you know when you get to see it again? He goes to go short, goes to go inside, then the run's really good off his shoulder, but he recovers well from actually not playing minutes. He sees it, gets in a good area, gets that direction of the header down, and that's good play. And we talk so much about the recoveries of Kanji, the pace that he's got. When he gets in his stride, his some addition, and the flexibility that he's got, and that was his first real test, wasn't it? Going backwards over, turned well, good position.
There's no delay in proceedings as Suleiman is being attended to. Southampton supporters have known their fate for a very long time. The quickest team to ever be relegated in the Premier League era. Not something you want to be particularly proud of, but it's just not been a season that anyone was hoping for. City now can come forward down the right side with Bernardo Silva. He attacks and plays it backwards to Akanji on the edge of the final third. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva helps it backwards to Kovacic. Kovacic on towards Gvardiol. Gvardiol out wide to Doku. Doku now tries to get into the penalty area. Goes back to Gvardiol. On to De Bruyne. De Bruyne opens up to maybe shoot. Passes it backwards to Akanji. Akanji still in the final third, the Blues. On it goes to Doku. Not a great ball. And it goes out for a... No, it's hit the corner flag. It doesn't go out for a goal kick, and Doku wins it back. Doku now plays it across, and the ball is cleared. Now, can Kovacic hit it? Well, he did, but it was blocked by Aribo. Maybe it's going to take something freakish like that, the ball hitting the corner flag, to pull Southampton out of shape and allow a gap for City to exploit, because it almost worked without City realising it. Akanji has got the ball midway inside Southampton territory. On it goes to Kovacic. Kovacic helps it on to Gvardiol. Gvardiol out wide to Doku. Doku on the left edge of the penalty area with three Southampton players all in front of it. Doku plays it back therefore to Gvardiol. On it goes to Akanji. Southampton just shuffling from side to side, and Wellington gets the ball, and now they can attack, and they're coming forward now, Southampton, and City will win it back with Kovacic. And those tracking runs from Kovacic, very, very important, because City will occasionally have to come back into their own half. The ball goes out wide to Doku. Doku in the left wing position, trying to attack on that left wing side. Trying to get the better of Dibbling, trying to get the better of Bree. Plays a cross in, and that's a goal kick, I think. No, it's a corner. It's been given as a corner. First of the second half.
Yeah, it does well, Doku. He pushes it and pulls it back onto his left. And just as he's getting away, it wasn't Dibbling, then it's Bree. Everybody around is. Kevin De Bruyne just gets that vocal support from the City away supporters as Kanji just jumps on top of the goalkeeper.
De Bruyne's in swinging ball. Ramsdale can't get to it. It's cleared. Foden won't get to it on the edge of the area. Lewis does. On it goes now to De Bruyne. De Bruyne puts a cross into the area, and Ramsdale takes it very easily. In fact, so easily he sort of patter-caked it with his left hand and then gathered it very comfortably. Aribo now for Southampton. On to Matheus Fernandes, and then Aribo, and they're now back on the edge of their own penalty area. Stevens on to Bednarek, on to Harwood-Bellis. Harwood-Bellis in his own defensive third, looking up for an option. There aren't too many. Finds Dibbling, and then on to Bree. Bree, he hasn't got many options, and City will try and win it back with Joško Gvardiol. And now it goes out for a Southampton throw, about 5 metres inside their own half. 55th minute here at St Mary's, still 0-0 between City and Southampton. Ball reaches this near side and it'll go out for a City throw. No, it's been kept in brilliantly by Stevens, and now Bednarek goes back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale looking up, plays it short to Downs. Downs helps it on to Bednarek. Bednarek, little pass to Dibbling, and Southampton just coming through the thirds a little bit here. The City are starting to retreat for the first time in this second period. Ball is in Stevens' possession. On it goes to Downs. Downs helps it on to Harwood-Bellis. Harwood-Bellis helps it out further to the right-hand side. Now Bree can come forward. Southampton threatening here. Dibbling now comes into it. And now Downs, and now Aribo. And it's City who are protecting their penalty area. Stevens comes forward. On it goes now to Downs again. City for the first time really with 11 City players behind the ball. The ball is with Harwood-Bellis, into the gap, good ball, and now they lose it, and City have it with De Bruyne, and now Haaland, and now Foden, and that's a yellow card for Flynn Downs, because he's just hauled Foden out of it. And Flynn Downs, who certainly incurred the wrath of many a referee this season, gets his 11th yellow card of the campaign, and it was for a pretty cynical pullback of Phil Foden.
Yeah, once he gets his arm round him, Foden stops, realises he's in trouble, but it's all about the touch from Foden, takes him out, going across him.
City now have it with Akanji. Akanji goes back inside to Diaz. Diaz plays it out wide to Doku. Doku in the left wing position. Oh, he's lost the ball, gave it away straight to Bree, who prods it to Downs. Downs plays it back to Dibbling. Dibbling now has to go backwards though. And Harwood-Bellis on the edge of the area helps it on to Matheus Fernandes. Good ball, and now it's with Bree, and here comes Dibbling. And Southampton, for the second time in this second half, are starting to inch into City territory, and that's offside. Surely that's offside. Flag's got to go up. What are they waiting for? Referee hasn't got the signal, so Dibbling's got it in the right wing position. Dibbling tries to get beyond Josko Gvardiol, and now there's a foul. Well, I think he should have flagged for an offside, but he had to wait, and in the end he signalled for a foul as Tim Wood on that far side. So a free kick to City for a foul by Dibbling. The home supporters are unimpressed with that decision, to say the very least.
Yeah, they're not pleased one bit. But we're watching the assistant referee not potentially look across the line for the offside, but then the second he gets a chance to do it, he does it. So, I don't know what he's giving there really.
Well, City got it in the left wing position with Doku, goes back inside to Gvardiol. We're now in the 58th minute, still 0-0. This is a game really City just have to win. The ball goes out wide to the right to Foden. Foden now onto his left foot, hits the shot, mishit it, and it comes to Bernardo Silva, and he can't get a shot away, and in the end Southampton smuggle it out, and it picked up by Akanji in the right wing position. It was a mishit that put Bernardo in. Now can he play it across? He does, and it's cleared by Ben for a City throw. Just getting the sense that Southampton are starting to creak a little. The ball is with Akanji. Akanji now helps it across to Kovacic. City have ground them down. The ball is with Gvardiol. On to Doku. Doku left edge of the penalty area. Trying to get beyond, but he plays it back to Gvardiol. Backwards it goes to Diaz. Diaz now helps it on to Akanji. Southampton with 11 behind the ball on the edge of their own area. Foden now, right wing position. Foden. Can he get his cross in? No. Plays it back to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva back to Foden. Foden on the edge of the area, trying to work an angle, deflection, corner. City corner.
Yeah, he tries to get it on that left foot, doesn't he? As Foden drifts in from the right onto the left, tries to curl it into that far corner. Fernandes all the way, trying to get close, gets that block. Diverts the ball away. De Bruyne, again, another opportunity with a set piece.
Just looking back at that half chance for Bernardo Silva. De Bruyne hits in a deep corner. Ramsdale punches it away. It'll be picked up by Foden on the edge of the area. Foden looks up, ball on his left foot, plays it with his right to Lewis. Lewis helps it to the far side to Doku. Not a great ball, actually, and it will be cleared. De Bruyne picks it up, he's under pressure and has to hack it all the way back to Ederson. First touch of the ball in the second half for Ederson. He lays it into the path of Kovacic. Kovacic in the centre circle. On it goes to Akanji. Akanji comes forward. Southampton back into shape again. Foden, can he attack from the right side? Yes, he can. And he says he was fouled, and the referee has indeed given the free kick right on the edge of the penalty area. And the Southampton fans are absolutely furious again. They believe another decision shouldn't have gone against them.
Phil Foden moves it so quickly. It's just whether the back foot comes round as Phil Foden rides the first challenge. Does he catch him, does he not? And there's not much in it, is there? Phil Foden just doesn't go down. He's got unbelievable agility to bounce around and jump back up when he's falling. But now, good chance of this wide free kick.
So De Bruyne with the right foot or Foden with the left in a crossing position. It is going to be Foden who whips it in. Goal kick. straight out of play. Haaland tried to get on the end of it, didn't quite get there. Ramsdale's lying on the floor.
Has he just been caught at the back end? Has he just collided? Is there a touch? Is he delayed? We get a really good close-up now, a good look at it. We're seeing what contact there is, but there isn't much. I'm guessing Ramsdale might just be taking a touch of time. We'll see.
Well, Southampton would quite happily take a 0-0 draw today. I mean, Ramsdale is certainly giving the impression that he's in a bad way. But the replays suggested that Haaland didn't actually connect with him. So unless he did something falling down, it's difficult to know where Ramsdale's picked up this knock. He was part of an Arsenal team where he would often go down at the midpoint of the first or second half, and then information would get brought on to the players who rushed to the sidelines. So I don't know if it's part of that kind of routine.
I think Kevin De Bruyne is asking the question, is he not?
Yeah.
Bernardo also right on top of him. Yeah, it'd be nice to listen to that chat. I think you get a bit of good information. It would make us smile, possibly. Bernardo maybe a little bit of sarcasm, asking what's up with you. We don't often get those little gems, but we might be able to ask Ramsdale afterwards. He was in good spirits. I'd seen him before the game. I said, "You might be busy." He said, "I might, but we'll see how we get on." So he's always one to entertain and have a smile on his face.
This is a Southampton team who haven't had a clean sheet in the Premier League since the 22nd of December. So I'd like to think City will find a way to get through. Only once this season have they got a clean sheet at home, and that was in their only win at home, which was against Everton on the 2nd of November. At the moment, they've got a clean sheet against City. City have the ball with Akanji, helps it on to Bernardo Silva. There's still 28 minutes to play. A long, long way to go in this game, and plenty of opportunity for City to press home their territorial and possession advantage. Doku down the left-hand side. Doku, can he get past Bree? No, he can't. Plays it backwards. Josko Gvardiol. And now with Doku. Doku in the left wing position. Doku tries to get a cross in. It might reach Bernardo Silva. Off the line by Stevens. That's the closest City have come to a goal. And Stevens managed to get it away, and he could easily have put it through his own net.
Well, how has it not gone in? He almost slices it off his shin. He doesn't sort his feet out, but Bernardo gets into a good area. Doku very good also. And he just tries to clear it and ricochets over the top.
Corner goes deep. Akanji pulling away, heads it back in. Back in by Gvardiol. And then hacked away unceremoniously by Stevens. City throw on this near side. Taken by Bernardo Silva, picked up by Foden. Foden back to Lewis. City still trying to be patient, still believing that they can grind their way through this Southampton resistance. Bernardo Silva back to Akanji. Akanji goes back to Bernardo Silva again. Bernardo Silva fouled. No, he's not. Referee says play on. Wellington not the offender. Bernardo Silva wins it back for the Blues. Akanji. Akanji now helps it on to Kovacic. We're about to enter the 65th minute of the game. Still 0-0. De Bruyne on towards Doku. Doku now can attack down the left, and he's lost the ball. Run back by Bree, and now Dibbling in the right back position. Nowhere to go. De Bruyne tackles him. Dibbling gets over the challenge, and then Doku takes him on, and the referee gives a free kick for the foul, because he's been pressured so often, the referee, by the Southampton supporters, that he's given into that pressure, and he's given the free kick to the home side.
This is an interesting substitution. I thought we were going to see more of this young man. He does excite me. He is only a youngster, wonderful talent, but in this team where he hasn't had any attacking flair, we haven't seen him, so he makes way.
Yeah, Cameron Archer's coming on, and off goes Dibbling. 25 minutes to play. Archer, of course, is a striker, so maybe the intent now is to try and put City into retreat a little bit more. They've got to the 66th minute at 0-0. Southampton now eyeing a famous and improbable victory. with the arrival of a striker in Archer. So Archer and Suleimana now for City to think about on the counter-attack. 0-0. City still with just one real chance. Bernardo Silva that was cleared off the line. And now they're coming forward. Southampton with Suleimana. Suleimana in the penalty area. Southampton swarming forward. Crossing position for Bree. Bree puts the cross in. It's going to reach the far side. Two men in the area. One of them is Archer. Matheus Fernandes shot is blocked. Suddenly City are scampering around trying to defend. Southampton believe they could get potentially a winning goal here. The ball is in the centre half position though. Harwood Bellis. Suddenly City were opened up. Great tackle though, and City can come forward with De Bruyne and into the gap for Doku, and Doku now races into the penalty area. It's behind Haaland and picked up by Ramsdale. Well, action at both ends for the first time in the match, but City couldn't find the penetration, and Southampton very nearly grabbed the opening goal, and my goodness, that would have put the wind into City's sails. The ball down the right side for Southampton. Bree getting to the final third. Cross comes in, and City have got it away with Lewis, and all of a sudden Southampton are having a go, and here's Aribo now. Aribo helps it on. Suleimana on the edge of the area. Wellington's cross deflects all onto the top of the net. Southampton's first corner, and they've woken up and their hands are smelling blood.
Well, we've got a game now. It's the first time we've had real excitement end to end from both sides. Obviously that shot from Fernandes, Diaz, wonderful block, then another chance, an opportunity that overlapped down the left-hand side. Good defending, Rico Lewis, but the atmosphere, the level has gone up. Haaland an opportunity just thereafter. Ramsdale did well.
Corner to Southampton, headed away by Akanji. Southampton suddenly have had pressure on the City goal for the first time in the match, and they very nearly scored as well. City only had one golden opportunity, and it was cleared off the line by Stevens. Well, there's the wake-up call, as if City needed it. They're still playing against 11 professionals. They may have been long since relegated. They may have nothing to play for, but they are professional footballers. City have been woken up to the fact that Southampton still think that they could possibly win this game. 0-0, 68th minute. We're beyond the midpoint now. City 0, Southampton 0. Diaz comes forward. On it goes now to Doku. Doku down the left wing. Plays it back. No, he doesn't. Keeps it, Doku. Now he'll go backwards to Vardia. Vardia helps it inside to Diaz. Diaz into the gap for Lewis. Lewis on towards Kovacic. Prods it to De Bruyne. De Bruyne on the edge of the area. Out wide to Doku. Doku's ball in towards Haaland, headed away by Stevens. Up into the air it goes. De Bruyne lays it back to Akanji. Akanji sitting on the edge of the final third again. On it goes to Lewis. Lewis on towards Foden. Right wing position for Foden. Foden, can he find a cross? Comes inside, plays it to Lewis. Lewis, oh, it's not a good ball. City win it back though, and it's Akanji. And now it's with Diaz, and now it's Akanji again. City trying to find a way through. Foden on the right edge of the area. No way through for him either. De Bruyne goes back to retrieve it. 69th minute now at St Mary's. Still 0-0 here. Just feel as though that City, if they win this game, might well be on the verge of Champions League football. Doku out wide, keeps it in by the byline. Doku up against Bree. Still with Doku. Trying to tease Bree into a challenge. Goes backwards towards Diaz. Diaz now inside to De Bruyne. De Bruyne plays it out wide to Foden. Foden on the edge of the penalty area. Foden, while the cross is blocked, and it spins out for another City corner. Their 10th of the afternoon, their 4th of the second half. Haven't so far really threatened from set pieces. De Bruyne will hit an out-swinging corner. 70th minute, still 0-0 here. De Bruyne gives the hand signal. Plays an out-swinging ball, headed down by Akanji, palmed away by Ramsdale, dramatically just in front of Haaland, and out it goes for a throw. 70th minute, still 0-0. Back it goes to Diaz. Diaz on to Lewis. Lewis now, looking for a way through. Plays it out to De Bruyne. De Bruyne puts in an in-swinging cross, cleared. Picked up on the edge by Archer. Thumped out for a City throw. Can you see signs of Southampton wilting here at all, Michael?
No, not this moment in time. I think City's the ball across is getting quicker with more pace and tempo. Just to join them, you notice the crosses are coming in as much quicker as well. De Bruyne taking that race forward and also trying to do it. Rico Lewis stepping inside just to free Kevin De Bruyne up.
Well, De Bruyne has just helped it on to Akanji. Again, it's on the edge of the Southampton area. De Bruyne hits in it. Oh, he's overhit it. It's gone out for a goal kick.
That was the move there, Ali. Do you see? You see straight away the waiting. Rico Lewis moves out of the way. Foden offers a little bit of service, just knocks it back. There's the space for De Bruyne. Haaland's desperately waiting for one of those. One or two have been good. Defensive display from that back three have stood strong and not moved. But that one there, De Bruyne right out the back. So not a good one when there is a little bit more space. But you know what is next? Still obviously some great players as they just take their seat. And Jack Grealish, Savinho. If they get a look, we'll soon see if Pep decides to make that change.
So you've got it in central midfield. Kovacic plays it forward. Haaland can't quite get to it. Cleared, picked up by Kovacic. Up towards Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva battling, but referees stopped the play for something. Little.
Yes, Bednarek and Haaland having a right go with each other. Referee jumps on top of it. Haaland's not happy. Still asking questions, still walking away, but the referee decides there's something in it and they get the free kick.
18 minutes to go. Southampton 0, City 0. Lots of pre-match predictions. This would be 3, 4, 5, 6, anything. People are even talking about City
still
making
going. It's going again, the two of them.
Yeah.
Having a big problem. He's holding on to the back of his hair, but the referee, it's just the referee looking right across the line. He's trying to pull Haaland away from the situation. The frustration is kicking in. We weren't sure how long Erling Haaland will play. 72nd minute, he's still on.
The referee's brought the two captains over to have a word, De Bruyne and Stevens. Haaland and Bednarek were having a go at each other. Almost completing the 73rd minute here at the St Mary's Stadium. Still Southampton 0, City 0. The Blues have not been able to break Southampton down. A team who had one clean sheet at home all season. But there's still time. Can remember, as I'm sure you will, a very, very late goal that beat Southampton 1-0 in the final seconds to give City 100 points. Might it take a late solitary goal to beat Southampton today?
What about the celebrations there, Ali? The celebrations are there whenever asking did Pep want it. Well, I think we've seen he did.
City have it with Akanji. Akanji plays it into Lewis. Lewis midway inside the Southampton half. Back to Akanji, on to Joško Gvardiol. Savinho's going to come on for the Blues. The ball is with Doku, wide on the left-hand side. Doku plays it backwards to Joško Gvardiol. Backwards it goes to Ruben Diaz. Diaz helps it on to Akanji. Akanji out wide to Phil Foden. Phil Foden on the edge of the area, hits across deep. It's going to go out for a goal kick. Just not happening this afternoon. Savinho's about to come on. Doku came on at half-time.
Nico O'Reilly as well.
Yeah, Nico O'Reilly as well. So it's a double change for City. Savinho's going to take the place of Phil Foden. And O'Reilly, not sure who he's coming on for just yet, but in a moment we're going to see Savinho replace Foden. O'Reilly's already stripped and readied as well. We're going to enter the 75th minute, away by Joško Gvardiol. Still 0-0 here. A tremendous opportunity for City to open up some daylight. O'Reilly's going to replace Rico Lewis, so it's Savinho and O'Reilly on, Lewis and Foden off. City with some real impetus here from two very technically gifted footballers. Remember, if City win today...
what's interesting, Nico O'Reilly goes into midfield, Ali.
Yeah.
So rather than the full-back position and Akanji go across, it's actually Bernardo has just slotted down to that right-back position, so he'll leave that, he'll get forward. It's the extra one where I thought he might have just dropped Akanji into the full-back position. He hasn't.
As De Bruyne plays it in and Haaland goes down the middle. Haaland forced away from goal. Plays it in. Oh, it's a miss-hit, or is it an air shot? O'Reilly couldn't get to it. And then De Bruyne hits a shot which is cannoned away. And now forward comes Southampton on the counter. Across comes Akanji. On it goes now. Picked up by Bernardo Silva. And now Savinho gets a first touch. Savinho in the right wing position. Can he get beyond his man? Plays it across, not a bad ball, but it's headed away by Downs. Picked up by De Bruyne, now Akanji. There are 14 minutes to play here. 0-0 at St Mary's, a game City could really do with winning. Savinho now gets towards the byline, loses it to Wellington. It's in the left-back spot. Wellington hits it anywhere, really, and it will be... Well, it'll be picked up by Diaz. Diaz helps it across. Not a great ball, actually. And Josko Gvardiol has to come running across to play back to Ederson. We're in the 77th minute, still 0-0. Diaz plays it out wide to the left towards Doku. Headed away by Bree easily. Picked up by Kovacic, nudged on to O'Reilly. O'Reilly can't get beyond Aribo. Aribo's too strong for him. Aribo helps it on to Wellington. Backwards it goes to Ramsdale. Southampton with one clean sheet at home all season. That was back in November. City at the moment can't find a way through them. City have it, no they don't. It's whacked away and it's a free kick to Southampton. Well, frustration is starting to creep in, there's no doubt about that. This was the chance for Haaland on our monitor now, but he never really got clear. And when he crossed it, O'Reilly couldn't get a touch.
He does really well. Reverse pass from Kevin De Bruyne. This as it runs out, a little Cruyff turn. Nice pass across, but Nico O'Reilly on his first touch just passed it and just ran out the back post. Savinho also thinking, here we go, but City have got to find an answer, find a way to win it. Time is ticking.
Yeah, they've got the ball with O'Reilly and he's lost it, and then he wins it back and then he loses it again. And Southampton have it on the halfway line with Aribo, who gets it again a second time and plays it all the way back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale just miscontrolled it, and in the end he has to hit it straight out for a City throw. Midway inside Southampton's half. Bernardo Silva's going to take that throw. Backwards it goes to Akanji. We're in the 78th minute. It's about to become the 79th. 11 minutes to play for City. The ball out wide with Doku. Doku on the left wing. Can he get beyond two Southampton defenders? He's trying, but he's going to play it backwards to Gvardiol. Sorry, 12 minutes to go, I beg your pardon. Kovacic has got it. Onward to Doku. Doku on the left edge of the area. Doku, little fancy footwork. Plays it back to, no he doesn't, goes the other way, little clip ball in and it's headed clear by Wellington. Back in again by De Bruyne, headed up into the air by Bednarek. Back in again by De Bruyne, helped back by Haaland to Savinho on the edge of the area. Backwards it goes to Akanji. Akanji hits the shot wide.
Oh, it's not far away, you know. Just waiting, De Bruyne. It's a bit up in the air, trying to keep it alive. Just whoever's got first contact, then he tries that reverse pass, right, flashing it across Ramsdale's right hand. It's always going away, but I don't mind that. Well, they're just slowing it down now, possibly making more substitutions, Southampton, and taking their time wherever possible. And I can only imagine what this would give them. A big lift at the right time. We mentioned at half-time the difficult games that they've got. In that farewell at Goodison Park, Everton, and then here hosting Arsenal. You must have looked at the last three as a group of players when you're so far gone for such a period of time. How do you get yourself up for it? The caretaker manager, but they've found a way today so far to stay in the game and give them something. But City, for all the control, all the players on the pitch, you felt like it would have been a comfortable afternoon, and found it very, very tough to break this side down.
Moment there's a delay because Wellington is on the floor receiving treatment. Both sets of players have gone to get some fluid on board, which makes sense on a very warm day on the south coast. Pep Guardiola was just giving a few little instructions and little tweaks with his detail to his players that came over towards him. Wellington's back on his feet again, and we're in the 81st minute now. City 0, Southampton 0. A game City simply had to win, really, to ramp up the pressure on those in the chasing pack. The Blues starting the day in 3rd place. They were above Newcastle and Chelsea by a point. If they'd have won, there'd have been 4 points above them, and Newcastle and Chelsea play each other tomorrow. They've got 9.5 minutes to make that happen. But Southampton have been defensively resolute, which is not something you can say very often about them this season. They were easily beaten last weekend by a Leicester team who were completely out of sorts, but that was away from home. Now the ball comes down the right side. Suleimana's offside. Free kick to City in the left-back position. Vardiol wants to take it. Suleimana won't move out of the way. Ball taken now, and on it goes to Diaz, and he helps it on to Bernardo Silva. 9 minutes to play. City 0, Southampton 0. Savinho facing his own goal, plays it back into Diaz. Akanji. Akanji on to Diaz. Diaz now plays it on towards the left-hand side to De Bruyne. On it goes to Doku. Doku now, can he find a way in? No, he can't. Goes backwards to De Bruyne. De Bruyne, can he find something? Plays it to Joško Gvardiol. Joško Gvardiol, I think he was shooting, it was charged down. Diaz wins the header, and now Southampton looking to counter. Good block by Savinho. Akanji picks it up for the Blues. 8.5 minutes to play. Still 0-0 here. A game City really could do with winning, and it would really, just take the pressure off them going into the cup final. Doku now down the left. Doku weaves a little pattern, plays it across, and it's cleared. Southampton defending their box really well. Downs thumps it out of harm's way. City will retrieve possession with Ruben Diaz. Diaz, 8 minutes to play now. De Bruyne down the left-hand side, on to Doku. Is he offside? Yes, he is. No, he's not. The signal's not come up. Doku now plays it back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne on the edge of the box. De Bruyne back to Doku. Doku now, can he find a way past Downs? Well, he's trying. Goes backwards to De Bruyne. De Bruyne now. Little cross, it's too deep, is it? Haaland heads it back. Savinho can't get to it, and then it's palmed away by Ramsdale for a corner.
Savinho just coming onto it. Haaland does well, back post. Thinking, is it going to be too deep? But then as Savinho gets his shot, sort of bounces, there's a delay. Ramsdale just pushes it round the corner. It was always going to be an easy save, but the pressure late on, City pushing.
Yep, it's going to be another corner. City's 11th, and it's headed away easily. Bernardo Silva on the edge of the area. 7 minutes to go. Still 0-0 here. Kovacic back to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva plays it across to De Bruyne. Back it goes to Kovacic. Marmoush is going to come on in a minute. Bernardo Silva, little dab ball in. That's a good one. Header brilliantly saved. Diaz's header tipped over by Ramsdale. That's as close as City have come. Diaz got to the ball, headed it firmly. Ramsdale tips it over.
Yeah, right in front of him as well. You're thinking, here we go, but it's just straight at him. It is a good save, but just no direction because there's not enough pace. He makes it look much better than it is, Ramsdale, and you understand why goalkeepers do that. It's Marmoush now. He comes on. He doesn't have energy. He's going to run in behind.
Yeah, Marmoush has come on and Kovacic has come off. So that's the change that's just been made as the corner comes in. Palmed away, prodded goal bound, hits Ramsdale. It's another City corner. Goodness me, it's corner after corner, but it's not goal after goal. It's still 0-0. 6 minutes to play. Marmoush came on, Kovacic came off. Savinho's come on, Doku has come on.
They're going to delay, they're going to stay, aren't they? They're just not getting up. Wherever there's contact, they're now saying cancel it. Southampton 2 substitutions waiting to come on, but they don't want to change it now. They've got the men, they've got the understanding of the set piece.
Yep, another City corner. De Bruyne to swing it in. It's gone high and deep. Haaland heads it back into the area. Up goes Marmoush. Ball doesn't come down, slammed anywhere, and that's all Southampton want to do. It's going to be a famous day for them, and Newcastle, Chelsea, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest fans are going to be absolutely joyous if City can't find the win here. The ball is with Bernardo Silva. There are just over 5 minutes for City to find a goal. Out wide it is with Savinho. Savinho down the right side, plays it backwards to Akanji. Akanji hits a ball in, up goes O'Reilly, headed away, up comes Doku with the ball. Doku now trying to get it back inside. Vardiol hits it, blocked. De Bruyne hits it, blocked. No way through. Southampton have one job and they're doing it well. Block City attempts. The ball's with Bernardo Silva and now Savinho and back to Akanji. Akanji now pops the cross in. It's into no man's land really, and it will be thumped away by Bree and up into City's half. Still 0-0, 4.5 minutes to play. It's just not going to happen, it seems. City are going to pass up the opportunity maybe of opening up a little bit of daylight.
There's enough time here. The pressure is intense.
Well, let's see. Savinho, right wing, plays it back to Akanji. Akanji back inside to De Bruyne. On it goes to Akanji again. And on to De Bruyne once more. And back to Diaz. Diaz now joining in. On it goes to Gvardiol. Wide to Doku in the left wing position. Doku on the edge of the area. Well, he's got three in front of him. Can he get past them? Doku plays it backwards. De Bruyne, shooting position, hits it in low. Ramsdale gathers it easily.
Yeah, he tried to go near post, give the goalkeeper the eyes. Doku does well, he draws all the attention and then just sets it back off. De Bruyne out of his feet, just on the edge of the area. Here we go, far post, that curling effort. Checks back, puts it to the near post. Ramsdale comfortable, but Southampton have had substitutions waiting for such a long time, but City just keep coming.
Yeah, they're going to bring on Manning and Stewart when they have the chance. Oh, Doku's been taken out there. That's Harwood Bellis with the challenge. Free kick to City. Southampton's going to make that double change that they've been holding off on. Manning and Stewart to replace Wellington and Sulemana. That's the change, or the double change. So Wellington
probably thought it wasn't going to happen. It waited that long, wasn't it? No, they're now Wellington just not. He's coming across the pitch. Referees had to run. Mamouche is telling him to get off to the near side. Now the referees pushed him right behind the goal, and they're just trying everything out of the Southampton side to take a point and a clean sheet. As he gets a rapturous round of applause.
Absolutely. Yeah. Can't say I blame them for trying every trick in the book. It would be a wonderful result for them in a season that has largely been one of complete disappointment. That this could be a famous day for them. Diaz pops it forward, headed across and cleared in front of the goalkeeper. City trying to get to the loose one. O'Reilly can't get to it. Hacked away by Aribo. Up into the air it goes. Akanji wins it back. City now have time against them. 2 minutes remain. Doku on the left edge of the area. Doku now. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. One back and a foul by Doku. And a free kick to Southampton. Time's running out here. City going to have to settle for a draw at the bottom club, Southampton. When you looked at the run-ins and you looked at who was left for City, you just said, well, that has to be 3 points for the Blues. But it just doesn't work out as simply as you would like. And this isn't going to go down as one of City's greatest days, I'm afraid. 0-0 as we reach the last 90 seconds here. Lots of disappointment in the City end. There's going to be 7 added minutes, but not yet. Southampton supporters singing when the Saints go marching in. And the fans of Villa and Chelsea and Newcastle and Nottingham Forest, they'll be singing it too if they can stop City winning here. The ball's with Harwood Bellis. We're just going to enter the 90th minute. There's going to be 7 added. The ball thumped away by Ramsdale. Up into the sky it goes. Helped on, and now here comes Archer. Akanji's in his way though. Archer now to the edge of the penalty area, but on the right side of it. Southampton may be looking to steal a victory. The ball is with Downs. Back it goes to Aribo. And they've gone backwards. And City will try and pounce, and they'll get it with O'Reilly. And maybe they're out of position now, Southampton. Bernardo Silva has the ball, but it's inside his own half. City have it with De Bruyne. 90th minute. City have to try and win this game. It could be such a precious win if they can gather it. But it's just not been happening. Ball goes to the right-hand side. Now it's with Bernardo Silva. 7 minutes confirmed on the fourth official's board. Now Akanji coming forward for City. Onward it goes to Savinho, right wing position. Savinho plays it backwards to De Bruyne. De Bruyne into the gap towards Savinho, but he can't find the pass. City pick it up again with Marmoush, who hits it against the crossbar. Slammed it against the bar. Doku now, round the outside, another corner. Marmoush has just rattled the Southampton bar with a snapshot, but it just wouldn't go in. And it's a day when it's just not going in for City. Wonderful hit from Marmoush.
What a strike, Ali, right across the goalkeeper. It's a brilliant effort, deserved a goal. He's come on fresh, takes it out of his feet and then does that right across. There's no right to hit the ball like that. How unlucky.
Very unlucky indeed. It is a City corner. We're into the first of 7 added minutes. De Bruyne whips it in, punched away by Ramsdale, put further away by Matheus Fernandes. Southampton getting closer to the point they want. The ball is in the possession of Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva comes forward. Every City player apart from Ederson is in and around the penalty area. The ball is in the right wing position with Savinho. Savinho now gets towards the byline. His cross is blocked. It's another City corner. City corner after corner, but they haven't really threatened from corners. They've gone short this time. The ball is cleared. It's picked up by Savinho. Savinho now looks up. He's on the right side of the penalty area. Plays it to De Bruyne. De Bruyne whips it in. Haaland heads it. Goal kick. Well, Michael, you're leading me to go down to CFG. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the thoughts are we've pushed and pushed, we've controlled the whole game. Southampton have very much just banked in, waited, a resolute back three. They've defended very, very well. We've created opportunities when we've opened it up. We should have took the lead, that's for certain, but we maybe could have done it a little bit sooner. We waited till the second half for Doku to come on and completely dominate it, but it's been frustrating. You know, let's hope by the time I get down to the pitch side situation in front of those supporters and we get that breakthrough.
Well, if it's going to come, it's going to come late. We're now in the 93rd minute. City have had 24 attempts in the game, but they haven't found the back of the net. Just 5 of them on target, maybe, is the sort of headline, really. Small bones coming on now for Southampton as they try to kill more time. Matheus Fernandes, the player that he's taking the place of. We're in the 93rd minute of 97. City 0, Southampton 0. When the final reckoning is done, might these 2 points that City have let get away here today be the difference between Champions League football or not? We shall see. There's still many twists and turns to take place before the end of this Premier League campaign. We're just in the 94th minute. Southampton have a throw midway inside the City half. City win it back with De Bruyne, then Marmoush. Marmoush runs forward, great run from Marmoush, he's going across the halfway line. Marmoush keeps on running, Harwood Bellis is coming with him, great tackle, but he breaks for O'Reilly. Oh, and he's brought down. No, the referee says he's not brought down. He's not brought down, says the referee. De Bruyne picks it up on the edge of the area. Now Bernardo Silva. Backwards it goes to Akanji. Akanji now comes across to Joško Gvardiol. Cross comes in, headed away. City have it with Akanji now on the edge of the area. Savinho's got to it. Now De Bruyne. Just tell you, by the way, VAR aren't even checking, so it won't be a penalty. The ball is with Doku on the left side. Doku will hit the ball in. No, he won't. Trying to take his time, Doku. Back to Gvardiol. On to Diaz. Diaz plays it on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne crosses it in, and Doku tries to get there, and he can't do, and it's a goal kick. Just not happening for City today. 2 points gonna get it through City's grasp. They've come to the bottom side, who've had 1 clean sheet all season here, and they've not managed to find the victory. That was the challenge on Aribo just coming up on our monitor as O'Reilly went to shoot. VAR didn't even look at it. There was now 3 minutes to play. Southampton 0, City 0. City cannot find this win. It's a massive, massive point for their interim manager as he tries to make a case to become the full-time manager. That's the subplot to a team who've been relegated for nearly 6 weeks. The ball now is in Southampton possession. City get it back. O'Reilly hacks it forward. Cleared by Bednarek. Up goes De Bruyne. Hooked away again. City now try to win it back and they can't. Smallbone's got it for Southampton. 2 minutes to play. Ball into the channel for Archer. Archer round the outside. City is stretched and Ederson makes the save, and now the flag's up. Now the flag's up for offside. Wouldn't have counted. City will be in a hurry to take this free kick for offside. Wow, what a game this has been. So frustrating. Just not to be City's day. It's going to be a 0-0 draw unless City can find something extraordinary in the last moments of it. De Bruyne comes forward, and now Joško Gvardiol, and now Doku. City trying to be patient. The ball is with Diaz. Diaz now has it. Plays it into Bernardo Silva on the edge of the final third. City. Bernardo Silva back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne central, goes wide to Doku. Doku in the left wing position. Doku puts in a cross deep. Haaland heads it back. Ramsdale gathers it, and I'm afraid it's just not going to be. City will move on to 65 points. Newcastle and Chelsea play tomorrow. One, possibly both of them, are going to make ground on City, and then Nottingham Forest will surely beat Leicester, and then Aston Villa play tonight against Bournemouth, and suddenly City in third will have all sorts of teams breathing down their neck. This is going to go down as an afternoon of enormous frustration of what might have been. But Southampton are going to get a famous draw. They played for a draw, and it looks as though they've done it. Ederson now has the ball at his feet. Ederson has rarely had to touch the ball. Ederson still with the ball at his feet. City are going to have to go long. No, they go short to Diaz. Southampton fans baying for the final whistle. De Bruyne now on the edge of the centre circle. City need to get that ball forward. Up towards Haaland. Ramsdale will get to it. And that, I'm afraid, is that. The referee looks at his watch. Ramsdale takes his time. And City have passed up the opportunity to move 4 points clear of Newcastle and Chelsea before they play tomorrow at St James's Park. I just cannot believe that City will go away from this thinking anything other than the day when perhaps they've given up 2 very important points. They tried, make no mistake about it, but Southampton had a game plan. Defend their box, sit deep, stop City, and if anything, try and get as small a defeat as possible. The reality is, the Blues couldn't find a single goal to get past them. And though at the other end, Ederson did not have a single save to make, Southampton fans are the ones leaving jubilant, and City will be left nervously looking over their shoulders at the chasing pack behind them. The final score here at St Mary's, a very frustrating 0-0 draw. Well, City gave everything, as they always do, but they just could not find the breakthrough. They tried and tried again. Ramsdale made 1 or 2 saves. There was a ball cleared off the line. Marmoush hit the crossbar, but it just wasn't to be. Well, let's go down to pitch side, and I can see FG and Michael are awaiting.
Yeah, full time from St Mary's. I mean, what a game, what an end to the game. See through everything. The kitchen sink at Southampton, but it's the home fans who are happy with a point. Look, they defended well, but that group of players gave absolutely everything.
They gave everything. I mean, it just tells you these home fans are absolutely delighted that they could get something from it. But right at the end, we were pushing. There was cross after challenge after chance, and then Mamouche just hits that ball right across the face, hits up the crossbar. I think at that point you thought it wasn't meant to be because of all the effort, all the control. We just couldn't find a way through. We've got to really congratulate that defence, how they held up in the situation that the home team are in. They really fought for it. They were desperate to get something against Manchester City.
Yeah, desperate indeed, but I mean, you can see how much our supporters who have travelled so far and won't get home, and some of them until even tomorrow because of the transport, appreciate this team as the manager Pep comes over with the group of players.
Well, they do, and they understand as Pep always comes across. I mean, the following we get away from home now, just listen to that vocal support. It's just absolutely brilliant. The players gave it all, as you've said, but we just couldn't find that little cutting edge. It happens at times in Premier League games, but the bigger picture is it's another point towards that Champions League. We're almost there, FG. We've got work to do, we know that, but we now have to concentrate on a big cup final. We want to try and obviously come away with a trophy, but...
And there we go, you see Ruben Diaz giving his shirt to the fans, appreciating the supporters, getting deserved appreciation, because throughout everything this season, that man has been there. He has been there, he has always been the leader, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see many, many years of Ruben Diaz.
I tell you what, I'd take my shirt off as well if I look like that. Not bad, eh?
That's why I keep mine on, mate.
That's a lesson, isn't it, for us both? Do you know what? It's nice because did you see the joy on that youngster? Come all the way to Southampton, gets Ruben Diaz's shirt. I mean, it's a nice touch, isn't it? Well done to him, by the way, for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely, and well done once again to our amazing away support, because we say it every week, Brownie, but it never gets old, because when you look at how far these guys travel every single week and the things they do for this football club through thick and thin, they're always here.
Yeah, they're always there. They realise they haven't got the result when they've come to somewhere really, really far on the calendar. It won't be there next year as well, will it, Southampton? We have to understand that, but we're getting towards the end of the season, we're getting points, we're trying to qualify for the Champions League, as I keep saying, and then next week, that's what I'm looking forward to. We've got to move on quickly, the games come so fast, it's a cup final, we love Wembley, FG, that's what's just around the corner. And look